Hey, this is BBC Six Music. I'm Russell Brand. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. We're standing for Nimone. She's gone away for a few days, so if you've tuned in particularly to listen to Nimone, don't be cross with us just for being here, because we're, after all, the ones that have stayed. You know, just wish Nimone a good holiday and enjoy the next 3 hours with us. We've got some wonderful tracks coming up. What's first, Karl?
I'll play one of these.
BBC Six Music.
That was The Cure with Close to Me. This is BBC Six Music. I'm Russell Brand here with Karl Pilkington. Just looking after the show, really, while Nimone has a little bit of a break. You know, she's just having, like, a holiday from radio. But, like, she only works 3 hours a day, doesn't she, doing this job? So how much can she be enjoying her holiday? It's only between 10 and 1 that she'll be thinking, oh, right, I'd be working now. Oh, but look at me, I'm just reclining here, not making any effort. Normally, oh, I'd be toiling, having to press switches and talk about records and stuff. Like, but the holiday, she can't really appreciate the holiday much, so it's only 3 hours of a day that are actual holiday. It's not like she sort of works in a mine, gathering up things, or constantly listening, oh, that canary died yet. You know, she's really lives a relatively pressure-free life. But that's not to say, you know, I'm not attacking Nimone. She does a lot of wonderful work. It's nice to, you know, get this opportunity to look after the radio show for her while she's away. It's just I don't want that feeling of, like, being like a substitute teacher, you know, like, sort of if you have a substitute teacher in, to think, right, let's make things really difficult for this substitute teacher, grind them down. I suspect there's some vulnerability there. What we'll do is we'll destroy him, you know, sort of. I don't want to be looked on as that. I'm sort of like the parent that stayed in a divorce scenario, right? It's sort of like, you know, sort of like when my dad left, when, like, you know, I'd give my mum hell sometimes. Really, she's the one that stayed, didn't she? Poor cow. She didn't need that kind of aggravation. Bless her heart. Here we've got Hardfire coming up now. Let's listen to that. We'll have a bit more chat. Give us a ring later if you want to. You can call 08700 100 600, 08700 100 600 for a bit of a chat, or you can send us a text or an email, but I prefer to talk in person. You know, it's nice so you can hear people's vocal tones. Let's listen to Hardfire. Nirvana in Bloom. This is BBC Six Music. You'll listen to Russell Brand. This is like that weird purgatory week, isn't it, between Christmas and New Year's Eve? Well, because, like, when it's Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, then Boxing Day, then you've got New Year's Eve coming out. I sort of, like, I'm in that sort of weird hinterland where you forget what day it is. Like, I don't know what actual day it is. Days all get robbed of their meaning, don't they? Like, today definitely felt like a Sunday, I think. So that means, like, days have definitely got actual feelings if today sort of felt like a Sunday. You thought it felt like a Sunday and all, Karl, didn't you?
What, today?
Today felt like a Sunday. If you had to sort of say, like, you know, you were just awoken from a coma, and you had to go, like, obviously you'd have other questions, first of all, like, why have you woken me so abruptly from this coma? But if, like, you were awoken from the coma, the first thing that goes is, what day do you think it is? Right, instead of going, well, surely, you know, you're the ones that have not been in comas. Forget that, you know, that this, as a premise, has got difficulties. You would say that, what did you say earlier?
Yeah, just sort of, yeah. But what, so are you saying if you put me in a room, right? And I was put in this room for whatever reason. I don't know why I was put in there, right?
Well, there's
but then I come out,
get you out of the way for a start.
Well, like, you know, so time's gone by.
Yeah.
I haven't got a diary on me, and a watch.
Yeah, and also you can't see the window. It's a windowless room, so you can't see night, day, and keep some sort of record. You're in a windowless room for a month.
Right.
And then, like, they let you out of that room, they go, what day is it? You know, you would have, I think you would intuitively know
that today was the day after Boxing Day.
I don't think you'd know it was the day after Boxing Day, but I think you'd go, I think, in fact, I think you'd think that it was Sunday. Like, you know, because days have flavours. That's what I'm saying, like, that days have flavours. You could say, oh, Wednesday, that's not got a particular personality, but it is different from a Thursday, isn't it? And I just think, like, that this Christmas period, Christmas Eve, it takes away, oh, I don't know what day it is, literally not knowing what day it is. Feel like an old person, do you know what I mean? We're like, sort of, got no routine.
Well, can we get rid of this week, anyway? Just bin it.
What, just go, it's Christmas Eve, it's Christmas Day, it's New Year's Eve?
Yeah.
Well,
no, not even New Year's Eve. It's sort of like, you know, it's Christmas Eve, oh, it's really Christmassy and that. Oh, Christmas Day, oh, brilliant, look at me presents. Oh, it's a new year, let's get going.
No.
Why are we messing about for a week?
Well, because we have to stick to the calendar.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though, bin it. We're moving on, everything's moving on. Why have we suddenly got this thing about sticking with a calendar?
Well, alright, there's astronomical movements of planets, but there are people that suggest that we should move to a decimalised calendar, where it'd be 10 months a year, 10 days a week, 10 hours, like everything would be just simplified like that. I mean, maybe, like, we could try that.
So they are gonna do it then?
Well, I don't think they do. I don't think there's any weight behind it. I don't think it's gonna be administrated, Carl.
Well, you just said they're thinking about it.
I'm saying it's a theory, it's a theoretical idea, like, you know, it's like, if a tree falls down in the woods, no one's actually gonna ever, you know, we'll never know. It's just a theoretical notion, isn't it? It's not, well, this decimalisation is something that could get weight behind it if it had enough support. I mean, if people were going, yeah, we would like that. There's people that are dedicating their lives to it, saying, like, let's bring about
this week.
They're not behind you on their getting rid of this week thing, but they think that we should decimalise everything. 10 hours a day, 10 days a week, let's live like that. Yeah, but then you'd have to think of whole new days. Oh, Monday, Wednesday, then you'd have to, looping day, you know, you'd have to think of new days, you know, it's gonna be difficult to initiate.
I don't understand why, it's getting a bit heavy, this, isn't it, for this time of night?
I'm just like, listen, Carl, I'm just like exploring some ideas. Perhaps let's reflect for a while. That's Black and White Town by Doves there. You're listening to BBC Six Music. I'm Russell Brand. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. We're filling in for Namone. It's the 27th, Tuesday the 27th of December, although we're in that weird area where we don't quite know what day it is. It's the day after Boxing Day. I was just saying, like, there's people that say that we should decimalise the months and the calendar altogether, so it'd be 10 months a year, 10 days a week, 10 hours a day, I think, so that, like, you know, but Carl, you've got a problem with that as a system.
I don't quite understand, when you say 10 hours a day.
Yeah. I can see that's going to be difficult. I mean, I think it would have to be subdivided, because it would have to be around 20, wouldn't it? Because otherwise a day would end.
I don't understand, because you've got to have a sleep.
Yeah.
Because for us, you know, you're going to be extra tired, because
actually, maybe you just sleep for one of those days, like, you know, every other day you sleep that day. Yeah,
that's some of the days in Spain and or something.
Well, you know, they have siestas, you know, they don't sort of just kip for entire days, you know, they just have the occasional rest. But what I suppose I'm saying is that, like, that there's nothing absolute about the current calendar. We could just, you know, we don't have to.
It's been made up anyway, hasn't it?
At some point it was made up. I mean, there are probably indigenous tribes untouched by civilization that just would laugh at the idea of Wednesdays. They would scoff. Wednesdays, they'd say, well, just let it go.
There's some fellas in, Papua New Guinea.
Yeah.
Who do that. They don't have if you got them a diary for Christmas, they'd go, what's this?
This is risible, they'd say. This is mocking our culture.
Yeah, they don't use them.
They just cast it away, just going, and they're probably all the happier for it. Here, look, we got a text, Carl, it says, ear Russell, but it's spelled ear, like audio, ear-o, lug-o. Who sang a song with the lines, bring back hanging, bring back hanging, bring back hanging, repeated 3 or 4 times? Is it Nectarine number 9? That's from Stephen Jack from Barrow. Well, like, I don't know. Do you know?
Let's pop it out there, that's what...
That's out there now, isn't it? That bit of, like, if you know the answer to that question, could you, perhaps you can assist, yeah, text us.
64046.
Is that the number?
The answer, 64046, yeah.
Yeah, text us with
but also, you know, anyone who knows anything about, you know, diaries and stuff.
Well, like, and also, yeah, this decimalisation thing, whether or not it would be a good idea, like, to simplify things, you know, like, sort of how, like, we can meddle with time. Firstly, there's Doctor Who, he's a Time Lord, he meddles with it perpetually. Then, like, you know, we do have the clocks go back an hour, clocks go forward an hour, that sort of thing goes on all the time, doesn't it? So it's not like time cannot be tampered with.
But that's for farmers and that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's for the farmers, I think. I didn't realise that farmers had so much power, like, you know, sort of like, well, it's very what is it, because the farmers don't want to get out when it's that dark?
Yeah, but can't they just, I don't know, buy them a torch or something?
It would be
I don't understand why everybody's got to change, just because the farmer's getting up.
Yeah, because what if the farmers start making greater demands, like, right, I think everyone should wear spangled leggings throughout the spring.
Like, well, the farmer said it, get them on.
Get them leggings on.
Yeah.
The farmer has spoken. Who is the farmer?
See, I used to always think that time thing, you know, like, right, put your clocks back or whatever.
Yeah.
I thought that was invented for, like, watchmakers. Because...
How would it benefit them?
Because a lot of people break the watches around that time of year where they're trying to reset them and stuff.
Right.
Right? And so they're guaranteed a bit of work. Yeah, they're guaranteed a little bit of work.
I suppose it's no more preposterous, the watch industry having that kind of power. You know, as farmers actually have got that amount of power, as the agricultural industry. But I suppose agriculture is significant, isn't it? Like, sort of, to the Western world, agriculture is what's defined us from earlier nomadic, you know, parts of our cultural history. But watchmakers, it wasn't like, you know, if you look back at human history, oh, then there was the watchmaker, age that defined us. You know, agriculture's an important thing, so I suppose farmers, even if they do say something like, why don't we all wear clogs and get up at dawn, you know, or make it night time in the middle of the afternoon, we've got to heed the farmer. Anyway, listen, Carl, we can't just bicker on endlessly about the power of farmers. We've got a session track now. This was recorded by Primal Scream in 1994 for a Radio 1 lunchtime show. Imagine it is, and it's trapped in a bubble. It's Primal Scream rocks. Guillemot's there with Trains to Brazil. This is BBC Six Music. I'm Russell Brand here with Karl Pilkington. We're standing in for Namone. Yeah, just had a bit of an awkward moment here because, like, you know, we've got a producer from BBC Music, Steph. She was in the room with us, and I thought, oh, another person in the room. I don't know if I'll be able to relax. That wasn't explained to me when I took on being a substitute teacher for Namone. I sort of had a little panic because I sort of thought, you know, it's my first time here. You know, maybe, like, Steph being here might put me off. Also, I do like to broadcast with my trousers down sometimes, and I won't feel at liberty to do that, right? So, like, but I didn't know sort of how to say anything. It's sort of like a really difficult situation when you have to, like, sort of just confront reality, like, and sort of say, oh, well, actually, I'm not sure about it. 'Cause English, of course, as well. Don't like complaining, oh, did you enjoy that food? There's a lovely scene in the film. His girlfriend visits him, and like they visit, you know, like sort of often in prisons, in Turkish prisons. I don't know how familiar you are, Carl. There's like a glass plate between the visitor and the prisoner, and he, in his sort of delirious mental state, got her to like press her, you know, her boobs up against the glass and everything. And he just sort of drooled on that, and she was sort of a bit emotional and crying.
But they wouldn't look that good, would they?
Pressed up against glass. I like that.
But isn't that like a robber with tights on his head? It doesn't do anyone any favours.
To distort the identity of the boob, so the boobs can remain anonymous, continue lactating into the mouths of strangers with their identity protected. No, I think it looks quite nice, like a Wonder Bra, isn't it? Like a see-through glass Wonder Bra. I think it's nice. Anyway, I feel a bit bad about sort of Steph, but like, you know, asking Steph to go out of the room, but it was just one of those things, you know, sort of felt uncomfortable. There's a term in psychiatry, right? It's called the elephant in the room. Right.
Are you having a go at her?
No, I'm not suggesting that she was a literal elephant in the room, because she's a very svelte lady. Just to, like, what it is like, the elephant in the room means, in psychiatry and therapy, it's mentioned a lot. It's like there's a very obvious thing that we're all aware of, but no one's mentioning it. Like, say you was having a conversation with a woman, she had, like, a lot of moles dangling over from her eyelid.
Yeah.
You'd be talking to her, you'd think, oh, don't mention them moles dangling from her eyelid, but you'd be aware of it, wouldn't you?
But isn't wouldn't it be best to say? I always think, look, you know, the woman with the moles on her face, she knows she's got the moles, she's probably feeling quite awkward. Like, I've got a bald head, right? And some people would go, oh, don't mention the bald head because it'll offend him or it'll make him worried. Whereas I like to say, look, you know, I've never met you before, I've got a bald head, let's get that out of the way.
Right, I've got the cards on the table,
basically, I've got a bald head, let's move on, do you know what I mean?
Right, so it's not there sort of underneath the surface, sweltering away. Well, that's quite good, because then because the elephant in the room can often be a very oppressive thing if there's something we're not talking about. Sort of like, say you know, like your relationship's breaking down, your wife's had an affair, you know, but you're just not addressing it. You know, that's going to be difficult and damaging for your relationship. It's best to have, you know, to have an open dialogue about these things. So I think in a way, what we did, like what I did, I'll take the rap for it. It was better, wasn't it, for me to just openly say.
To do it, you left it a long time. You were sat there looking a bit odd. So I think she knew something was wrong.
Yeah, no, I sort of, I collapsed inwardly for a while, like sort of because I thought, oh, but now to thinking about it, I think it might be nice to have Steph back in here. Tell the truth, I'd be more comfortable with than you, Steph. Also, that bald head of yours gets right on my nerves. There, I've said it. How's all my love, Led Zeppelin. This is Russell Brand on BBC Six Music. You know, that Jimmy Page out of Led Zeppelin was all into the occult, and was mates with Aleister Crowley, the famous necromancer and occultist leader. Did you know that, Carl? Do you know anything about Aleister Crowley?
I don't know. What sort of cult do you mean?
Like, it's sort of like, ooh, dark arts. Well, Aleister Crowley's defining sort of phrase, he's like a epitaph or whatever, his favourite aphorism, maxim, was, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. That's what he said. That should define everything.
Do what you want, right?
Do what you want. That's what he says that life should be defined by. Don't, you know, like, say if you went to Aleister Crowley and I don't know out to what degree Jimmy Page followed it, but like, you know, presumably Jimmy Page, for the sake of argument, let's say, if you went, oh, you know, I'm thinking about, like, driving my skateboard into, like, my cousin's shins.
And he'd say, do it then.
Do it if you want. Do it. If you're going, like, I'm thinking of, like putting sort of white spirits into my fish tank.
Do it.
Do it. So as soon as you thought it, you might as well do it. But then, like,
was he known for that, though? Is that his only one saying that he did?
That's his main one. That's like his main saying. That's
his main one. What the others that didn't get remembered? Because that isn't that good.
Well, I think that's alright. I mean, I'm not saying I'm agreeing with yeah, do what you like. I mean, I think take that, add a song that was espoused a similar ideology and they've not gone down in history. Jimmy Page ain't queuing up to be mates with them. But, like, what I'm saying is that he embodied and espoused certain occultist views that were, you know, all very exciting and very dangerous. Well, the fact that Jimmy Page wanted to get in with him, it can't have just been that. It can't have been do what you like, you know, there must have been more to it than that. But then, hold on, before we go too far down, shall we go with, Aleister Crowley and Jimmy Page on the as soon as you feel a desire, give into it. There's also the alternative view, that Krishnamurti, the Eastern philosopher, he says, if ever you think of, like say you sort of like thinking, oh, should I give this homeless person 50p or not? You should give him the 50p, because most of the time we go through life on autopilot, so if it ever occurs to us, to make a decision, always do the good thing, always do the higher thing.
Sometimes, you know, like, you know, we're in London, BBC 6 Music, yeah. And sometimes I'll be walking through London, and one of my pockets is made just for money and bits of change for homeless people.
What, you've just designated that as the homeless pocket?
Yeah, it's just a left-hand pocket. It's kind of like whenever I'm given change in a shop, I'll look at it and I'll go, couple of 2s, couple of 5s and a 10.
You just give them the 2s, the 5s, the 10s?
Not straight away, I put them in my left-hand pocket, ready for when I see...
But would a 50 not make it into the homeless pocket?
No.
The homeless pocket's for low-denomination coins only?
Yeah, right? So they're in my left-hand pocket, but sometimes if I'm walking down the street and I see an homeless fella, I'll put my hand in my pocket, right? But if he doesn't ask, he doesn't get.
You don't just dish it out?
I don't just chuck it out for the sake of it.
Yeah.
If he says, alright mate, have you got any change? I'll go, yeah,
yes, I have.
I've got it in a left-hand pocket.
And how much is he getting in total, probably?
It depends, because if it's been a busy day beforehand, and I've been walking about a lot, there's a lot of homeless
about. It's like a rollover pocket.
Kind of is, yeah, it's potluck.
Yeah.
So,
but if you've just been in and bought papers and that, then he's only gonna get sort of like 7 or 8 pence.
Yeah.
Do you expect anything in return from that? Not directly from the homeless person, but I know that if I give money to a homeless person, I do sort of give homeless people money, because I want a bit of good luck. Do you know what I mean? I sort of think, I've given that homeless person 50p, I'm entitled to good luck. I sort of use homeless people same as a wishing well. I mean, give that homeless person a quid, I'm entitled to, you know, oh please, let me get that job.
Yeah,
or please, I'd like to go to that girl.
Yeah, it makes you feel a bit better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When you give them normally, if I've had a good night out, I sort of think, well, I've had a nice meal and stuff.
Yeah. Put something back.
Normally around Christmas time, but there was one, like last Christmas, right, I took my girlfriend out, right, for something to eat, and we were on our way out at about 8 o'clock, but it's dark, right, and I saw like a little homeless fella in a doorway, and I thought, I'll give him a quid, right, but he was asleep.
Yeah.
And I thought, at what point when you're homeless do you say, do you know what, fancy an early night?
Yeah. Well, he's probably just tired, delirious, or has drugged himself to sleep because of the unbearable pain. What time was it?
Well, it was about 8:15, I think.
I don't think time's relevant if you're homeless. Like the thing I was saying about the calendar, you know, if you're homeless, you're just out on the streets, aren't you? What does it matter? Like, oh, must be up early in the morning, I've got a full day of excruciating poverty before me, I must get some shut-eye. Just sleep when you can, if you're homeless. Do you know what I mean? I don't think you have to stick to some regimented schedule, Carl. That must be one of the few pleasures of being homeless, is you are your own boss.
Do what you want.
Yeah.
So they can actually do that saying, do what you want.
Do what you like should be the whole of the law.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do.
Go on.
Play some Prince, because that's just what I want to do.
Look at you living by your will. That was Going Nowhere, cut copy. This is BBC 6 Music. I'm Russell Brand here with Karl Pilkington till 1 o'clock in the morning. If you want to send us an email, you can do that at russell.6music@bbc.co.uk, russell.6music@bbc.co.uk. Let us know what you're up to, or you can text us at 64046. Got a text here, another text, right, from Steve and Jack. It says, "Ear, Russ, me again." Right, there's an exclamation mark after ear, so they're exclaiming, ear, right, they want our attention. me again, about calendars and stuff, did you know that this year will be 1 second longer than last year, according to The Sun, Steve and Jack? Right, but he says me again, but it says Steve and Jack, so that's two people, so that should be us again, shouldn't it? But I suppose if it is Steve, that's right.
It's costing 10 pence to send that on.
I'm not having a go at him, I'm just wanted to clear up whether I'm to regard this text as being from Steve and Jack, or just Steve, you know, maybe he's got, Jack might have different views. It says that, anyway, the important thing really is that this year is going to be 1 second longer than last year, according to The Sun. That means, like, the time is slowing down.
Who's asked for this? Is this the farmers again?
I don't think this is a farmer's request. Could we have years that are a bit longer? We want to go fox hunting. We want people to wear really spiky shoes. We want to be able to brush underneath foxes with the palms of our hands. They've got a lot of demands, haven't they? Yeah. In the farming community.
So why is it happening then? You're saying because...
Well,
slowing down.
Really, I just say that this illustrates that time is a mutable quantity. That's what I say. I mean, I don't know much about quantum physics.
But they haven't gone mad though, have they? It's a second.
Right, yeah, have an extra second. It's not like you can do extra— what are you going to do with your extra second? Well, too late, that's it. That little bit of contemplation you just had, you've used it up.
I mean, go mad, chuck in another 3.
Another 3 seconds.
It's not going to make any...
I don't know what you could achieve, but hold on, don't Eminem say that, you know, it only takes a second to, you know, any moment you could change your life? Yeah, I think that might, a sort of something like that appeared on the poster for 8 Mile. It only takes, you know...
Yasu and Dory, he was saying something about 7 seconds as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, right, 7 seconds away, in his sort of Paul Young type of voice that he had.
Do you notice, like, the world slowing down and that, though, right?
Yeah, go on.
You're saying you've got an extra second. Is that because of the amount of stuff that's getting on the world?
What do you mean, so like I think that you regard quantum physics and astrophysics like from the perspective of Superman 2, like the world's got loads of stuff on it, so it's getting slowed down. We need Superman to rewind it a little bit, like he did when Lois Lane died.
I know, but look at it though, right? Look like the world when it started. Yeah. Right. It's pretty empty on it. It's quite barren.
It was barren. There weren't much going on.
Right. Suddenly, got loads of houses.
Yeah.
You got all these big buildings being knocked up that we don't really need. There's too many of them now, aren't they? Like big offices.
There's plenty. There's a circuit. Yeah.
So that's going to slow it down a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I suppose
it's not a bad idea.
Belden, doesn't Einstein say that matter cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed? Like, you know, so when that's true, if you think of it, like a house, that was cement and sand and bricks and that, and it's been made. You know, so I think there's the same amount of stuff on the earth as there always was.
No, but then you've got a 3-piece suite that's been put in that house. And it all adds up, doesn't it?
But I think that 3-piece suite has been made out of stuff that was already here. You know, it's not like no one's gone by Kazam and created one. And even if it's like new beings being born, they've still been created from cells from like whoever, you know, birthed them out. So I don't know. I don't think the world's getting heavier. I don't think that's why time's slowing down anyway. So I think you need to dramatically reconsider that. And perhaps you should do that during the next track, Cole. Dead Leaves on the Dirty Ground by White Stripes there. This is BBC 6 Music. I'm Russell Brand. Dead Leaves, Dirty Ground. It's all a bit dour and downbeat, innit? But it's because he knows she's not around. I suppose he's unhappy. That seems to be the central message. Yeah, I've got a text message here. What does Karl smell like? Does he smell like dead dogs? Well, I don't know, I don't really ever smell him, not from this distance. I'm assuming that I've not smelled dead dogs either, but I reckon if someone did smell of dead dogs, you'd be able to smell them from a metre away, wouldn't you? The smell of death. It's got to carry over a metre. So I think I can confirm that no, he don't. Also, I know that he's got quite a regimented beauty routine. For example, the other day he went and had a facial.
Yeah, well, that's the first time ever, and that's because you gave it to me.
Yeah,
it's not the sort of thing I hang around. I probably won't go again.
You enjoyed it though, didn't you?
Little bit weird.
What was weird about it? Didn't you like it?
I just was lying there. Well, first of all, she annoyed me because she put like a hair hat on my head, which you don't need, because
rubbing it in. That's the aforementioned baldness.
And speaking of baldness, right, let me just show you this. Stephanie's sitting there waiting for emails. She's looking at internet on combs and stuff. So she's rubbing it in.
Yeah, why is she looking at the combs?
Because she's got hair and I haven't. She's probably going, look what I can do.
Comb my lustrous, glorious brown hair. Why should you just rake it across your scalp?
But, yeah, the old, sort of facials and colonic and all that. When did that suddenly start happening?
I think people have just got more body conscious and more self-aware because we become more vain, more narcissistic and more self-involved. What I liked about that facial was when I met you just before the facial, I waited for Karl in a cafe sort of like round the corner from the place, and it was quite a low beat sort of a cafe, and even though it was in Kensington it was quite sort of, which is a posh area, it was quite a sort of a dour, sort of an ordinary sort of cafe, and like I was waiting, but while I was waiting for him I sort of met these two women, right? One of them was about 50, one of them was about 40. One of them was quite a busty sort of a woman, you know, quite attractive, but about 40. The other one was sort of 50. They're both sort of like quite brassy sort of a women. I imagined, this might be my prejudice, I imagine they were married to criminals. That was, you know, I don't want to judge them, but that's what I imagined. And I was sort of talking to them, goes, oh, my mate's coming, like, we're going for a facial, I'll get them for nothing. Like, people give you vouchers to go and have a free facial. My mate Karl's coming, he's from Manchester, he's a bit afraid of things he doesn't understand and the unknown. So they were, oh, right, okay. And when Karl arrived at the cafe to meet me before the facial, one of the women just off her own back goes, yeah, right, we're gonna do this facial here. She was nothing to do with the facial, it's just a random woman I've met in a cafe. Yeah, we're alright, love, you for the facial? Yeah, I'm all nervous and stuff. And she goes, right, we'll sit down, we'll do the facial here. Meanwhile, the lovely busty one had gone off to the toilet. She re-emerged from the lavatory. Karl went, hold on, what's happening here, what's happening? Thought that we'd got into some sort of brothel scenario, judging me on accounts of my past, things that I've moved away from. It's a lovely little conundrum. But then when you went into the facial, you were still like, a bit edgy, didn't like wearing that little dressing gown, did you?
It's just like they know that they're in control and they're making you put on this little dressing gown that didn't fit even. Yeah. So I felt really sort of like open.
Did you felt a bit exposed? You looked like a sort of a sweet little Japanese girl.
Yeah, I didn't like it. And then I don't understand, why is it that whale noises are meant to be relaxing?
Well, I don't know, I guess because of our primal, like, you know, perhaps at the dawn of time, when we were still marine animals, it'd be comforting, wouldn't it, to listen, oh, there's a lovely whale. But I don't know, maybe it's just like, oh,
they could be moaning, like, can you turn that off? She went, no, it's relaxing. I said, it's not, it's annoying me.
You didn't enjoy listening to that whale. What would you rather have? What would settle you? What kind of music or sounds would you have preferred to have had in that situation?
The sound of the sea, waves are quite relaxing. Right. It's just not the animals that are in it, or the creatures or the mammals or whatever, just give me the sea.
Yeah, I've got an idea. Would you rather have had Enjoy the Silence by Depeche Mode? What about that? That's Star Sailor This Time. This is BBC 6 Music. I'm Russell Brand here with Karl Pilkington. We're standing in for the moment, just keeping things going, keeping the world spinning. So we've got a phone call now from, is it Lucian? Are you there, Lucian?
Hello, yeah, this is Lucian.
Well, yeah, it's, well, thank you very much for, calling us. What seems to be the trouble? How can we help you?
Well, I'm just, phoning up to clarify this thing about the daylight savings.
Oh, yeah?
Well, it's for fathers. I'm the nephew of a farmer.
You're a farmer's nephew, are you?
Yes.
And I expect with that comes a certain amount of responsibility, don't it?
No, there's no responsibility.
No duties to be performed on the farm or anything?
Well, no, not really. I don't live near the farm. I sometimes go there. We've just been there, actually, for Christmas.
Was it nice to have a nice...
It was alright, yeah. I mean, it's a little bit depressing.
Why, what, because of the fall of agriculture and everything?
Yeah.
Industrialisation of farming, it's going to be depressing.
Exactly. Yeah. It's no longer a working farm.
But really, it's just a... Well, then, perhaps your uncle releases stranglehold over the quantum physics and let the day start when it's meant to start. That's what I'd say.
Maybe that can happen now. That's my point. I'm saying that surely that can happen now because farming is now a defunct industry. But in the olden days, the farmers needed to get up when it was light, and so that's why we had daylight savings.
Right, but now the farmer's got to take his icy grip off the throats of the common man and just let us get up at a sensible hour.
Let me tell you, it's the other way around. The common man has an icy grip around the throat of my uncle.
Is it a literal grip, or is it very much a metaphorical grip?
It's the same metaphorical grip that you started, yeah. It's not a literal grip.
Yeah, well, my metaphorical grip was grounded in reality, Lucian. My one, it was a metaphor, but it was based on reality. So
based on the reality of your tiny mind not understanding daylight savings.
I understand, like, you know, if you're going to meddle with time, why don't we just now announce that it's 6 o'clock and all stop and, like, have a cup of tea and watch some cricket or something, you know, like...
You can hang yourself by your own petard as you're doing exactly this moment. What a nonsense thing you just said.
Not by my own petard. Of all the things to get hung by, my own petard is the most humiliating, isn't it?
Yeah, your little tongue licking its words out is tying itself around your neck and strangling you on radio.
That's an horrible way to die. You've got the mind of a criminal genius, Lucian. And also, why is it, do you know that this year's going to be 1 second longer?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, there's a whole...
You're blame that on the farmers as well, are you?
Well, I think they've got to take some responsibility for it. They're dabbling in our affairs.
What about the electricians and engineers?
Well, I don't think that they've ever gone, can it now be midnight? I don't think that electricians and engineers have ever done that, Lucian.
Well, the farmers have never done it.
They've had too much power.
The farmers didn't say, oi, we want the clocks forward.
Listen.
We were quite happy. I'm not a farmer, I shouldn't be saying we. But it was the government saying, look, too many farmers are not getting up and they're not being able to go to they can go in and take part in the community activities. We've got to set the daylight hours according to the lay of the land.
Lucian, I appreciate your call very much, but your blinkered loyalty to your farmer uncle is bewildering.
This is 6.
You're listening to BBC 6 Music, I'm Russell Brand. That was Not Was with Outcome the Freaks. Before that was Johannesburg by Gil Scott-Heron. I like that The Revolution Will Not Be Televised by Gil Scott-Heron, which he talks about, you know, if there was a revolution, it will not be brought to you live on radio, it won't be sponsored by. It talks about, like, the nature of a revolution, what a revolution would actually be like, and, like, the revolution will not be televised. Well, I always used to think, you know, yeah, I like this, and I'm up for the idea of a revolution. Are you, Carl?
Not really worried about it.
Right, if you don't think deeply enough, I'd like a revolution, but if there was gonna be a revolution, and I weren't gonna be right at its core, manoeuvring it at its heart, I would want it to be on the telly, just to, you know, so, well, how's it going? You know, you'd want to be involved with it, wouldn't you?
But it would get on the telly. I mean, there's loads of channels now, isn't there?
There is, yeah. They couldn't ignore it, could they? Like a story like this, there's a revolution.
Let's pop it on.
Yeah,
put it on, like,
how much coverage can you give to, like, sporting events or, like, you know, makeover shows where there's a revolution?
Would you pay? Would that be a pay-per-view for you? Would you bother? Or?
Yeah, I'd invest in watching a revolution. I suppose what Gil Scott-Heron was saying is that when the revolution comes, it won't be part of corporate consumer culture. We will have overthrown things like television. I suppose that's the central message. But even then, wouldn't you set up a more radical television network that would cover the revolution, bring it to people, and encourage them? I reckon Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, the Cuban revolutionaries, if they'd had access to telly, they would have gone, well, yeah, put the revolution on. It's going to encourage people, you know. But, cause mass communication, right, as I'm about to demonstrate by reading out this text message from Rory, is vital in a revolutionary movement, or even if it ain't a revolutionary movement, even if you just want to have a bit of a chat, right? Rory goes, like, he's happy that we played that Depeche Mode tune, because he didn't know the title before, and it was appropriate, right? Because he was on a bus coming from Stansted, right, it was Enjoy the Silence, he was on a bus coming from Stansted from a plane on which nobody, like, bothered speaking, even though the plane was going funny, by which I assume means there was turbulence, or it looked like, you know, that the plane was in jeopardy for a while. And instead of putting on the fasten the seatbelt signs, they put on a no smoking sign instead. Well, if ever there was a situation where you'd want a cigarette, it's when you plummet into your doom on an aeroplane. And he said the stewardess didn't know how to turn on the lights for landing, so had to land in darkness after that. And then he says something's a bit sexist, or the stewardess didn't know how to turn the lights on. Then he apologises in case that is sexist, so fair enough. He's been a little bit sexist and immediately apologised for it, so I think that's fair enough. And then he asked, why are you lot all getting radio shows at Christmas? But we're not you lot, are we? There's only two people in this room, but we can help him with the plane thing. Yeah, that must have been really frightening. Have you ever... I've suffered turbulence once, so that was all really turbulent, all the dinner flew everywhere, and I did think, oh wow, this is it then, this is going to be my terrible death, it's going to be on this plane looking at these faces. But, you know, as it turned out, it was all alright, just got a bit of dinner on me.
I don't like it, I don't like flying.
Why?
I just think it's a bit weird, isn't it?
Right,
your eye up, but I always have that thing of, we shouldn't be up here.
So we're all on radio now, so, you know, sort of technology immediately subverts, like, the natural state. We weren't meant to walk on our hind legs, were we, Carl? What do you want to do? Sort of dwell in caves, never going anywhere, staring at your own ghoulies.
Sounds like a good night in.
Sounds like, yeah. I mean, it's not too different from your actual life, is it? So you've got a remote control in your hand and access to the internet.
Well, do you know, like, I tell you what I always, like, I'm fascinated by on planes and that, right? Do you know, like, when somebody's ill?
Yeah, I do know that.
There's always a doctor on the plane.
Okay, is there a doctor on the plane? Yes, there is. Over here.
And there always is.
Where are you getting that knowledge from, though, Carl? You're getting it from films?
No, just because I've been on a couple of long flights, and that's when it always happens. The ill people, the legs start clotting up or whatever.
And the legs clotted?
And they go, oh, is there a doctor on? And there always is. They never go, oh, there isn't one on, what are we going to do? There's always one.
I don't reckon that.
No, honestly, there is. And my point is, you know, us, nurses and doctors always say they never get enough holidays.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever somebody's ill,
they're always
on thing. Yeah, if the toilet's bunged up and they ask for a plumber, never one about.
Never one about, but then they can just drop the whoopsie directly onto the ground below, can't they? They should never need a plumber, just a stick.
Good point. Fair enough.
Lottery winners on Acid Crimea there. I got into that, I quite liked it, it's sort of quite upbeat, it took me away a little bit, but I can't help but think about, like, as soon as anyone says lottery winners, I have to think about, is it Mike Carroll, or whatever that is always referred to as Lotto Lout, Mike Carroll, whatever he's called, that proper, like, I like him, because I like it that sort of, he's just built himself a sort of a moat of vulgarity with his wealth, right? He does like all that stock car racing, like, on his grounds of his mansion, and all his like neighbours are, oh God, this was such a lovely neighbourhood. That he burns tyres and that, he's just all reckless living his life with all a band of his sovereigns. And like when he had to go to court to be given an ASBO, he just he turned up drinking beer, like in the court. Well, you can't do that, you know, you're in court and you're, well, I'm rich, I should drink beer whenever I choose. I like it, I like the decadence of it. I'm into him. Do you like him?
He's alright.
Yeah, I'm really pro him as a person.
You see, I wouldn't want that much money, I don't think.
Why?
Just money brings you hassle, doesn't it? With money.
No, because imagine if you've got absolutely, I think what money does is it provides you with some sort of buffer zone, protects you from the world, right? Because like if you've got, like, if you're really rich, you don't even have to look at gas bills, you don't even know that there are problems in the world. If you've got a bit of money, it's alright, you can stay in hotels, you can get cabs everywhere. If you've got no money, you're just on the street.
No, yeah, but I didn't say I didn't want any. Right? I wouldn't be sat here pressing these buttons for you and that, would I? If I didn't want any, I could have stayed at home.
Right, okay, so that's what's true, you're here for money. I thought that there was at least some vocational love.
It's just Christmas is expensive, isn't it? You know.
You're like a radio mercenary, ain't you?
No, but you're
like a radio A-team.
Don't you know what I mean, though? Like, having money and that, it's like, you've got loads of money, so suddenly you've got to spend it, so you've got to find things to do. Like travelling around the world and that. If I won the lottery, I wouldn't tell my girlfriend.
What, you just have a secret stash of millions?
Well, just because she'd start saying, oh, let's go to India and all that, and I'd be like, I don't want to go to India.
Why don't you want to go to India?
I just don't want you to get on injections and that. I always think if you need an injection, you shouldn't be going there.
But I think that you're going to have to start embracing life a little bit more.
Well, I did. I had a facial last week because of you.
Fair enough. You have to make a scene about it, though, didn't you? We've got a nice text message here, surprised by the quality of music on your show. Always had you down for a shandy drinker that would hang out with menswear in Camden. I do live near Camden. I've never met menswear, though. Keep up the good work. That's from Paul. Thank you, Paul, for that endorsement. Although, I can't drink shandy because I'm a recovering alcoholic and drug addict, so even a shandy could push me over the edge.
Really?
Yeah, even a shandy. That'd be, like, though Paul is saying, you know, shandy drinking would, like, is an effeminate thing to do. That, for me, that would be butch. That'd be like a desperate band drink for me now, a shandy. Although, you know, sort of in the day I did sort of pour tequila into my eyes.
Got a bit down again, hasn't it?
What?
I've sort of brought it all down a bit.
What, the energy, talking about alcoholism? Yeah, alright, 3 years clean, I've had a nice Christmas, everything's all jolly. If you want to send us a text message, what's the number for text messages, Carl?
64046.
Nice, send us a text message.
Email russell.6music@bbc.co.uk.
And send us either of those. You can telephone if you want. And Rory, who's just had that, like, near-death experience up in the skies. He's still on the bus. Apparently he's continuing with his nightmare on there. I once know someone who, on a bus, committed an act of onanism. That means manual self-pleasuring on a bus. Of all the places to do that. You know, I mean, perhaps this isn't a topic we should dwell on in any degree of detail, but Rory, I'm glad you're listening to us on Six Music, because there are worse ways to entertain yourself on a bus journey. This is BBC Six Music. You're listening to Russell Brand. That was Suede, Stay Together. Suede have like reformed now, haven't they, as the Tears. Like, it's like Brett and Bernard got back together as a band, but like if you go to any of their gigs, right, and like sort of as the Tears, you sort of, oh, this is quite good, I'm feeling quite nostalgic about the past. You might feel like they refuse to like revisit any of their Suede back catalogue. So if you go and see the Tears and sort of think, oh, them were the days, or play Animal Nitrate, it's like, what? I beg your pardon? We are the Tears. I think it's Suede you're thinking of. No, we'll play Beautiful Ones. That really take me back. I remember when I met my girlfriend. Beautiful Ones, that was the anthem of the day. I do apologise. We, as the Tears, will certainly not be playing any of that mumbo-jumbo. They've divorced themselves. I reckon what happened now is they'll probably have another argument as the Tears, right? They'll fall out again, and then sort of like they'll reform and call themselves like, you know, One Last Try, or something like that, or Failed Marriage, or Locked Together Out of Mutual Need, right? Then they won't do any more of the Tears songs. They've got to break this cycle at some point, haven't they? That was Forest Fire by Lloyd Cole and the Commotions. That was a live session that was recorded for Richard Skinner, right, on Radio 1, 5th of July 1984. It's one of them session things. That's good. So, yeah, we're in that Christmas purgatory week, aren't we? Like, oh, what day is it? I don't know. It's come up to a Wednesday now, but it's also meaningless, isn't it? Christmas Eve, Boxing Day. What is the actual day? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? So we've been, like, sort of talking about Christmas and analysing Christmas, trying to ground ourselves, trying to find some facts. Carl just told me, you know that, thing, like, sort of in the First World War, 1914 to 1918, or whenever it was, like, there was that famously that football match between the English and the Germans in no man's land on Christmas Day. It's one of those beautiful things. Go on.
No, apparently it didn't happen. I thought it did.
I thought we did. We all, as a nation, as a continent, I think, believe that there was that football match between the English and the Germans, Christmas Day. Oh, the guns fell silent, and it's a beautiful, poignant football match that showed, even though there's this war on, we're not so different, and it shows the futility and senselessness of war. But you saying that, why do you think that did not happen, Carl?
Well, a little bit of me says, you know, they're going into battle. Who decided to take a football with them? Right, yeah, okay. So there's that. Is that sort of thing that's niggling me a bit?
Because you'd be carrying a lot of stuff, a lot of rifles,
you know, football, checklist, sort of, right, yeah, got the bullets, got the grenades. Hang on a minute. Who's got the football? Yeah. Right, I just can't. Yeah, case there's a Christmas kickabout as well. Oh, have you bought some fudge fingers? Have you bought some butter brandy? Yeah, brandy butter. You wouldn't bring a football, would you? You wouldn't assume that there's going to be a Christmas Day tryst. I mean, we'll chuck it out there, you know, on the text.
So, yeah,
send a text these days.
Send us a text if you know for a fact that's true. Were you there?
64046.
Yeah, send us that, because I'd like to know. Because, if that is an apocryphal tale, right? Apocryphal meaning something reputedly true, but actually just like nonsense.
No.
Yeah, right, for an example of an apocryphal tale, Carl, is, you know, George Washington, the first President of the United States, apparently, like, you know, they say that he chopped down a cherry tree, right, on his father's grounds, and his father said, George, did you chop down that cherry tree? And he went, Father, I cannot tell a lie, yes, I did. His father was so impressed by this display of honesty that he just went, oh, well, don't worry about the cherry tree then, son, you're a very good lad. Right, so that's an example of an apocryphal tale.
Could he have blamed someone else? Was anyone else around when he cut the tree down?
So, no, because this is an example, right, of not about, like, you know, sort of, it weren't like he was up against it. It's not like George Washington's dad had him in a sort of a prime suspect scenario where if George Washington didn't come clean, he was going to get caught anyway. It's about George Washington's integrity and morality, so that's why that tale has come about, because it demonstrates, oh, George Washington, what a good man, because it ain't actually true, it never even happened, right? It's just to demonstrate that he was an honest and decent man, and it illustrates the idea of, sort of like, you know, sort of like, say you and I, like, on our way home tonight, we nicked some equipment from this studio, like that computer, that that computer screen thing, if we nick that, right, but we probably won't nick it, but the reason that we're not nicking stuff from here is probably, is it because of fear of consequences, or is it because, oh no, it's wrong to steal from Six Music, it's a good radio station, it's an authentic, you know, music-based, so let's not nick none of their stuff, or is it because we think there'll be consequences? Carl, what do you think?
What you asking me? Why?
I'm asking you.
I've already got a laptop. I've got a laptop at home.
Alright, then the stapler. Why aren't you going to nick the? Are you going to nick?
Do you know what? I can't remember the last time I used one of them. I don't need one. I haven't used them for ages. Do you know when I was on jury duty, right?
Yeah, jury duty recently.
I can't talk about it and stuff because you're not allowed.
No, now you think you're some justice master.
Well, you know, I've got
like a superhero that's an innate understanding.
Well, you haven't done it, and maybe one day you'll be the chosen one.
You were randomly chosen for that jury duty.
You say that though, so people sort of don't feel bad if they don't get picked, but I reckon they've gone, let's get Pilkington in.
No, I don't think so, because I remember reading, remember reading stories about that case while it was ongoing, and it said things like, 11 members of the jury got on with their jobs dispensing justice, whereas the 12th member was causing a lot of aggravation, and I thought, that's Karl Pilkington, upsetting the wheels of justice.
The main judge was loving it. He sort of said, you've done a great job there.
What, to you specifically?
Well, to all of us, but he was looking at me when he said it and stuff.
I reckon...
But no, anyway, listen, I'm not allowed to talk about it. You keep going on about it and stuff.
You brought it up, didn't you?
I'm just saying. But, something that I used there that I haven't used for years, right? Pencil sharpening.
You sharpen pencils?
Well, I didn't do it, but I was close to, because they give you pencils to write your notes and stuff.
Yeah.
I saw one there, and I was close to using it, and I thought, will I use it, because I haven't used it in ages, or will I try and keep it up and not use it?
Well, like sort of a personal challenge, go the rest of your life.
Yeah.
It's interesting because there is a finite a number of times that you will use a pencil sharpener now for the rest of your life. You might only sharpen another 2 pencils for the whole rest of your life.
Yeah.
It's terrifying to think about. So if you know about that First World War thing...
Oh yeah, definitely.
Give us a bell.
64046 would just want to know if it happened or if it didn't or whatever, and that will put another song on.
It's Lonely in the Shines. That was R.E.M. Electrolyte. Before that it was Lonely in the Shines, Malcolm Middleton. This is BBC Six Music. I'm Russell Brand here with Karl Pilkington. We've got some nice text messages, right? Roy from Liverpool, he's enjoying the show and he's querying whether or not that, because we were talking about the football match, was it apocryphal, that football match in First World War when the Germans and the English played a football match on Christmas Day? It was like a one-day truce. Got a text message here from, well, this anonymous person goes, I don't know if the match happened, but I get fed up with people believing everything they hear. He's had enough of people just believing things. Would you think that's a good attitude, Karl?
Fed up with... I don't know, I like sort of reading stuff though and going...
Yeah, you absorb a lot of information, don't you?
Only sort of stuff that interests me though. Like, the last few days I've read about how, like dogs, right?
Yeah.
They know if you're ill. Like, there's little dogs that are running about, and if you've, say, got, like, a little, let's not bring it down too much, but say, like, a little tumour in your leg.
Right, so probably just a cyst.
Yeah, alright then, yeah.
Yeah, it's not malignant.
But I don't know how good the dog is, I don't know if it would know if it's a cyst.
I'm not suggesting that the dog does a full-on diagnosis, Karl. I'm just saying that just for the purposes of this example, let's say it's a non-malignant tumour, it's just a cyst, it's just water retention, it's nothing to worry about, but the dog still knows.
So the dog sort of goes, oh, what's going on here?
Yeah, how does he express that?
I'm not sure, I didn't read...
See, this is probably an example, like this gentleman or woman saying, like, you know, I get fed up with people believing everything they hear. He's probably fed up with you believing that, because, right, how does the dog know, right, one thing, is it just some intuition? How does he communicate that he's in possession of that knowledge?
I don't know.
Like that dog that went sausages, tumour, tumour, carcinogens. I don't think that the dog will be able to relay that complex information.
There was another one as well that, they gave to people who had fits. Right?
Another dog?
Yeah, there's loads of different types of dogs.
Well, this one's good for fits. If it's fits you're having, sir, you might have this dog. Don't flash around near its eyes, it will panic.
It had to be a small one, because what it would do, it would sense that its owner is about to have a fit before even the person did.
Right.
And it would wrap itself around the fella's head, so that when he...
Like a dog hat to protect his head, like a dog crash helmet. I don't believe you because it sounds like a cartoon where a woman's wearing a fox fur and then the fox turns to him and goes, "We really shouldn't be at this banquet." I don't think that sort of thing really happens in life. Dogs wrapping themselves around people's heads. That should go on the list. I think it's quite feasible there may have been a Christmas Day truce between Germany and England at a football match, although it makes you think, yeah, who fought to pack the football during a World War situation? That's more easy for me to believe than a dog wrapping itself around someone's head before that person has a fit.
That's only because you're choosing now, aren't you? You're sort of going, I don't want to believe that. Whereas I'm open to it. It's like, well, let's see, you know.
Don't try to come across as if you're a prophet, Carl, like, and I'm like some unbeliever, some doubting Thomas figure, like, there's none so blind as them that won't see that you can wrap the dog around your head to prevent you having fits.
I just said to you, though, I said, and something else I read was, like, picking your nose is, they're saying it's now good for you.
Yeah.
And you're going, oh yeah, brilliant, I'm happy about that. So you pick and choose what you wanna...
Bogies is what I pick and choose. Mucus! Yeah, but no, there's at least some logic to that, like, you know, it's the purity, if you pick your nose, it's good for you, because you told me this, because it's cleaning out impurities, right? So there's a logic to that. It's feasible, isn't it? It's not such a leap as believing that canines will wrap themselves around someone's head just because their prescient dog reckons that the person's going to have a fit. Just find that difficult to believe, Carl.
Yeah, I'd love it now, right, if there's someone who's just listening to Six Music, little dog wrapped round
having a fit. Like, just go, hold on a minute, let me just prise Fido away from my luggo, listen to this, oh my word, why is this person refusing to believe a simple truth, these naysayers?
Well, text us if you've heard of that, 64046, and it's not, you know, that's what I've heard, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, alright, fair enough. Like, if you've got any information on that, what's 6404?
64046, yeah.
Nice.
Just text in.
Okay, it's gone midnight now, it's going quite late, we're into our final hour. You know, we were talking about Suede and the Tears before, it's very separate identity. Nathan from London says, it looks like Tears have all but split up already, cancelled gigs and talk of discontent by Brett and Byrne. What kind of relationship are those two men in? Why can't they hold it together? What is it? You know, it's like they're bound together by some sort of creative, shared ideal, but...
It's just some people don't try hard enough, do they? It's like relationships now, weddings don't last long and that, do they? People get married and they can't hack it.
I reckon that Brett and Bernard should get some sort of dog, perhaps just a corgi or something, and when it senses they're going to have a little row, it just wraps itself very quickly around Bernard's head and sort of grabs Brett by the ghoulies. That was XTC, The Disappointed. This is Russell Brand, this is BBC Six Music. I like that, The Disappointed. My favourite XTC track is that one that goes really high, like a really high thing, say a sunflower. I really like that, I can't remember what it's called, just give us a text if you know, and you can tell us. We've got some other texts, right? You know, we're talking about that famous football match in World War I, where on Christmas Day there was a truce, the English and the Germans played a football match. The insanity of war is thereby demonstrated. We wondered if that was an apocryphal tale, or if it actually happened. We've got, a couple of text messages. Yes, it did happen. Please stop talking rubbish and play music. Our TV licence is paying for you to have a chat. Shut up. That's quite, like, aggressive, but at least the information has been included in that. Yes, the match did happen. Sorry about that, you know, but we're not actually being paid very much for this, so don't feel begrudged. And also, like, I've got a TV licence as well, so in a way it's like a vortex of endless mirrors pointing at each other. Right, and there's another text message here. It says, according to the last Tommies on BBC One the other week, where WW1 soldiers related tales of war, it did happen. That's from Roger in Blackpool. So, alright, on the balance of this evidence, that did happen, that football match, Carl, so there you are. So whatever you heard, people saying that it didn't happen, that's just people just trying to ruin your appreciation, because that's like, it demonstrates the beauty of human nature, doesn't it? Oh, even during this war, all this senseless killing, millions of young men sent to their death, human spirit conquered that just for a couple of hours. They played football. Must have been a strange match, though, I'm thinking.
Yeah. I heard something else about war and that, right?
Yeah.
This little, sort of Japanese fella, right?
Yeah.
I think it was in the war in about the 70s. Would that have been Vietnam War or something?
Vietnam, Cambodia. You know, I think there was the 70s wars.
Right, well, there was this little fella, right, who was so dedicated to being a soldier,
yeah,
that his boss, I don't know, is that a sergeant or a...
Yeah, I guess it's a sergeant, captain.
Right.
You know.
Well, the captain said to him, right, listen you lot, because there was about 30 of them. He said, we're going into war now. This is your job, right?
Yeah.
We don't want anyone sort of not trying the best. It's important.
No shirking.
You're fighting for your country and everything, right? And they all went off, and one by one they got broken up a little bit.
Yeah, you know, that's bad organisation.
Either killed or they bottled it or whatever.
Drifted off.
But this one fella, I can't remember his name, which is a bit bad because he was a grafter. You know, he gave it 100%. He carried on, right? Sort of working his way through like the woods or wherever the battle was going on.
Yeah.
And he got split up from all the others. And he kept going and going, right? And like surviving in the woods for years and years, right? And because he was on his own, he didn't know that the war was over.
Yeah.
The war had ended, right?
He just carried on.
The captain fella, probably retired.
Yeah.
But for 30 years, this little fella...
He just carried on.
He carried on because he didn't know it was over, so he was living in the woods and stuff. And I think what happened at the end, this kind of got on the news because his family was like, where's our little... whatever his name is, right? Yeah. He went out to battle, we don't know where he is, what's going on.
For 30 years.
It's going on and on. And then some kid was walking through the woods or something.
Yeah.
Saw this fella. And he said, what are you doing here, right?
Yeah.
And he said, oh, I'm still in war and that. He goes, what war? What are you talking about? Right. It was ages ago. And he was like, no, I don't believe you, right? So the kid wandered off, and he went to find the sergeant.
Who is this kid? Some sort of sleuth kid. I'll find that sergeant, so help me God.
He went to found the sergeant who'd retired and everything. He said, look, sergeant, what's his name? Let's call him, I don't know, give him a name.
Dave.
Dave, right? Dave's still in the woods. And he's like, you're joking, aren't you?
Yeah.
He said, no, Dave still thinks the war's going on. Will you at least come and see him and let him know it's all over because he doesn't believe anyone, right?
He's dedicated.
So Dave, so the kid and the sergeant got the sergeant, went to see Dave, and
if the sergeant's that near to the woods, couldn't he have just popped in?
He didn't know. He was
just oblivious.
Dave,
he was just on the periphery of the woods.
Died or whatever, given up, ran off. He didn't know, and they gave him a load of money and that. I said, look, we owe you back pay. Right. Gave him like 30 years pay or something.
He'd been fighting this war. What kind of contribution was Dave making to this war if he can be in the woods 30 years? He's not seeing anybody, he's not shooting anyone, there's no war happening. What did he think military life was about? Just being in the woods? Sounds like an Enid Blyton story. He's just a man in the woods.
That's where all the stuff goes on though, doesn't it? It's sort of...
Well, yeah, but there's got to be some sort of conflict, some sort of combat, isn't it? I mean,
well, not really, no. We've just been talking about a load of army people playing football, so...
Well, so he could have just been there doing keepy-ups for 30 years alone. Singing Spanish techno by the New Pornographers is BBC Six Music. I'm Russell Brand. That's alright, wasn't it? I enjoyed listening to that. Right, I've got some text messages here, because we were talking about the First World War. Did that football match happen on Christmas Day? Right, what have we got? It happened, this is from Dan in Liverpool. He goes, it happened according to the farms altogether now. Right, he says, why not play it and find out? Well, we might do later, I'm not sure. But you're all together now in no man's land, together in no man's land. So, right, I mean, I'm not saying that perhaps, you know, the farm, they're not sort of historians of much repute, you know, are they? But look, a great band, but can we trust them on history? You know, I don't know if their word can be final on it. But it seems that next further tips the balance in the favour of that football match did happen. We've got the farm, we've got a BBC documentary, it seems a lot of support behind it. A few other text messages that we should clear up. Right, Paul from Lurgan, reckons, he goes, surely there would have been mines on the pitch and mud. So he reckons that the match might have been... Also, I think, you know, it'd been difficult to enjoy the match with, like, you know, not only you're worried about, oh God, I hope I can bend this ball into the flight of the outside right, and then think, oh, and also I mustn't step on a mine. Also, you think, sort of, say that there was sort of a fight or something on the pitch, and you sort of think, oh God, no, he elbowed me when we went for that header. You'd sort of think, oi, you know, but then you think, well, you know, tomorrow I might kill him. So it's like, sort of put, sort of Vinnie Jones style aggressive behaviour into a new perspective. Right, also, I've heard I've heard of dogs doing that, and it was on the telly. Oh, right, this is from Callum in Scotland. He's heard that thing that you've heard about the illnesses.
Knowing about illnesses.
Yeah, but I bet Callum doesn't go as far as to say that, you know, dogs being able to detect illness will then wrap themselves around the head of someone who's about to have a fit. And I frankly don't think that that's likely. Got another text message. Cheer up, guys. We're quite cheerful. That's Catherine. She says that we need to cheer up. I feel quite upbeat, as a matter of fact, considering the time of night, and we're in that Christmas, New Year's Eve purgatory.
Yeah. I think we're doing enough.
I think we're alright. Rory was travelling home from the airport. We'd had a nightmare flight. He's finally reached home. He's going to get out his Ricky Gervais calendar. He's saying that now. Why is he going to do that now? It's not the New Year. Is this something to do with you?
Isn't that bad luck?
Don't get it out yet, Rory. It's bad luck. Find some other way of amusing yourself. You're back home now, so onanism at home isn't as bad as on the bus. If you were interfering yourself on a bus, I'd have been concerned. But now you're back home, you know, go to it. Get up to whatever you want. Also, we've got, Roy in Liverpool requested that we wanted us to play a Killing Joke. Right, we're going to do that. Let's do that now. Yeah, why not? So BBC 6 Music, that was Sly and Robbie with Boots. You're listening to Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington. That Sly and Robbie track took you back, didn't it, mate?
It did, yeah.
Go on.
It's weird, that.
Why?
Just because it's just weird, isn't it, how music can bring memories right back.
Yeah, of course. It's really an astonishing phenomenon. What has that brought back for you?
I think that was from about 86 or 87, right? And I was working in Cordon Bleu supermarket, right, stacking shelves and stuff. And that used to be on. You know, like, you get these... It's not like today where they have, like, loads of music being played, and they have, like, their own radio stations now, don't they, in supermarkets and stuff.
They're like supermarkets, do they?
Yeah, they do, yeah, they have, like, radio, whatever the supermarket is and stuff. But back then, in Cordon Bleu, right, I think I can mention it, shut down, I'm not doing it any favours.
Well, I don't know, maybe they'll hear this and they'll think, let's resurrect Cordon Bleu. This show's back on the road. It was
grim though. I ended up getting, I mean, there was loads of things that I did that got me the sack. But the main one was, I got put on the frozen stuff. In the fridges and stuff, right? And, I was packing it, I was stacking it all up and all the chickens and the fish fingers. And there was a bag of chicken drumsticks, right? And one of the chicken legs fell out. And I thought, well, that seems a bit of a waste, right? So I priced it up, put like 12 pence on it. For anyone who was passing, go, oh, one chicken leg, 12p.
And they sacked you for that?
Yeah, that was that was like one of the things in all the things that I'd done.
I agree with them, because I don't think you should be making Cordon Bleu policy decisions like that, Karl, on your own. You're just a shop worker, you can't think, oh, right, that chicken leg, I'll price that. But it would have
gone in the bin, so what's the problem? And if someone wants to buy it...
It just makes the shop look a bit cheap, doesn't it? There's like a chicken leg with a price tag on it.
Reasonable, not cheap. 12 pence. I think that's alright.
I'd be disgusted by that. So right, if you listen to Sly and Robbie, it just suddenly
straight away, when I heard the start of that, it was like, oh, it used to be that and Bruce Springsteen with Born to Run. Must have been the same year.
They take you back, 1987, they take you back to 1987, pricing up chicken legs.
Yeah.
Many people would argue that's where you should be in 2005 or 2006, pricing up chicken legs, instead of polluting the airwaves with your ridiculous theories. Right, but like, isn't it that, that's the musical equivalent of Proust, like the French writer Proust going, like, oh, when he had this type of cake, Magdalene cakes, I think they were, he took one bite of that and his mind goes flooding back to his school days, you know, just like the smell of those and the taste of those cakes. There's parts of our mind are enmeshed with certain experiences, like, so for you, Sly and Robbie takes you back to pricing up a chicken leg. I think that's probably what Sly and Robbie had in mind when they wrote that track of Boop, or they probably thought,
but why is Proust getting sort of, you know, why is he remembered for saying what I just said? I didn't know he said it, right? And I said it.
He probably put it all articulately, didn't he, beautifully, you know, in French and in a book. He probably weren't just sat around here at 6 Music going, oh, just priced up a chicken leg and that, and I made a decision for myself. You can't expect that. Are you saying that you are Proust's equal on account of that you've arrived at the same conclusion, albeit by some clunking allegory about an experience you had at Cordon Bleu?
Yeah, because we're both saying the same thing, aren't we?
Yeah, I suppose you are, but Proust is like, you know, he's a writer, isn't he? So everything is it's about language, what he's doing is about the beautiful manner in which it was written, not only the observation, but the way it was articulated. Not that I have read that thing. I think that, you know, in one way, Carl, yeah, what you have said is as valuable as the work of Proust. But in another way, you are a worthless reprobate, and he is a very grand writer. Fleetwood Mac with Long Grey Mare. This is BBC 6 Music. I'm Russell Brand. Before Long Grey Mare, we had, I Understand It, Idlewild. It's been alright, isn't it? So yeah, I'm Russell Brand. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. We're looking after Namone's spot while she's away. It's almost the end of our show now. It's coming up to 1 o'clock, but we're going to be back tomorrow and the next day while Namone's off doing God knows what that woman's up to.
What is her surname?
It's a mystery. She don't say it, I think, for tax reasons, or, like, you know, she's just keen to maintain anonymity. I don't know what the reasons are. But, like, over the last couple of hours, like, it's been quite valuable, and it's been informative and educational, right? I think the one thing we can definitely conclude that football match, which we queried, was it apocryphal, did it actually happen, or was it a real genuine event? I think we can conclude from the farm and from the text messages we got that football match did happen on Christmas Day 1915 or whenever it was supposed to be during the First World War, so that's a good thing, right? That's one thing we've learned. Decimal calendars.
Can I just say on the war thing,
go on.
Because once we've wrapped up the war,
it's over, we're not going back. That's which is the way you should approach war.
Definitely.
The war's won, it's over.
Move on. Yeah.
Move on.
But did they really do the thing with the white flag as well?
Yeah, I think that's just a general thing that happens, yeah. I mean, I don't know why are you bringing that up now? Cause just because wars.
Just because we've just said, like, you know, I didn't think it would have happened because I don't know who would have took a football with them. But if I was in charge of an army,
yeah,
I wouldn't give them a white flag.
Because it sets the wrong tone, doesn't it? Bring in white flags, I've got a very bad feeling about this battle.
Yeah, so get on with it. Don't give them, you know, reasons to start waving a flag about and ending it.
Don't even
fight to the end.
Pack a white flag.
No, don't give it them. I'd rather give them the football.
Like the football, at least that's good for morale, isn't it? Like, okay lads, yeah, bring some bullets, better take a white flag, I'm not feeling confident. They look ever so butch, some of them German boys. Yeah. Well, I think they would use their pants, or something, like a handkerchief. Do you know what I mean? I don't think they'd pack white flags in the event that this war goes dreadfully wrong. I think you've got to approach war in a much more upbeat manner. Right, that's what I'd say.
What else?
Those pants, the multi-purposes, them flags, they wouldn't have had flags. Right, that thing you said about, like, dogs, we've had, like, Callum from Scotland says, right, about, you know, Carl earlier said that there are dogs you can get that, will, if you're epileptic, they sense you're about to have a fit and then they jump up on your shoulders and wrap themselves round your head like a canine crash helmet.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a text message from Callum in Scotland. He says, the wrapping around the head bit is poppycock. The dog will bark to alert a fit and lie beside the person as they have it. That sounds feasible, that, like, it can intuitively sense there's going to be a fit. What I will not accept, Karl Pilkington, is that dog will then leap onto the shoulders of the person and protect their mind like that. That's preposterous.
That's what he said. I don't understand how a bark's good enough, because it could just be someone at the door and you're not ill.
Because this is a highly trained dog, isn't it? It's like, there's somebody at the door. Perhaps it can distinguish, perhaps it does a different, you know, bark for that or something. Like, yeah, I like it that you can accept that the dog, like, you know, that's unreasonable, the dog might bark because there's someone at the door, but you will accept that the dog will jump up on someone's shoulders and wrap it round like a dog hat to protect people. Your facility for, sorting information out is broken. As far as you don't know what is good information and what's bad. I'm surprised you know how to address yourself. I'm surprised you managed to get here. Right, so I think we can conclude that, that to a point is true, but not to the ridiculous degree that you claimed. Whether or not that Japanese man in the army, I mean, you hear stories about that, but I think that might be another one of those apocryphal tales. That, you know, the Japanese man, he goes on fighting for another 50 years. What was he doing? You know, who was he fighting? What did that war entail?
I think it was Vietnam, I think it was.
Why are the Japanese fighting in that war? Well, because you've got to do with him. You know, I mean, I was, you know, sort of, I don't want to be exclusive, but the Vietnam War was between the Vietnamese and the Americans. But to turn up from Japan to join in, it's not, you know, it's not an holiday, it's not an 18 to 30 war, right? And the other thing that I wanted to say about is, that Proust thing and your crazy rhubarb about, Oh yeah, this is the really important thing is we're getting close to truth from by collating and gathering all the different opinions and different bits of information from a great number of people. We're getting closer to truth. Here's this experiment that was done. You know, if you go to a church fete, Carl, right, when you know the horrors that can happen to you at church fete, you were thrown off an altar at church fete once, weren't you? Yeah. Let's not go down that road because I think that's marred you.
Do you know what? Do you reckon we should hold this story, right? Because we're back tomorrow night. If we've got them now, right, the listeners. They'll be going,
hold off the story?
Yeah, just because we've got like 3.5 minutes to fill, and we've got a track, and that will get us nice.
What's going to be the final track?
Probably, She Don't Use Jelly, Flaming Lips.
Okay, let's do that, but tune in tomorrow, because we've got a mind-blowing story about how we as one consciousness will respond better than we do as individuals. Thanks for listening. Have a little bit of sleep now, or continue listening to Six Music, and we'll be back tomorrow, carrying the Moan's package for her. Take care. Hey, so we were just listening to Six Music Plays It Again Presents Liverpool, talking about the new Wave 6-part series that was on Liverpool's music scene post the Beatles, presented by Janice Long. We've got the news coming up now. It's going to tell us about things that have been happening recently. After that, me, Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington will be with you for the next few hours, but first, the news. That was Underworld Born Slippy. You're listening to BBC Six Music with me, Russell Brand, standing in for Nimone. She's still off. Christmas is over now. The balloons are withered. The tinsel is sort of hanging listlessly from the tree, but still Nimone clings to the idea of it being an holiday. I'm here with Karl Pilkington, holding the fort. You alright, Karl?
Yeah, I'm alright, yeah.
What's the problem? Do you begrudge Nimone her holiday period?
Well, like you say, you know, Christmas has been and gone, and she's still... I don't think she's a religious person. You know, she's not over-religious, yet she seems to be milking it.
She certainly doesn't use her show as a platform for her religious views, as we plan to do for the course of the evening. We were going to talk about, like, Christmas. Last night we talked about, like, sort of Christmas mythologies and stuff. We talked about that, that football match that happened in the First World War in No Man's Land. We queried whether or not it happened, but finally it was proven that it did take place because it's in the farm altogether now, in No Man's Land. That was the final bit of proof. We're also going to talk tonight about, you know, Christmas mythology, and it's this weird week, isn't it? That weird week between Christmas and New Year's Eve. We don't really we're all reduced to the status of toddlers or very, very old people, where days and time have no meaning. I'm sort of like a substitute teacher. If I'm sort of a substitute teacher standing in for the moment, I don't know what that makes you, Carl. It's terrifying to speculate. Perhaps it makes you like one of them dogs that help people that have fits that you were talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Carl said that, you know, if you're prone to fits, you can get a dog from the government that will bark when the fit's coming on. It was confirmed that that's actually true, but then Carl left the realms of reason to say that dog will then coil about your skull to prevent you banging your head during your fit. Perhaps like that's your radio.
I mean, we're not going daft. I mean, it was the right sized dog for that job. It wasn't like an Alsatian or something. It was like a sausage dog or something.
I'm not saying that it's
like a good wraparound type dog.
Right, fair enough, Carl. It's not the dimensions of the dog that prevented me from that, if thinking that was reasonable. It's not like, hold on a minute, how big is this dog? It's like that a dog won't just coil itself around someone's head.
And, you know, we settled it. We've agreed to disagree. That's an agreement.
Yeah, okay, well, listen, if you want to join in tonight, we're going to talk about, you know, sort of more stuff like that. We're going to try and resolve once and for all what is the one true faith. And, we're going to talk about, like, you know, Christmas mythologies and stuff. If you want to get in touch with us, you can text us on 64046. You can request things of us, or you can give us a bell on 08700 100 600, or you can text me at russell.6music. Email me, yeah.
russell.6music@bbc.co.uk.
Lovely, but we've got some fantastic music, haven't we, coming up?
We have. Got a right little treat.
I should listen to David Bowie now.
Go on, then.
Alright. This is BBC Six Music. I'm Russell Brand. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. We're standing in for Nimone. That was, of course, David Bowie in fashion. I really like David Bowie. I like the way he changes, transforms himself, the way he meddles with gender and stuff. Do you like him, Karl?
Yeah. I mean, I sort of, I don't know, if I was to go out with a pop star for a night out, I think he'd have some interesting stuff to talk about. It doesn't happen anymore, does it? You don't really get people like that. Like, you'd sort of go, they've got some stories to tell.
I'd like to. I wonder what kind of influence he would have on you, David Bowie. I wonder if he could get you all dolled up. I wonder if he could get you in a swimsuit or something.
That won't happen. It's the same way I like having a chat with you, right?
Yeah.
Because you've sort of had a bit of a past.
Yes.
You've been up to a lot of things that I'd go nowhere near.
Right.
So.
What, all the narcotics and the monkey business and the rhubarb?
All the stuff that you get up to.
Yeah.
You know what you've done, right? And I think
a lot of people won't know what I've done because of, like, it's all taken place in the realms of digital obscurity, Carl, so it's like, yeah, it's not
Well, do you want to mention, do you want to do a quick CV?
Oh, I'll do a quick CV of things I've done. I once, had a bath with a homeless man, I once had a fight with my own father, I once lived with this family of heroin-addicted prostitutes, I once manually stimulated a man in a lavvy as an experiment on the subject of homosexuality.
Right, so, there you go, that's a little taster of what he's been up to. I haven't done any of that.
No. Right. What have you been up to?
I haven't, I'm more of an observer.
I think on this night out with Bowie, I think you'd be left short of anecdotes, Carl.
No, because as long as I know someone who's done all that, I can still do the anecdote, I don't have to...
You can still relay the anecdotes, yeah, without having to have endured any of the hardship, particularly...
See, like this thing, right? The other day, I was reading, I get a science magazine every month, right?
Yeah.
And the latest one of it, it tells you how if you get your head cut off, you can live for 30 seconds. Now, I didn't have to go through that to find that out. I left it for someone else to do.
Yeah.
And now I've read it, so I'm telling you the anecdote. He can't tell you.
But he could have told you very quickly in that 30 seconds. Do you know, for this next 30 seconds, I'll be able to tell...
Yeah. Well, that's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, that's...
So I'd tell that to Bowie, you know, he'd be going on about all the changes
that's great, Carl.
And I'd say, oh, do you know that if you have your head cut off, for 30 seconds you sat there going, oh, I don't like this.
Yeah.
Apparently there's no pain, because your nerve system's acts a bit weird.
Well, of course, your nerve system's gonna malfunction slightly once you've been decapitated. I suppose that's only natural and to be expected.
Weird though, isn't it?
It is weird.
Is that enough?
I think let's disappear into the realms of music and return. Let's give out, you know, we've got this text message firstly, I'll just mention this. I hope you're live tonight, this text message says, because there's this person has a suspicion that there are some programmes that are not live from Six Music. It's all live, isn't it? From Six Music, everything is live and everything. Not like a documentary, because otherwise there'd be a roving reporter, you know, running around Liverpool doing interviews with Jerry and the Pacemakers and Echo and the Bunnymen. That has to be pre-recorded.
But, I mean, if it's not all live, then Namone's really sort of...
Right, that's terrible, because she could have just recorded it before she went on her holiday.
Yeah.
What are we doing standing right? It's 22, 16 and 25 seconds. This is definitely live, right? Oh, it's a bit cold outside, for example. That proves that it's live. Yeah, give us a ring. You can come on the show, make a few requests, have a chat to us. You know, do whatever you like. But for now, why don't we listen to Jose Gonzalez? Oh, Bondage Up Yours by X-Ray Spec. She's a confident young lady, isn't she? This is BBC Six Music. I'm Russell Brand. Like, I don't know how I would cope. Like, that woman there, like, that old bondage attitude, very nice, but I'm not that keen on bondage as an idea anyway. I met this woman that was a dominatrix and an actress in porn films. Really really confident and forthright, very attractive woman. But sort of, I don't think I want to be dominated. I'm dominated in everyday life, isn't it? You sort of, you know, just get onto a bus, they dominate, you know, we've got to have the right change, and then driving the bus really quickly so you can't get up the stairs. That's a situation where I'm subjected to humiliation. I don't want to drag that into my sex life. And also, the stuff they get up to, the dominatrixes, what you want to know, you're curious?
Go on.
They use people as a toilet, for example, to say things in the discreetest way. And also, I went to this bondage...
But is that for fun, or is that like...
These people, these men, get off on being used as a lavvy. And I also, I went to a bondage fair once, right, because I was just, you know, I was filming there. I didn't go there, like, motivated by sort of lust or anything. I was sort of quite Presbyterian in my sexual tastes. Pedestrian, dull, tedious almost, right? I went to this bondage fair. everyone there really, like, was unattractive in the main. Like, people you didn't want to see in normal clothes, let alone wearing PVC and rubber like they all was. And there was one fella there, he had a girl there who I swear was not all there mentally, and he was leading her around on a dog lead and spanking her and letting other people spank her. It's all just sort of so mundane and tedious. And there was a bloke there that had made a special commode where, like, you know, so it was made so that people could get inside it, inside a lavvy.
I don't understand. But is it still to sort of, is it all about sex, that?
Well, I think...
Is the end result still the same as normal people?
Exactly. It all leads to the same place, as it were, the same happy ending. Carl.
So why faff about?
Why faff about? It's ultimately, well, I don't know, I mean, that's the nature of fetish, isn't it? Like, you know, is to objectify things, excite things, get all titillated by one thing. Yeah, Joe, later on the show, we're gonna have a little chat with Philip Salon, who was, like, the, founder of the Mud Club. He used to, do you know what he used to do? He used to compare early Sex Pistols gigs. So he used to, you know, sort of hang about, he's got some anecdotes about, John Lydon and Sid Vicious and Malcolm McLaren, because that's all quite fetishistic, when it all came from a fetish shop that Vivian Westwood used to run on the King's Road, apparently.
Well, there's one round the corner from me, right? A little fetish shop.
Is that why you moved into that address, was it?
No, I'm not.
Hello, nice and local.
I pass it a lot, but, you know, I just sort of have a little sly look in.
What have they got in the window?
Just sort of rubber stuff, big boots and stuff.
Yeah.
But he's never made me sort of go, oh, they look good. I'll nip in there and try them on or anything. Yeah. But, what's really odd, right? It opens at about 8 in the morning.
What kind of pervert gets up at 8 in the morning and says, "Blind by thunder, if I don't get a bodice on quick smart, I can't go through the rest of the day"?
Don't get it, it's weird. Oh, Sainsbury's isn't open. Yeah, you can get a pair of rubber boots.
You can't get yourself a pound of carrots, but if you want to get yourself a sort of a rubber mask, you can do, and some love eggs. That's Unsatisfied by 9 Black Alps. This is BBC 6 Music. I'm Russell Brand. I'm here with Karl Pilkington, standing in for Namone. We've got some text messages. Rory, he was texting us last night. He had a terrible journey on a plane and an awful bus journey. He's very impressed that this is all live. He thought that this has been scripted, pre-recorded and edited. He's astonished that it's all, this is all live. Omnibuses and Planes was how he was travelling last night. He says that would be a good name for a song. Well, I suppose it would be, but, you know, sort of that's just a minute part of the work done. So that if you're in a band, and you sort of spend all your time thinking, oh, what would be a good name for the band, spend hours doing that, and then think, oh no, we've not written any songs, that's the mistake I made with a bedroom band, like, some years ago. Never got anywhere, and it was a result of that attitude. Got some inquiries about this, beheading rhubarb that you've brought up, Carl. Right. Says, if you get your head cut off and you live for 30 seconds, which bit lives, the head or the body? That's from Richard in Huddersfield. Can you clear that up, Carl?
I think it said, the head continues for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Right? They had it, they cut it off, popped it on a stool or something.
Yeah.
And they threw a load of questions at it.
Right. How are you feeling?
Just, it was like the yes, no, it was like Mallet's Mallet type thing. Right. Quick association.
Mustn't pause, hesitate.
Yeah, it was
what can you threaten it with, though? You'll get a bash on the head like this. You've already cut my head off. What more can you do to me?
It was just a quick fire round. And after about, I think, 25, 30 seconds, between that 25 and 30, he was getting a bit groggy and not in the mood for the quizzes anymore.
Look, I'm not interested in this quiz. Could you please give me my body back?
But he went on, it just annoys me how everybody sort of doesn't believe stuff that I've read, and yet you stand there and spout a load of facts.
Facts, yeah, that's the difference, Carl. I spout facts, well-researched facts. Although, you know, no, sometimes the things I say are a bit spurious. Anyway, but just once before this, now this football match thing, the No Man's Land Christmas Day football match, right, it definitely did happen, says, Piley, right, he says, because he saw a video of it today on a music channel, Paul McCartney took part in it. That's, of course, Play the Pipes of Peace, I believe. Right, so that's authenticated that once and for all. If you want to send us a text, you can do so on 640406, and you can. How can they email me if they want to?
Just sort of turn the computer on and that.
That's got to be a start. Don't you know? If you think, oh, you can't sort of stand there condemning technology and saying Terminator 2 was right, what a prophecy that was. The machines have turned. Oh no, I've not switched the computer on.
Well, yeah, just do that. And russell.6music@bbc.co.uk. Send them in,
that's got to be the first step on that journey. We're going to talk about, I've got that important thing to talk about later, about how collective information is more valid than the individual genius. That's an important thing we'll be talking about later. That means, like, so, like, if everyone listening to the show collates their knowledge, we're a much more powerful force than if we had Stephen Hawking or Einstein or some other boffin sat in here. So that's an interesting thing for us to talk about. Over the next hour, we've got Beta Band coming up in a little bit. We've also got, Arctic Monkeys later on in this hour, so it'll be a right nice laugh, I think.
Have we got any live stuff?
Yeah, we have, as a matter of fact. We've got, a session track now from Reckless Eric. This was recorded in 1977 when you and me was all tiny, Carl. Let's have a listen to it. That was Assessment by Beta Band. This is BBC Six Music. I had this lovely thing about Beta Band. Someone criticised them, one of their peers criticised them, said, look, they've got to move on musically. They've been doing the same thing for years, right? And a spokesperson, one of the Beta Band, went, oh, they shouldn't say that about us. We're trying our hardest. That's a nice way to defend yourself. Didn't get all aggressive. Oh, yeah, well, leave it out. I mean, just went, well, we're trying our hardest.
And that's all you can ask for, isn't it?
That's all any of us can do in life, Carl. We're all just trying to make our way through life. We're all born babies. We all die little old men or little old women, depending, you know, little old dogs, whatever it is. You know, we don't generally change species. But, like, yeah, we're all just trying our hardest in life. You know, I want you to know, if you're listening to this, that there's a webcam in this studio, so if you want to, you can go online, bbc.co.uk/6 music, right, and then you can have a look at me and Carl in the studio. If you go online, right, and then sort of email or text us requests, I'll carry stuff out. I'm mad enough to try. If you say to me, like, spit into the palm of your hand, then massage it in the Carl's little bald head, I'll do it. And then you'll be able to watch online as Carl tries to defend himself. That's just a suggestion. They might not say that. They might just say to a
like
jig.
Children in need or something, where it's raising money. I'm not just doing it for the fun of...
Alright, and then I'll give £1 to, like, some charity.
Fair enough.
If you, because otherwise you're taking food from the mouths of children. If you're looking at the webcam now, and I don't think that you are, because I'm confident you're not, because I've been acting like a right ninny in here. I was, like, just stretching my legs out, right, doing sort of, like, putting my hands on the table and stretching my legs out. Carl goes, oh, I'll do that, because what is it you've got?
I've got, restless leg syndrome.
Right.
So I'll be in bed at night, everything's normal, I'm thinking I'm gonna have a good night's sleep and that.
Yeah.
And then...
Sounds quite normal so far.
And then, like, it gets to a point in the night where my legs just go mental.
Yeah,
and they start sort of kicking out, and my girlfriend's like, will you pack it in and that?
Yeah, and God knows that poor woman's going to have to put up with being in bed with you in the first place. If I was her, I'd line up pillows between me and you just to form a boundary.
Well, my doctor said it's because I sort of ate too much ice cream.
That's his medical diagnosis. I don't reckon the doctor said the word ice cream to you. Did he?
I'm sure he said something about you've got too much sugar. Stop eating ice cream.
So he probably said something about glycemia or something like, you know, all sounded all probably complex and medical. I can't, but he probably then had to keep translating it down and down and down until you could understand it, and then just say something about ice cream. Just say, just stop eating ice cream, Carl. But just grew tired. I just wanted you out of surgery, probably in the end, wasting his valuable time. Probably wanted to get himself struck off rather than practice medicine anymore. Right? Anyway, that, leg kicking thing, as you know, and I'm a recovering heroin addict for years since I've taken heroin now. When you come off heroin, your legs all go like that. You're sort of trying to get to sleep or whatever, or you're just trying to do anything. Your legs all sort of kick out, lash out, and that is where the phrase kicking the habit comes from. You kick the habit, like, because when you get rid of your habit, your legs all kick out.
Kicking the habit.
Like that, yeah, it's awful business. So that's that phrase. Also, that's another thing you can send us on, text us on 640406, text us, how did phrases and bits of language come about?
I've got one. Right. I've read about this ages ago, so I might not get it perfect.
Well, even, I think if you would have read it, if you were sitting there now with the literature in front of you, I think as it went through your brain, it just come out as a big pack of silly daft lies. What is it? It was
something, you know that saying, chucking the baby out with the bathwater?
Don't chuck the baby out with the bathwater, meaning if you have, like, sort of a good idea, or like, you know, or an idea that's a bit dubious, so don't get rid of the whole idea, because you might lose, like, a pearl, something good within it, the baby out of the bathwater. Yeah, I've heard that phrase. Was it?
Well, it came from, like, years ago, right, because all these sayings are from, like, years ago, aren't they?
Yeah, of course.
And what it was, in the olden days, people used to have a bath, right, but because of the shortage of water, the whole family used to use the same water.
Yeah, that must have been unpleasant, wouldn't it? That's what I think you'd end up... What if the person, your older brother or someone immediately senior to you, is dirtier than you?
And this was the problem.
Right.
And because everybody who was working, got the rights to the clean water first. So, at the end of the day, right, the baby That's done now, has it? That hasn't been out working.
It's not contributed anything.
So that got the bath at the end, right? And the water was that filthy that when they used to pour it out the window, at the end,
they might not notice.
The baby was still in it. And they used to sort of chuck the baby out, and they go, oh no, I didn't see it in there, because the water was, like, filthy.
You reckon that happened so many times that it eventually became a phase? After the 50th or 60th baby, that's what
I listened to your stuff.
Yeah, because my one was grounded in facts, though, wasn't it?
Said, I'll give you the full story. Little baby.
I mean, that might be, they don't. I mean, but that's not illuminating, isn't it? Because it's obvious, even if you don't know that bit of apocryphal rhubarb that you just spouted, it's still obvious, like, that means, don't chuck the baby out with the bath water. Like, I don't reckon that it actually used to frequently happen, but to peasant families.
Well, it must have happened a lot to get a saying going, surely. A saying's got to be said again and again. It's like Little Britain. You know, saying, oh, I'm the only guy in the village. If you only said that once,
by now it'd have
been forgotten about. So there's a lot of babies, a lot of dirty babies knocking about outside bathroom windows and that.
Seemingly so.
But anyway, if you got any sayings and that, because I like learning stuff, so if people want to send some stuff in on email.
Okay.
russell.sixmusic@bbc.co.uk and
or you can text us it as well. Or phone us up.
Texting that would take ages, wouldn't it?
Oh, I don't know how people manage with it. It's gonna make it arthritic.
Let's play some music and that anyway. I like this one.
Alright.
Yeah.
So who's that girl that... This is BBC Six Music. That was Blondie, Dreaming. That has got sort of a festive connotations. Just them chimes in the background makes it sound sort of a little bit Christmassy, don't it? We've got a text message from Roy from Liverpool. He wants us to play Frosty the Snowman Cocktail Twins version. Have we got it, Carl?
I've just been like having a quick look through here on the computer.
He's rummaging through it.
It's not in any sort of order, this.
Right,
They loaded them in, couldn't get a job in, like, HMV.
Right.
It's just all...
Just randomly put in there.
It's just random, yeah.
Makes your job a lot more difficult. Okay, so, you know, we were talking about phrases and etymology and the root of certain phrases and stuff. We talked about kicking the habit coming from when your legs all kick when you're coming off heroin. Carl made up some mumbo-jumbo about chucking babies out with bath water.
True.
We've got a text message here from Rich C. He says that the word nonce, right, came from this. He goes, the word nonce used to be written outside vulnerable, in inverted commas, prisoners' cells to warn officers to keep them away from fellow inmates on the prison yard, and means not on normal circulatory exercise. Not on normal circulatory exercise. Nonce. That's good, isn't it? That's where the phrase nonce comes from. Carl, so when people shout at you in the street, nonce, as I know they're prone to do, you can now know, we say, well actually, I'm allowed to perambulate in the yard with all the other jailbirds. Also, we've got another text message here. In 1981 I was in a band called Ultraviolet at school, crap name, no songs, I'm now an environmental policeman, still crap name and no songs, Duncan from Birmingham. Ultraviolet, I think that's an alright name.
What's an environmental policeman?
I suppose he just sort of stands by ponds. If you see someone with like a barrel of diesel rolling towards it, like whistling, all suspicious like Boise from Falls Horses, just go, oi, pack it in, don't go rolling that in. I suppose he polices the environment, doesn't he? I don't know.
Is that something new?
It sounds like it, doesn't it? It sounds like sky marshals, you know, like if you're on an airplane and like there's sky marshals, like, you know, sort of to prevent there being any acts of terror or anything. Apparently they dress in normal clothes, they don't dress up like superheroes like they should, but you know, it's a new job.
So it's just like all this, how people are sort of worrying about the end of the world and all that.
Well, yeah, quite rightly, because Armageddon seems to be approaching, you know, rapidly, Carl, isn't it?
What
were you saying earlier, that there's a meteorite plummeting towards the Earth?
Yeah, apparently it's, I mean, I don't want to worry people on that.
I think you already have done. I think the minute people hear your morose vocal tones, they start to think, oh god, is life worth living? But go on, what's...
Well, we'll talk about it later, because it's, you know...
Alright, okay. Alright, well then let me just clear up this final text message. Rory reckons that he saw me talking to a blue scouse head on television. That's abstract, isn't it? Rory's text messages, he's entered into a new Dadaist phase of texting now. He's evolved. Before he was doing just quite literal text, just communicating information, talking about, oh, I'm on a bus.
Does he mean those drummers? Have you met them? With the blue heads?
Well, then the Blue Man Group. I've not done it. I mean, I saw you talking to a blue scouse head on the television. It's good. I haven't done that ever. You know, it's madness. And then that final text message here, this is from Well, actually, it's from someone anonymous, but their point is a good one. I was talking about, because I've got a really interesting point to make about how collectively we're more powerful and intelligent than we are individually. Seems obvious, but wait till I give you this example. It's really brilliant. This text message says, collective anything is better than just sitting on your own all day, although private intellectual stuff is cool too. Performance, I reckon, should be democratised, because at the moment it's not. Street theatre is cool for that. I do a little bit of that. Never knew Beta Band were that good. Oh, they are that good. Carl, what do you think about street theatre? Is it something you're into?
What do you mean, just like jugglers and that?
Yeah, well, yeah, jugglers. Yeah, mate, jugglers.
It annoys me a little bit in London, because it's overcrowded as it is, do you know what I mean? Without people clogging up the pavements, sort of throwing stuff in the air.
Yeah, that's it, it's a hazard.
It's clever and everything, but there's a time and a place.
What about those people that paint themselves gold and just stand perfectly still as a job? They're in Covent Garden.
Just getting in the way. You know, we've got enough statues, you know, proper ones without people pretending to be. Yeah. You know what I mean? If we sort of had this problem of statues dying out, I'd say paint someone gold and stand them still, but we've got loads of statues, haven't we?
Because before you get to that, you'd say, let's just make some more statues. Because I'm not criticising anyone that does that, because perhaps that's what this guy does, right? Does, you know, street theatre and stuff, and I don't want to seek to criticise him. But, like, I think that before, I'd have a few more options before I got to the point where I thought, right, I'm going to paint myself gold, like that woman at the beginning of Goldfinger, stand in the street perfectly still.
She died, didn't she?
She died. Those are the risks. So maybe these people should be applauded, Carl. That was Japan and Gentlemen Take Polaroids. This is BBC Six Music. I'm Russell Brand here with Karl Pilkington standing in for Namone, because, you know, 3 hours of work a day is apparently too much for that woman, is what it seems like. We've got Philip Salon on the phone now. Now, Philip Salon was present at the dawn of the era of punk. He was friends with Malcolm McLaren and Vivienne Westwood, and therefore John Lydon, Sid Vicious, everybody. And he's been present, in fact, through most important musical movements in the last 3 decades, and is a prominent character in the musical taboo. He's on the phone now. Hello, Philip, how are you?
Good evening.
I see you're in fine spirits, are you?
I'm not, I'm bitter and twisted.
Why are you bitter and twisted?
I hate Christmas. But anyway, New Year's coming, which isn't all bad.
So I suppose you enjoy that a little bit more. You're Jewish, aren't you? So it's for no reason.
Christmas is a time of taking. Well, anyway, so I hope you had a nice Christmas.
Well, it was alright, but you've just soured the whole idea of Christmas for me a little bit.
I had my nice Christmas glass of vinegar anyway, that was nice.
Well, you sound embittered. So tell me, Philip, we want, like, me, Carl, and our listeners would like to know a little bit about, you were saying, like, to me once that you used to compare gigs when the Sex Pistols played. Gigs.
When the Sex Pistols played one of their really early, you know, performances, I don't like that word gig, but anyway.
Why not?
It just sounds a bit cliche, doesn't it? Anyway,
did you just come on the phone and went, oh, ducky, oh, hello, I'll make mine a large one, and then said that the word gig sounds cliched, with all your camp lunacy?
So, anyway, so when they did an early performance, this was at the Screen on the Green. It was before it was called punk. It was right at the beginning of, about 1976, end of 75, beginning of 76. And Malcolm asked me to kind of introduce them on, every time they did a song on stage, I'd kind of like dance around them, and then I'd like introduce the next song. But I was dressed up in my mum's dressing gown.
Did they mind you doing that?
With all her hair curlers in and bedroom slippers, and I stripped off the pink hot pants.
Crikey.
Yeah, with a bib. But anyway, it did look quite odd, I have to tell you.
How did the boys respond to you dancing around in your mum's house coat?
They particularly cared, actually.
I suppose that's the nature of the Sex Pistols, is they had that air of indifference to almost everything.
I know, but the weird thing was that the audience was like 95% kind of dirty old hippies at that time, and there was like about 10 people in the audience that were kind of up-and-coming punks. It was like Susie Sue and Billy Idol, I think he was there, I can't remember, and about 8 other people, and that was it. They were about the only punks in inverted commas in London, actually.
Were you into punk yourself, Philip?
Pardon?
Were you into punk yourself?
I didn't like calling it that, you know what I mean? It's like I'd been through that hippie thing, and I actually, at that time I was ignorant enough to believe that if you were wearing something, you became part of some mystic group if you were wearing these clothes. And then by the time punk came along, I thought, well, I'm just in clothes, I'm not part of any stupid group because I've got the same clothes on as some retard in King's Road.
Did Vivienne Westwood dress them, did she?
Yeah, I mean, she created the whole thing, really. I mean, it was just a fashion victim experience, wasn't it, really?
So,
I mean, it was a bit like well, not exactly like Pop Idol, but it had that feel of being I mean, it was a manufactured boy band, wasn't it, really? If you think about it. I know it sounds an awful thing to say when it's also cool and streety, but it wasn't streety. I mean, if you work out how things have gone up in price, what people spent on those clothes at that moment in time, it was phenomenal, really, for people who were meant to be kind of like, you know, not working class, give us 10p.
Yeah, but I don't think working class people go around saying give us 10p. Now, Philip, what I wanted to ask you is, like, that John Lydon would say, though, that whole movement was representative of an ideology, and the clothes he wore were sort of like old bits of rubbish that he found in the street and stuff like that. He wouldn't say, I was doled up in safety pins that Vivienne Westwood made, would he?
Well, but he was, though, wasn't he, really? Although I heard he was the innovator of safety pins. I mean, he wore all their bondage stuff and all that stuff, but I mean, he did embellish that one. I think that was the one thing he did invent, was safety pins, basically, as far as I know. Did
it at the time feel like a sort of an ideological movement, or do you think...
No, it did not. It was just like, you know, what's fashionable at King's Road at this moment in time.
Right, just wearing little, like, pork pie hats and stuff like that.
Because it was kind of, it just wasn't... I mean, the look was kind of all this street kind of... I hate that word working class, because anyone who works is working class. You know what I mean? You could run a business and still be working class because you work.
Listen, let's not get into class structure, Philip. That's a very complicated argument.
Yeah,
what I want to know is, did you meet Nancy Spungen, and was she a terrible influence?
I think, actually, I mean, it was Sid Vicious, really, that was one. I can remember, in about 1976, I was in King's Road, and I saw this boy walking down King's Road, and I remember I was in the shop, and he walked past, and I goes, that bloke is an exact stereotype of everyone in King's Road. He was like, at the time, it was 60s was in, so he was wearing like these drain pipe trousers, pointed winkle picker shoes, you know, the 60s haircut, the whole, and everything was like the stereotype of what was going on. And then I walked into Vivienne's shop, and he was standing in there with somebody or other, and he was like guffawing in the corner, like at some magazine or book or whatever it was. And I thought, I wonder what he's laughing at. So I walked over and goes, can I have a look? And he turned it round, and it was a book on concentration camp victims, and it was all dead bodies.
Oh my word!
I goes, well, what's funny about that? He goes, oh yeah, good fun, isn't it?
Well, and that was Sid Vicious?
Yeah, that was him. This was before he joined the Pistols. And I mean, I don't want to speak bad of the dead, but...
Well, you just said he laughed at the Holocaust.
Yeah, well,
that's the worst thing.
He was just ignorant. Do you know what I mean? It was like...
He's only young, though, wasn't he? He had a terrible upbringing. His mum was...
No, I don't blame upbringings, but the thing is, he just thought it was like, he did everything in a stupid way, so it's like, what punk was meant to be, all the kind of aggression that was like the opposite of what hippies were earlier. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, yeah, let's live that. And so he did it to its ultimate and murdered somebody. It's like he lived it out. Because he was just stupid.
He was the embodiment of punk.
You know, if he'd have lived, like, 3 years later, he'd have been like king of the new romantics in frilly shirts and long hair. But he just happened to be, at that moment in time, in that fashion cult for him. And so he got caught up in that little bit, you know, which was just about to kind of go out of fashion anyway, really.
Philip, you've given us a wonderful window into the world of punk and exposed the ideology behind it. Philip, we'll have a little chat to you later, but let's have a listen to what it was about the music, wasn't it, ultimately, Carl? Let's have a listen. That was Travelling Light by Tindersticks there. This is BBC Six Music. I'm Russell Brand. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. We're here till 1 o'clock in the morning, standing in for Namone. Right, yeah, what I wanted to tell you about is the collectivisation of information, right? Sort of how, like, this is essentially a way of saying that 2 heads are better than 1. We all know that in a way, but listen to this experiment, it's really brilliant. Apparently, this bloke, scientist, went to a church fete, and, you know that, like, if you go to a church fete, maybe you have to guess how many jelly beans is in that jar. Yeah, stuff like that, or how many sweets in this jar. It's like a big jar, there's thousands of them in there.
Yeah.
Right? Like, well, sort of, what this scientist did is he, instead of having a guess himself, like saying, oh, I think there's 4,362 jelly beans in that jar, what he did is he made, as a part of the experiment, they made a register of every single guess that everyone who went to that fair had made, right? So say 500 people had a guess, and, like, you know, he got all of that information. He then added together all the numbers, divided it by the number of people that had entered, and that was exactly the number of beans that were in the jar. Right, so...
What did he win?
I think he just got the sweets. He weren't doing it, you know, he's not a gambler, he's not in it for, you know, just for the sweets. He's not like a sugar junkie. He did it because, for the love of science. And what he learned is, that's an amazing fact, that, like, no individual got it exactly correct of all the people who were guessing, but if you added together all of the guesses that people made, and then divided it by the number of people there, that was the exact right number. So it's as if there's some collective intelligence that knows the answer to questions. So, like, perhaps if we were all to combine our intellects, we'd be able to solve the riddles of the mystery of the universe, the mysteries of the universe.
Yeah, but it also helps.
Yeah.
I mean, it helps if there was a load of, saying that 500 people all looking at jelly beans.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Surely you'd get the answer quicker if those 500 were made up of Stephen Hawking, Einstein, you know.
I don't know what they're like. What's the use Stephen Hawking's knowledge would be in a situation like that? I mean, you know, he's just going to stare at the jar for a bit and go, He's not going to be able to, like, use worm theory on that, is he?
No, but I'm just talking as a collective.
Yeah, well, it would be better if the collective weren't made up of absolute goons and twerps and ninnies. Yeah.
It's like, do you know when you get those big operations, you know, kids with 2 heads and all that, right?
Yes, of course I know about the old kids with 2 head operations.
Right, and they get,
who among us doesn't?
And they get a load of, like, the world's doctors together to work on it, don't they? They all come from all over the world and they
Do they?
Yeah,
get
that's
like
how they
an
do
A-team of doctors?
Yeah, it's better. If you're, like, ill, right, it's better to have a really bad illness because he's taken more seriously, I think. Do you know what I mean? If you go in there and it's something boring, I hate it when doctors say, oh, don't worry, this is like, you know, we do these every day.
Yeah.
For me, that's like, well, you're not going to be concentrating then.
You trouble your doctor too much, in my opinion. You was in there with your little bedtime kicky legs, weren't you? And now, what is it that's
No, I'm just saying, though, hang on a minute, though, hang on. No, I'm not saying I've got 2 heads, I'm just saying, when a kid's got 2 heads, to get all the world's
I wish he did have 2 heads, because there would be a 50% chance that one of them would have a better personality.
No, but what I'm saying is, right, 2 heads, all the world's doctors, and all those doctors, I don't know where I'm going with this now, Russell, I don't know where we're
well, you're just saying that it would be better to have all the world's doctors conglomerate to sort of stop your little kicky legs. But we got a text message from some woman, I can't find it now, saying that you need to just take zinc tablets. It very nearly ruined her marriage, having those kicky legs, she said. And your poor girlfriend, God knows what else she goes through. When she's awake, she has to listen to your inane ramblings. When she tries to get to sleep at night, you're lashing out with your little feet, jabbing away under the
some zinc.
Zinc, take zinc tablets. I can't find the email that she sent us, to tell you the truth, but...
Well, she might not be a doctor. Why am I listening?
Because she saved her marriage, that's why.
Yeah, but we're all
Here we go, I found it.
We're all
right, it's Vicky from Crystal Palace. For restless legs, take zinc and magnesium tablets. Honestly, it works. I nearly got divorced before I found out. Right, so there's that. Also, so that's that problem we've solved for you. And someone just sent a text message saying, that you know the phrase back to square one? Like, oh right, well that's back to square one. Apparently that used to come from radio commentary for football. There used to be a series of grid references, like, oh right, it's in square 2, now it's gone up the field, it's Stan Liddle on the wing for Liverpool, he's moving through square 3, oh no, he's been intercepted, the ball's been booted upfield.
So it was more like, sort of, computer battleships? It's like...
Yes! An audio, exactly that. It was an audio version of computer battleships.
People at home used to make grids and sort of go, square 1,
yeah,
9 across and all that.
Goal, they'd say. You sank my battleship. What an age it was.
Oh, now it's all about Sudokus, isn't it?
It's all Sudokus now. You've cracked them, haven't you? This is BBC 6 Music. I'm Russell Brand. We just had 3 in a row. We had Love in a Trash Can from Ravenettes, we had Prince Buster with Al Capone, and that was of course a jam with Bitterest Pill. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. Karl, this is one of my favourite little Morrissey stories. And you know, like in the back of music magazines, sometimes you have like a little quiz, oh Morrissey, what's your favourite colour? Morrissey, what would you do to save the world? You know, where would you like to go on holiday? You know, those sort of things. You might get them in Smash Hits or something. I don't know what they have these days for kids. But like, in one of them, it was like, you know, they're talking to Morrissey and said like, what's the best bit of advice you've ever been given? And he said, watch what you're doing with them effing flowers, backstage, Top of the Pops, 1984 from Paul Weller. I really like that. That's the best bit of advice I've been given. Oh yeah, I better watch what I'm doing with them flowers, because otherwise Paul Weller will respond with violence. It's a good bit of information, ain't it? Nice to think, and also it's nice to think of backstage at Top of the Pops, Morrissey drifting around with his gladiolas and Paul Weller getting worked and peeved by it, like he would be. So, we're exactly halfway through our commitment to Six Music now, like, looking after the Ramones show. Yeah. Whilst away, have you enjoyed it, this half of it, Carl?
It's been alright, hasn't it?
It's alright, isn't it, for the halfway stage?
Just playing some songs, some good songs and that.
Playing some nice songs.
Having a chat.
Bit of a chin wag. We've solved quite a lot of problems over the course of the last couple of days, but now we must look to the future, Carl, right? Like, sort of, it's gonna be 2006 any minute. Some things we know for a fact are gonna happen are, there's gonna be a World Cup in Germany in June, we know that's definitely happening. Yeah. What did you say is definitely happening?
2036, world's gonna end.
We've got that to look forward to. Armageddon, right, because a meteor's gonna hit Earth, that's what you think?
Something like that, yeah.
But always, and they do, like, naysayers are always saying the world's about to end, aren't they?
Well, they are, but what worries me is, nobody seems to be trying to sort it out.
What can we do, Carl, if a meteorite's gonna strike the planet?
I mean, time whizzes by, doesn't it? This year went really quick.
It did, didn't it?
And people who are looking out for meteorites and that are probably going, oh, we've got a bit of time on this.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it yet. And before you know it...
Just have another look at Orion's belt for a bit.
There's gonna be all that going on, and then 2036, you know, it's gonna be like that Deep Impact film, isn't it?
Yes, it's gonna be awful.
We're all panicking and that. Oh.
Yeah. No, alright, we should do something about it, but also, like, alright, I have two. I'm gonna share the views of them, like, cosmologists, and just say, let's not worry about it just yet, right, because we know, right, next year, World Cup, another Harry Potter film. I don't like Harry Potter.
No,
I'm not really into him.
I've never followed it.
Yeah, I don't understand. I think what it is it injects the idea of magic and mystery and curiosity and wonderment into the mundane, isn't it? Because it's like, oh, Hogwarts, you know, or it's just like basically like a magical school. You know, like at King's Cross Station in London, they've now installed a platform 9 3/4, because there is, in Harry Potter books, a platform 9 3/4. Whenever you go to King's Cross, there's always, you know, all it is just a wall with a sign saying platform 9.
This is actually there?
This is there in genuine King's Cross, yeah. You know, it's a wall, Carl, with, like, platform 9 3/4 written on it, and then a trolley embedded in the wall, and invariably a cluster of tourists getting their photos taken around it. You know, so it's senseless, right? But I think that's why people are into Harry Potter, because of that idea. So we've got that Harry Potter film coming out. Have you got anything you want to say about Harry Potter?
Well, I don't like Harry Potter. It's gone on too... What annoys me is, right, what's her name who wrote it?
J.K. Rowling.
Yeah. It annoys me how people can sort of keep bringing books out and dragging it out, because it's not a finished story.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you know, the Bible or whatever.
Yeah.
There you go. Read that. It's got a start, a middle and an end. Enjoy it or whatever. Leave it halfway through if you're not enjoying it. But this Harry Potter thing, she's just like, oh, keep dragging it out.
She's really dragging it out, isn't she?
Let's get to the end.
Let it go. I'm not
dealing with it.
That lad.
But it's also that thing of the way everybody's sort of got into it as well. I see people walking around London, reading at the same time at risk for their own physical health, just so they can absorb more Harry Potter. Well, you can't be taking it in properly when you do that either.
Of course they can't. They're living in a dream world.
Because I saw someone doing that with that Hawking book, that Brief History of Time, and I thought, you cannot be taking that in properly.
I tried to look at that, like, just sat alone in my room, I couldn't concentrate. If I was trying to deal with traffic, looking at tourists clustering around a trolley on an imaginary platform...
Wouldn't go in, would it?
Just be too much. Here's something else that might happen next year, right? I saw a picture of, Prince William, H.R.H. William, in the paper today. He's going bald, right? I reckon by the end of next year he will be bald, and I'm glad about that, because of his, Playboy Prince status and that. It makes me feel insecure about my own looks.
It's a big deal.
Because you yourself
I've got a little bald head, yeah. I mean, I've come to terms with it, and I'm happy living with it and stuff.
Yeah.
But, you know what? I reckon we should pop a little song on.
Yeah.
I'll tell you about my bald head after. I mean, if that won't keep them tuned in.
Anyone who's not intrigued to hear about your slowly balding head has got no interest in music or conversation, and may as well not be alive. Supergrass there with Finn, right? This is BBC Six Music, I'm Russell Brand here with Karl Pilkington standing for Namone. I did a gig with Supergrass once, right, Karl, at, Coco in Camden, right, and, I was backstage with them, and I was talking to Danny Godfrey, right, and they there's a DJ playing in a DJ booth, not on stage, and it's a massive venue, thousands of people. There's a DJ playing. I was talking to Danny Godfrey, and I had to compare it, introduce them all on. I was just sort of like deep in conversation with him, and suddenly he looked over my shoulder in the direction of the stage and went, "Russell, look, you're meant to be on, you're meant to be on." Like that. So I panicked and ran onto the stage to my microphone and went, "Oh, hello, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Supergirl." And I was like, and then I sort of realised, hold on, there's still music playing. I wasn't ready to be introduced at all. I was just standing there like an idiot. My mic wasn't even live, and I had to just like go, ooh, and sort of shuffle back to the backstage area, and where all Supergrass were all just laughing, all happy and pleased themselves, you know, and I felt like I'd been humiliated. It's like being at school, it was, that moment.
Why did they do that?
For a laugh. I mean, like, afterwards he sort of goes, like, you know, God, so I was only mucking about that, I was only mucking about that. I goes, oh, no, it's alright. So then when I went back on to introduce them genuinely, I goes, oh, I don't know, Supergrass might not be ready. Danny might be off having a threesome or swinging about in Primrose Hill, up to no good, you know. And then, like, so I said it, but then he didn't hear that properly, so then he sort of came up to me and said, oh, what was that? What was you saying? Just it ended up spiralling out of control. In the end, I just, like, just left some chocolates and flowers for him, and just went and sat in the corridor. Yeah, I didn't even leave on chocolates and flowers. I mean, it just ended sort of a bit strangely. Nice.
It's a good little story.
This is life, Carl, you know. You can't sort of just change it to suit, you know, to make it more convenient, to make it a better narrative. So, right now...
We were talking about bald heads.
Yeah, we were talking about your bald head, weren't we?
No, we're just saying to you, like, you know, you've got, you know, good head of hair.
Yeah, I hope I never ever go bald. I would rather get a terminal illness or have my arm cut off than lose my hair.
Why?
Just I like having hair.
No, well, I did. But it's one of those things, isn't it? You just get used to it. It's like, oh, I've got a bald head, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, I suppose that's, you've got to have a zen attitude to it. You've got to have one of a detachment. You can't be attached to your hair once your hair is no longer attached to you.
No, not really.
Didn't you used to have, like, what you were saying, your hair weren't very nice anyway?
Well, I used to go to this, you see, I think there's two reasons why I could have a little bald head, right?
Yeah.
Either, right, I did a 24-hour shift once, right, working in some recording studio.
Yeah. Why would that make you go bald? I don't understand.
Because of wearing yourself out, and it's the first thing that goes, isn't it? It's like, you know, when you say that, right, and it's all about looking after yourself, isn't it? And stuff, and people say if you don't look after yourself, your hair falls out.
Yeah, they do say that, and I'm worried. This is quite late night, we're doing all the moans.
Yeah, but the thing is, saying all that, I've never seen, like, a bald caveman. And he wasn't getting all the right nutrients.
Yeah, hold on, those cavemen, it's mostly drawings, isn't it? Captain Caveman, and
you never see a bald one, do you?
Yeah, because they're depictions, aren't they? They might not draw a bald one. You know, why would they do it? Like, they're not actual cavemen, are they? It's not like Captain Caveman's not real. There's only them ones that get preserved in ice once in a while. That don't happen that often. So I don't think that that's any evidence, really. They may have been bald cavemen. But go on, so you think this 24 hours of stress?
So the 24 hours of working.
What were you doing? What was your job?
It was in like a recording studio, right? And remember, Smokey? You know that? Next door to Alice.
Ooh, the bloomin' hell's Alice, right. Yes, I remember it.
It was those, sort of that band had a load of cassettes that needed making up. For some reason there was a rush on.
Yeah.
Right, for that song. It was
very popular, as I remember.
They wanted like 50,000 cassettes knocking up of, you know, Living Next Door to Alice.
I can't get enough.
And I wasn't allowed to go home until the job was done, right? And
that's horrible. They should work in shifts, Carl. It should be like, you know, 8 hours then go home.
It's not like that in these days, though, is it? It's all about, you gotta get the job done, right. You stay until it's done and stuff and all that.
You weren't like an assassin, it was only packing up cassettes.
Yeah, but Smokey, they were big at the time, right? So anyway, so it's either that while I've gone bald, right? Or, right, I used to go to this hairdressers. And like today's hairdressers, it's not just about getting your hair cut, is it? They put nice little gels on your head.
Nice lotions.
They rub your head and get the hair follicles all
something
going.
For the weekends,
all that lot, right?
Yeah.
Which is good, and there's probably less bald people knocking about now.
I don't know if there is.
Well, I don't know, I'm just, you know,
but you think that this barber, what was wrong with your childhood barber?
It was like a little shed, right, on a train station.
I wouldn't want to get my hair cut there. Like, you know, if they can't even afford good premises, they're running it from a shed on a train station.
Yeah.
Why go there, Carl?
Just because I kind of felt sorry for him. It's like, well, if I don't
there you are. You've paid the price, you know, that if you lay down with dogs, you get fleas. If you go to a barber who's operating out of a shed on a railway track, you're going to end up with
a bald head.
Precisely.
Well, it was this shed, like a shack, right? And every time a train came past, they had to stop cutting, because he'd have my eye out. Right? It was sort of shock and stuff. And there was one time, right, when, I'm there, and you know, like, they like to wash your head before you go you know, giving it a style.
Yeah.
And he said, do you want it washing? And I said, yeah, go on then. He said, right, just give us a minute, I've got to take these cups out of the sink.
Oh, no, you had cups in the sink.
There's all cups in there and stuff.
Probably putting out fags in it.
And, you know, and maybe a little bit of Vim to clean the cups.
Vim!
And that would have been...
Vim cannot be good for your hair follicles.
That's what I'm thinking.
So it's either Smokey or this barber that was operating out of a love shack. Someone's to blame. This is BBC Six Music. That was A Life Less Ordinary by Ash. Before that, we had the greatest from Cat Power. This is Russell Brand and me with Karl Pilkington at Six Music. Right, they've left us here on our own. Steph's gone off to some party, left me and Karl here. Right, we can't print out the text messages or the emails because there's no paper. Not only is there no paper in the printer in the studio, I've been running through all the offices everywhere. Like, I found Phil Jupiter's desk, he's getting some nice freebies over there. I saw some DVDs and that, and for a minute I just think, shall I nick them? Right, and I just thought, what are you doing, Russell? Don't start nicking things in the dead of night from Six Music when you're even just standing from the moan.
But when would he realise that they've gone?
I don't know, because and also, why would, I mean, obviously now...
Why has he left them? Do you know what I mean? If he wanted them, why did he leave them?
You obviously don't treasure them that highly, because I've come, it was like Phil Jupiter's desk, he's got his own photograph around. I'm not having a pop at Phil Jupiter's, by the way, he's from Essex, nice bloke and everything, very funny, he's a good bloke. But he's got, that's how I knew it was his desk, there's some photos around there, and there's his DVDs. I thought, well, if I'm gonna, have to find this paper, let's probably go on the rob. Might as well fill my boots. Yeah. Here's the worst bit of, one of the worst bits of crime I've ever done. Let's listen to this for an opening sentence to an anecdote, right? I was stealing porn from an all-night garage. Look at that. Immediately you've lost sympathy with the protagonist, isn't it? I was stealing porn from an all-night garage.
Is this a garage that the door's open, or did you have to say to him, can you get me them off the shelf?
No, I was in there. This was before, this was in a quite nice area. It was Belsize Park. It was and it was probably about 3 in the morning, but you go in, because how could you, I couldn't steal porn from him by stealth, by going, because
No, but I just thought it was like, can you just get us...
I was in there with him, right, I was in there, he was behind his booth, I went in there, right, this was in the days where I used to take drugs, I was on amphetamines, and I thought, I'll get some porn, life was empty and barren, so I thought that'll treat me. You know how brightly lit garages are, everything was so sort of lucid and lurid.
Headache, doesn't it?
Headache, it really did, yeah, and amphetamines as well. So I've reached up to nick the porn, because it's on the top shelf, of course, tucked it in my jacket and turned around, and there was a copper standing there in the garage. His car was on the forecourt, he was filling up, it was a van in fact, filling it up with petrol, and I went, oh, good evening, officer, like that. He'd obviously seen me put the porn into my jacket, and he went, do you want to put that back? And I went, yeah, no, of course, I just, without breaking eye contact, reached round, put it right back on the shelf, and I was making eye contact with him throughout, and he goes, do you want to stop looking at me? And I went, oh, what? And he goes, if you ain't stopped looking at me by the time I've counted to 3, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. And I went, oh, and he went, 1, and I just carried on looking at him. He went, 2, I went, I love you, because I'd seen films like The Doors around that time, fancied myself, oh, right, okay, yeah, I'll be like this now. My own personality just caved in, thought I'd be Jim Morrison, right? I went, I love you, and he went, right, you're nicked. Nicked me, properly aggressively, put hands behind my back, cuffed me, dragged me off to that meat wagon, bundled me in the back. I was on put me in a cell, left me there, I was on amphetamine, so I couldn't get any sleep or anything. Really depressing, awful evening. So, I suppose crime in a way doesn't pay, because it was criminal of me to have had the amphetamine, it's criminal to attempt to nick the porn, so I suppose we'll just have to accept there is no paper. But why has Steph left us here? I feel like we're sort of home, a couple of twits, dogs dying on cars, like we've been abandoned in a car, or we're home alone, couple of ninnies, Carl. What are we gonna do?
Though, isn't it? It's alright, we're getting by. We're talking of robbing and stuff, right?
Go on.
Seeing as you've opened up to a little bit of crime, it's like a confession box, isn't it?
Yeah, that's easy.
Do you know when you do that with a vicar in a little room and you say, listen, I've been up to this? I haven't done it, I've heard that they do it.
Yeah.
Does the vicar ever say, well, look, I'll tell you something about me so you don't feel as bad?
No, I don't think he does, because, what would he say? I've got an interest in the young. He might, what could he possibly say to make it better?
Oh, fair enough. But no, I'm just talking.
That's how it works anyway, Carl.
I just wondered, I've never been.
He's been absolved. He's absolving, isn't it? Just by showing a bit of contrition, that's what it's called, isn't it? Showing that you feel bad about these things. So a few Hail Marys, how's your fathers? Or our fathers. You're clean as a whistle, then you can go to the afterlife with a clean conscience. Like, but, you know, I don't want to sort of sit in a booth with a priest saying I was stealing from an all-night garage. Also, Father, forgive me, I've been rummaging around in Phil Jupiter's drawers.
Yeah. So I don't have to tell you a story then, because we've, you know...
Tell us one. Like, you're not in the role of a priest, I don't think. I don't see how you could ever be cast in that position.
Alright, well,
but I'd like to hear a story of you robbing.
I've robbed a few times.
Go on.
Nothing major. Mars bars and that. But the one that I was going to tell you about, right? My mum and dad, right, they've moved from Manchester, they've retired. Right, in the, like, country bit of Wales and that.
Nice.
And, what they do there, it's a bit like the producers here, they don't want to stay there if they can shoot off home or have a night out, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Steph's gone off.
Off she goes, leaving us in the lurch.
Well, shops in Wales, because there's not that many people, you sort of go, look, you know, we'll pop some stuff in the phone box, right?
Yeah.
Leave your money on the phone, and we'll leave, like, bread and milk and papers and stuff in the phone box. You leave your money, and, you know, we'll pick it up tomorrow. From being from Manchester and that was like, what? That's mental.
Yeah.
Right? We used to just go, there was loads of stuff there ready for the taking.
Just took it?
Yeah.
Oh, Carl, you exploited the trust of the people of Wales.
Hang on, you've just told that, and I didn't have a go at you.
Yeah, you will, probably because in the back of your mind you knew that you had these abhorrent crimes against the Welsh. My one, I didn't actually do it, did I? I didn't actually, if I come swaggering in here wearing Jupiter's G-string, then you would have the right to point the finger.
Oh, I'm sick of this.
BBC 6 Music, I'm Russell Brand, that was Beauty Dies Young by Low Gold. Before that we had Our Friends Electric by Tubeway, Army, this is me, Russell Brand, and Karl Pilkington. Abandoned we are at 6 Music Studio. Steph's nicked off to a party, left us here, there's no paper in the printer. We've been wandering around trying to find printer, find paper, crying our eyes out, we are, the pair of us. We're lost. We've got a text message here, the K-Man, you're a legend, keep up the good work. I can only assume that's for you, Carl. Someone here from Northern Ireland telling us that they love us. We've got a lot of text messages, but I'm having to read them directly off the screen, so it's very confusing and disorientating. What's this one? I hope will you be in Germany watching the World Cup? I don't know, I might pop over, but, you know, these are...
It's telly though, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe save myself, you know, that sounds like quite a test of my endurance. Yeah, so let's listen to, some Smiths, in a moment. I wanted to tell you this thing about Morrissey, right? There's this girl I used to know, it's another relationship I nosed up. Her mum was, like, a famous pop star, but what I was more interested in was that her mum was friends with Morrissey, right? Yeah. And, like, when this girl I used to go out with was little, Morrissey came round to visit her mum, and, this little girl said that Morrissey had that quality that, that people sometimes have, that when you're a child you get transfixed by someone and think, oh God, I really want that person to like me. She was about 6 years old, Morrissey come around the house, and she thought, oh God, isn't he amazing? He was talking to her mum and that, and she sort of went off, like, sort of all transfixed by Morrissey, drew a picture of him, right, and then sort of 6 years old, came over and, like, you know, showed Morrissey this portrait she'd done of him. Morrissey took it, looked at her, and said, I don't like children, I prefer cats, and handed back the picture, as if there was a critical element to his judgment, like, it was like as if the picture had been better, because he looked at the picture first, and then give it back. If the picture had been better, he would have been alright with it. It was the fact that it wasn't a good picture. He didn't make any allowances, like, oh, it's a child has done this. Morrissey was a hard man when it comes to judging art, but...
Is that a bad thing, though?
Well, no. I mean, I suppose, like, you know, we come from a culture where children are sentimentalised, don't we? You know, so, listen, if a child did me a drawing, even if it had depicted me being, like, brutalised by a fiend, I would still go, that's lovely, well done.
Would you?
Have a biscuit. Yeah, of course I would. Yeah, I would, Carl. It's not in my nature to be abrupt with children. I used to work in a pub, right, and children from over the road, this estate over the road was all full of, like, these loopy little children. They used to come and throw ice cubes about and cause chaos in the pub. And I used to go, oh, all settle down now, kids. You know, I just, the other, like, barman used to throw them out. I just, oh, bless them. I can't, you know, I've liked children. I can't, I sort of think they're happy, aren't they? Adults, everyone's miserable. You know, children, don't let them get on with it. As long as they're not, you know, sort of getting themselves into like, potentially hazardous situations, jabbing forks into plug sockets, straying into Neverland, asking for Michael Jackson to babysit. You know, as long as they're...
They're going mad these days, though, aren't they?
Children.
It's hard to... Yeah, they just run riot, don't they?
I don't know if they all run riot.
No, they do. Most of them do.
No, it's probably like, I bet you, when you were a child, I bet you got up to all sorts of rosy cheek caperings. I was a naughty child. I think, you know, it's just in the nature of children.
Yeah, but now it's just, they just run riot, don't they?
They just run riot. Well, like, you know, so Morrissey then was performing a great service, and I think Morrissey can afford to be abrupt with children when he creates artwork of this nature.
So, this kid did the drawing.
For Morrissey.
Did she then go off and do a better drawing because he dissed it?
No, I think she was really distraught, and it put her off doing drawings for iconic pop stars of the 80s.
It depends what sort of a kid you are then, doesn't it? Because I'd go off and... Do you know, like, remember Tony Hart? With the gallery and that?
Yes, I remember him well.
You know, he needed to put a lot of those drawings in the bin, as far as I'm concerned.
You think that the standard was too low for the gallery?
Yeah, you know, it's sort of, you know, 4.5, and it'd be a picture of a sun and a tree and that, and you go, that's not that good.
To be for 4.5, there are mitigating circumstances, they have to be taken into consideration, I think. Yeah, you can't... Yeah, I think when it comes to a child's drawing, that aesthetic quality is not the only consideration. It's not like only merit, innit? You think, it's done a drawing. You just sort of, you know, you're grateful that the child's done a drawing. I think, I'm not attacking Morrissey. No one, you know, I bow to no one in my adoration of that man. But I'm just saying, like, you know, if a child does you a drawing, you've got to think, the child's done a drawing, not, well, the perspective's wrong.
So at what age are you saying that you can say to a kid, look, that is rubbish?
Never. I don't, you know, even with your, like, you know, I don't think there's ever...
14-year-old?
Still be nice to it.
15? Still,
always. And then they're on the cusp of adulthood, there becomes a whole different journey of reasons why you should be nice to children. They're very vulnerable at that age. They're just discovering their sexuality, their identities. They could get entrenched in a quagmire. I think we've got an obligation to be nice to everyone. This is BBC Six Music, that's Joy Zipper with One. I'd like to dedicate that to John Knoll, my agent out in Cuba, who's listening to this, probably on a computer somewhere. He's sending me text messages complaining about the content of the show while we're on air, because I mentioned, like, I did a little hit list of things I'd done in the past, like earlier in the show, I had a bath with a homeless person, there was all sorts of antics. Right, this is like, he's like a controlling maniac, that man. There's no better example of that fact than this, right? Like, sort of, a couple of weeks ago, you know, I, sort of like, you know, I was late, like, I was at home, it was about sort of 9 o'clock in the morning, sort of got up, there was a taxi outside to take me off to go to work somewhere, like, I ran out in my pants just to go to the taxi, hold on, like, I'll be a little while, I've got to get ready, that's embarrassing enough. As I'm running back into the house in my pants, I know there's a couple of blokes, right? One of them sort of wearing a suit, both of them quite heavy, the other one sort of much more conventional heavy, wearing like a sort of, like a bomber jacket and a woolly hat. I run back in the house, suddenly there's a knock on the door, like, you know, sort of them aggressive type of knocks. I go to the door, and like the one in the suit goes, are you Russell Brand? I say, yes. He goes, right, we're bailiffs, we've come here to reclaim your television set and some property to the value of £500 because of non-payment of council tax. Now, I hadn't paid my council tax, so I thought, oh no, you know, I was a bit, I goes, but I've not, you know, there was a reason, I've not paid the council tax because there's all complications, I've been trying to do it, well, we don't care about that. I was, look, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to shut the door. Right, shut the door, and went back in the house, they shout through the letterbox, we've got a warrant, sir, here's the warrant. I goes, look, I can't read. And they goes, look, you're gonna have to open the door. Then my neighbours are coming, like, you know, sort of it's a shared hallway, so my neighbours are coming down the stairs, opening the doorway, then one of them gets a foot in the door, so I run inside the house again, shut the door again. So I'm locked in right within the house, ring up John Knoll, my agent, for a little bit of advice, go, oh yeah, this is bailiffs, like they say they want to come in, well, you have to let them in, I goes, well, I'm not sure about that, I don't want to, I've had bad experiences with bailiffs, let me talk to them. So I give the phone, I go, oh, bailiffs, yeah, I'll have a talk to him, give the phone over, they give me the phone back after a minute, say, yeah, right, we're taking your TV. They come in like the Keystone Cops, knocking over my coffee table, taking the TV out, unplugging all the, like, you know, the PlayStation, all digital things, all consoles and that, and like knocking stuff over while I'm on the phone to the council going, look, you know, there's been complications with council tax. They pull my phone out of the wall, and then, like, sort of going to, like, the office later on that day, still trying to sort things out with the council, and, like, John Knoll comes bulldozing his way in and goes, "Get off the phone, I need to show you something." And I'm like, well, hold on, I've just got to talk to the council about this. They're telling me they've not heard of this debt collecting agency that have come and taken my telly. Like, they said they've never heard of them, there's no register of them, they've never heard of them. And he goes, "Come in here," takes me into office, turns on a video. Is me opening the front door in my pants. And then there's me sort of making all these explanations, saying all these daft things. The bailiff had a camera in his woolly hat. There was another camera across the street. There was another camera hidden in the van. The whole thing was an elaborate setup by John Knoll for no reason. It's not like Candid Camera or for a TV programme. He just did it to exercise insane power over my life. No one should have to put up with that. You know, at least Jeremy Beadle, he's got that, like, little hand, isn't he? You could point that out to him to get some status back in the situation. What do you do with someone like that, Carl?
Well, you got me to sort of sign up with him, so...
Yeah, you're in the lurch and all. We're in a right predicament, aren't we? Let's just let music be our guide. I was Talking Heads, Nothing But Flowers. This is BBC Six Music. I'm Russell Brand here with Karl Pilkington, standing in for Namone. So, the show's coming to an end now. It's like sort of 1:45. We'll be off in a little while.
Really? You can't just say you're shooting off in a bit. We've got 15...
Yeah, I know, and it's going to be a great 15 minutes. I'm not talking it down. I'm not saying, like, I've mentally switched off now. It's all over
you
for
have,
me.
because you already popped your little hat on.
I have put my hat on, yeah, because, like, well, for a couple of reasons. I like wearing this hat, right? It's a statement, right? Like, so I do worry about, like, sort of, it's difficult, isn't it, to wear a hat, because, like, my worry always is with a hat is that it can overwhelm you as a person. Like, I like wearing this hat. It's like the bravery, I think. Like, the bravery must, like, with those haircuts, I think their haircuts are so fashionable that I think they must constantly feel like, you know, how do they think about anything else? I think they must go through life being totally aware of the, "Oh, hello, here I am, I've arrived with my haircut, sitting down now with my haircut. What do you think of the situation in Kashmir? I've got a haircut," you know what I mean? It's difficult, and I feel like with my hat, you know, if I go into, you know, a baker's or a haberdashery or something, I just sort of feel like, you know, I should go, "Oh, I've got this hat on, you know, I just want to clear it up with you, I'm aware of the hat." It's like this the elephant in the room thing again in psychiatry. It's like the thing that's no one's, if I'm in a baker's and no one's mentioned my hat, I'm thinking everyone's thinking about this hat now. You know, I feel like it's an unspoken thing. You're not someone who's really... Fashion's not important to you, is it, Carl? Don't mean that to sound derogatory.
No, it's never been that important to me. I mean, I see you with your hat on, and I just think, oh, something else to put on.
Right.
If I was at home, and I'm in a rush and running late, it's already a pain in the winter, isn't it? Because you've got to put your coat on, you've probably got a little scarf to pop on, some gloves. And your list of things to do before you leave the house is just getting longer. You've got pop-on hats. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And you were saying yesterday, you're thinking about getting a cane.
I've got a cane.
Right.
I just don't...
Cane. A cape, maybe?
I don't think there are any more sort of, like, appurtenances that I'll be able to carry off, you know. I just like, so I think it's a bit worrying, isn't it, fashion, if you take it too seriously. I've started wearing, cause of wearing, you know, drain pipe jeans and that, like, men's jeans were no longer tight enough, I've started wearing girls' jeans, right, and they're really tight.
But why? Why are you doing this?
Well, if I'm 100% honest, it's because I've been influenced by, like, you know, I became friends with Carl Barat out of the Libertines, and again, my personality was not strong enough to withstand that kind of influence. It's like, oh, look at him, he's got a hat, he's wearing tight jeans, perhaps if I was to put on a pair of tight jeans, you know, I mean, sort of like, you know, I've got a character of my own.
Yeah, but why are you following everyone else?
I'm not everyone else. I'm not, like, planning to shave my head and become all morose in an attempt to be more like you.
No, but there is, like, in that same science magazine I was talking about earlier, right? There's a bit in it about how sheep, you know, that saying about follow the sheep
flock.
And stuff. That apparently sheep sometimes jump off a cliff.
Yeah.
Right?
Why do they do that?
I don't know, but the one that at the front does it so everyone else copies. And I sort of think, why is the one in the front in charge? Do you know what I mean? If he doesn't know what he's doing, he's jumping off cliffs. He shouldn't be leading anyone.
He's risen to a position of power on next to no ability there.
But that's kind of what you're doing. You're following Karl Barat.
Yeah, he does look nice. You know.
Yeah, but you see, the only time I was into fashion, it was about, I don't know, when was it? About 80 82, 83.
Yeah.
And, tank tops were in.
Well, who can forget the tank top?
Yeah, I had a nice little red tank top, right? And I used to wear it with, a white Grandad shirt underneath, right? It looked pretty smart.
How old were you?
I don't know, what would it have been then? About 9, something like that.
Alright.
Looked pretty smart, right? And I love this red tank top, right? But for some, I don't know how I managed it, but I got a little bit of oil on the front of it. And I was like, oh, I can't believe it, I've got a bit of oil on my tank top and that. I thought, what can I do? It won't come out. And I don't know what came over me, right? But I decided that cutting it out was a good idea.
Right.
And I sort of got hold of the bit with the oil on, so I pulled it out a little bit like that. Cut it out, stood in front of the mirror. Thought that hasn't worked, has it?
If anything, it's worse.
It's made it worse. From a white sort of from a black oily bit. All you can see is me white Grandad shirt underneath. I just thought, why? But ever since then, I got sick of fashion. So I forget it. Just wear stuff that I forget oil on. Not bothered.
Just carry on.
Just carry on, and that's what you need to do. You just need to, you know, you're a smart looking bloke. You've got your hair.
Yeah.
That's good. That's a good fashion accessory. No matter what you wear, you look sort of cool because you've got that hair.
With the hair would always be
everybody with sort of long hair is pretty cool. You know what I mean? Can't think of anyone with long hair who's.
Well, I don't know, right, Carl, because like the sort of two people that I most commonly could like sort of compared with, people go, oh, you look a bit like, right?
Yeah.
Justin Hawkins, right? Oh, you know, I don't like being compared to him physically.
No.
And like, not that he isn't, you know, a very talented man. And Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen. Right, and I don't like being, you know, so they're like, I don't want to be compared to them physically. That's something I've got to fight.
No, good point.
I've got a hat. That's Soul Sister Brown Sugar by Sam and Dave. They didn't get on in real life, apparently, did they, Sam and Dave?
Didn't have a chat. They couldn't do this.
They couldn't, could they? There'd be a terrible atmosphere. This is BBC 6 Music's me, Russell Brand, and Karl Pilkington. Before Sam and Dave, we had Simon Garfunkel with The Boxer. You like that track, don't you?
Loving that, yeah.
Because it's a story. You like songs that are stories.
All songs that are stories, but also on that track, right?
Yeah.
Do you know the drum bit at the end? It's like, da-na-na.
Yeah.
That big crash. They did that by holding some sort of drum in a lift shaft. And they went, that sounds good, doesn't it? And they were like, yeah, let's record that and use it on the track.
No, they can't have been doing that anyway and then decided to incorporate it into a track. Surely they were saying we need an echoey drum.
They experimented back then, didn't it, with music and that, and they might have been in a lift shaft just banging it going, that sounds good, doesn't it? And
well, how did they get there?
Well, again, you're always having a go. You're always having a go.
No, okay, fair enough. Well, because their relationship fell apart, didn't it? Probably because of this experimentation. You spend enough time in a lift shaft with someone, you know, that's what would happen. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up, because we're the only people in the BBC at the moment.
Let's wrap it up.
Steph's abandoned us. You know, like, I'm worried. I think that we must be very careful in the elevator. There's no paper in the photocopiers. We've just been left here. It's like, in the lift shaft, I want you to stay very close to me, Carl. But no experimentation, you know. Let me make that clear.
Right.
Right, well, we'll be back
again tomorrow, yeah.
Back tomorrow for our final shows, then Ramon will be back after that. So, yeah, join us then. Nighty-night, ta-ta. That was Morrissey with Suede Head. You're listening to BBC 6 Music. I'm Russell Brand, standing in for Ramon for the last of my 3 nights, standing in for her. She'll be back tomorrow then. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. Over the next 3 hours till 1 o'clock, we've got some brilliant things in store. We're going to be analysing the news, talking about man's relationship with beasts. We're going to talk a bit about Jesus, in a Christian sense. We're certainly not going to undermine Jesus, who did some jolly good work. We're also talking about extraterrestrials later in the show. Karl might do some Bible readings, and Karl's got a brilliant competition, ain't you, Karl?
Yeah, it'll be alright, yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. It's very exciting.
We've had a few requests for the feature.
Yeah,
so, Rockbusters.
Yeah, Rockbusters, that's it, that's what it's called.
So we'll, you know, give away some DVDs and that.
I think that's gonna be awesome, a bit of fun for all of us. We might talk about mysteries and doppelgangers a little bit later. Send us some texts if you, want to make predictions for things that might happen over the next year. But we've got some fantastic music coming up over the next hour. We've got, a session from 1992 of Radiohead. That'll be amazing to have a little listen to. We've got Arctic Monkeys, XTC, we've got loads of things. It's worth staying with us for the next 3 hours, if only to hear Karl's competition. I don't know the answers to these. I'm going to join in that competition because some of them prizes are desirable, so stay with us. That was Coldplay with Talk. You're listening to Six Music. I'm Russell Brand, standing in for Namone over the Christmas period with Karl Pilkington. I think, right, today's the 29th of December. This is like the last legitimate opportunity we're going to get to talk about Christmas. Later on in the show, we've got a lot of other topics to cover. So let's quickly just talk once and for all about Jesus and Christmas and that. Now, I've had a look at the Bible, but like sort of, like I saw that Passion of the Christ, right, last year, and well, sort of, it's good, sort of, because it's like as much as any sort of biblical story can be, it's authentic. You know, used like Mel Gibson, who directed, used authentic Latin languages and Aramaic and stuff to tell the story, right? And it's sort of, you know, as we all know, Jesus did those miracles, did many wonderful things, preached peace and compassion. Right, so that, what I thought was, right, fair enough, focus on those things for the films, for the film Passion of the Christ. Where I'll take issue with the film Passion of the Christ, right, Karl, is that there was a scene in it where, like, Jesus as a younger man, before he's, started getting properly into the preaching, so there's a scene where he's, like, credited with the invention of the dinner table, right? Like, he's there at home, like, in the workshop with Mary, and, like, he's making because, like, you know, in, sort of ancient, or not ancient, in biblical times, they, sort of, apparently, dinner tables, they ate at tables that were sort of like, you'd sit on the floor, you wouldn't sit at chairs, and, like, Jesus, however, he's working on a waist-tight table, Mary comes in, she sees this, Jesus, what are you doing? It's a table I'm making, mother. You know, she goes, a table, you say, at waist height, and he goes, yeah, like, you may not think it now, but I have a funny feeling it might catch on, right, and almost winks to the camera. And I think, like, why do you need to, like, Jesus has done all these amazing things, why do we need to make out that he invented the table? I've looked right through the Bible, start to finish, looking for a bit saying Jesus was the mind behind IKEA. Then there's no evidence to suggest that he is at all.
But it's the same thing, isn't it, as the sort of Shane Ritchie problem now. He doesn't know what he wants to sort of own. Do you know what I mean? I like Shane Ritchie, he's a likeable fella, but sometimes I wonder if an alien landed and said, you know...
As one might.
And said, Shane Ritchie, what does he do? Or whatever, if they talk like that.
Well,
I'd go, do you know what, mate? I'd say, you've got me there.
Yeah.
I won't be able to help him, because it's kind of... Is he a comic? Is he a singer? Is he an actor?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got many talents, and I'm not having a go at him for that.
And you think Jesus, in a way...
That's what he's doing there, isn't it? He's like saying, yeah, I can do this, I can do that. What, you want water into wine? Yeah, leave that with me. Tell you what, though, what you need with that wine is a table. And it's a chair, and it's like, what?
Oh, a minute, focus, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, that's the only problem.
But of course, this is just, I will point out, because we don't want to blaspheme, not during the Christmas period, that it is Mel Gibson's depiction of Jesus, rather than an objective or actual Jesus, who never claimed to be the inventor of tables. Nor did Shane Ritchie, really. Shane Ritchie, I think, has had quite a focused career. That was Decent Days and Nights Future Heads. Before that, we had a world tour from A Tribe Called Quest. You're listening to Six Music with Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington. We was having a bit of a chat about the passion of the Christ, right? Sort of the issue that I had with it is, like, it's already a story that contains miracles, the Son of God coming to earth to redeem mankind. Does it need jazzing up by saying that Jesus invented the table? My answer to that hypothetical question that I've self-posed is no. And, like, then another bit, right, at the end of the film, they had a raven coming, like, when Christ's up on the cross, they had a raven come down and, like, you know, Barabbas, the thief, who was released instead of Jesus.
Well, I don't know.
Well, apparently they goes to the people, who do you want released, you know, out of this lot? One of them is Jesus, bear in mind. They said Barabbas, the thief, you know, and, like, anyway, as I remember, in the Passion of Christ, a raven came down and started pecking out someone's eyes. Like one of the people on the cross, like not Jesus, obviously one of the others. I thought, well, that's not necessary, is it? You know, to have, because I mean, it's not, again, I've looked in the Bible, at no point does it say, and though a raven came down and pecked out back. It's just cinematic license and unnecessary.
That's what they do, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I don't think I'm going to bother seeing it, because it's been out ages, hasn't it? It's sort of gone now, that. It's sort of...
Let it go. And you're reading the Bible anyway, aren't you? So you can just get the information first hand.
I mean, it is interesting, all the, all different religions and stuff.
Yeah.
And about a year ago, right, I kind of thought, you know, people talk about it a lot, there must be something in it, you know, there might be something in there that I'll enjoy, something to do a couple of days a week.
Yeah.
I like stories. and a lot of it is about stories.
A lot of it's, parables, stories and that.
Yeah, fables and all that,
fables,
right? So I was like, yeah, I could get into this, and I was looking at different religions, and I thought, what I'll do, I'll just try them all out, and sort of find out, you know, which one, sort of, do you have to give the most time to, because I didn't want anything that was overpowering.
Right, yeah, well that's the thing with a religious faith, you don't want to have to devote too much time to it.
Too much time, I didn't want to have to get up too early for it, but, you know, I'd be willing to help people out, and I think at the end of the day, if you're prepared to do that, then you're onto a winner.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I didn't get that far into it. I saw a little Buddhist fella, because I thought, they always seem happy, they're always singing and stuff. Yeah. I've got a bald head anyway, right?
Fair enough, you're on the way.
And I spoke to some fella on Oxford Street.
Yeah.
And, he was a little Buddhist bloke, and I said, alright. And he was like, yeah, alright. But I don't know where he was from. He was from somewhere in the world where he couldn't understand me and I couldn't understand him.
Yeah, that could be anywhere other than within the confines of your mind, Carl.
Yeah.
I would like to.
And I said, look, your religion and that, is it any good? And he gave me a plum.
Right.
But that's one of them fruits that you don't want to eat when it's from someone else, because it's too, do you know what I mean? It's
do you eat the skin?
That's the problem.
He touched it?
Yeah.
Did he not look clean?
He did look clean, but it's sometimes, you know, you see films where they inject stuff into fruit.
I don't think that's part of Buddhism. I don't think one of the tenets of Buddhism is inject fruit with an elixir to make people Buddhist. It's all about giving and generosity and spirituality, isn't it? I mean, maybe if you had grubby fingernails, I can understand your reluctance.
Well, you did a bit of it, didn't you?
I hung out with the Hare Krishnas for a while, and, like, sort of went to, they've got a mansion that George Harrison bought them, right, called Back to Devanta Manor. I love these Hare Krishnas, they're all lovely, right? But, like any group of people, there are certain individuals, like, you know, sort of, like, you know, there's good and bad in everyone. So, like, I went down there and they said, like, yeah, we've got this, like, what's the main tenets of your religion? Well, life is only an illusion, all material is meaningless. Life's a meaningless illusion, and don't get too attached to material objects or material possessions. I goes, oh, I noticed there's a celebration today, what is that? It's the anniversary of the day George Harrison gave us this fabulous mansion. So I was like, well, hold on, you just said don't get all excited about material possessions, right? And they said, well, you know, it was a lovely gesture by George. Then, they said the cow is sacred. Then this woman, lovely woman, Vashana, who's really brilliant, was explaining to me, oh, the cow is sacred in our faith. That's why we here at the Back to Devanta Manor for Hare Krishnas have got all these cows that we keep down here in the cow shed. I'll take you to them. She started leading me towards the cow shed, saying, oh, it's symbolic of the relationship of the mother and child. Krishna's favourite animal was the cow. It's all very, you know, sort of, it's a beautiful, peaceful, life-giving animal. Right, and she was telling me it's on the way to the cow shed. We walked into the cow shed, and there was a bloke there, hitting one with a stick to get it to go through a gate. I was like, well, this under my... And he had gold teeth and tattoos on him and stuff. He was like sort of a Russian gangster. I wasn't like, she was like, oh, don't worry about that. You know, sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind. I said, oh, I've not seen that in the Back to Devanta.
So if you were a cow...
Yeah.
In this country, and you could talk and that, you would be like, well, I want to get over there.
Because they think they're sacred.
Because in Egypt, it's the same with cats, isn't it?
Yeah, they are. And have you seen in the Sun today, right? Yeah, cats are sacred in Egypt. Have you seen in the Sun today, there's been, like, there's a story, 6 reasons people give for abandoning pets, right? This is in the Sun. Some of the, like, the RSPCA have revealed owners give some sick, pathetic excuses for dumping their pets to shelters. Here are just some of the excuses that we've had. We dumped our cat because it doesn't match the new carpet. That's one excuse. Well, I'm a cat owner. I've got a black and white cat. Goes with everything. Just got to think ahead when making the purchase. That's what I'd say. Another person says, the dog hurts my legs when it wags its tail. And I wonder if that's like because the legs are near to the wagging tail, or it's just like there's some weird correlation going on. It's further on up the road by Bobby Bland. This is 6 Music. We've got a session track for you now. This is recorded for Radio 1's evening session on the 13th of June, 1992. It's a real treat. It's Radiohead with Creep. This is Russell Brand on 6 Music. That was Radiohead with Creep, recorded in 92 at one of the Radio 1 evening sessions. And when we queued up the track, I described it as a real treat, which Carl was then all cynical about, oh, real treat. But it just then made me feel alienated and confused, which made me appreciate a ballad of alienation like Creep all the more. So by insulting me, you've inadvertently enhanced my enjoyment of that track, because if that track is for anyone, it is for the dispossessed, and in that moment you made me one of them by going, real treat. So, you know, in a way, that has backfired on you, Pilkington, that attack. But let's move on now to a contest, why don't we? Right, so Karl does these competitions, Rockbusters, is that what you call them?
Call it Rockbusters, yeah. Right, I'll just give you a little taster of how it works.
Go on.
If you haven't heard it, then you don't know what goes on.
Yes, go on.
Basically, right, I give you some initials.
Yeah.
Of an artist or a band or something.
Yeah.
And then there's a cryptic clue.
Cryptic, is it?
Sort of cryptic-ish, right? That gives a clue as to that band or artist. Right? It sort of makes up the title of the song.
Okay,
so if I said to you, if I said, I gave you the initials N-D.
Yes, N-D.
And then I say, what would I say? I'd say something like, oh, that garden tool, it's not yours, that, right?
That garden tool is not yours, and we know that the initials are ND.
And that would be...
Right, so...
That'd be, like, what's a garden tool?
Garden tool, I don't know, a hoe, a spade, a shovel.
But the one I'm thinking about is a rake.
Right.
It's not yours, what you're doing with that, you've stolen that, right? So that's nicked.
Nicked.
Yeah.
Drake. Nicked rake. Nick Drake.
Nick
Brilliant. Okay, so this is that's the competition, and like, if you can, that's not an actual one now, that was just an example. I don't know the answer, so I'm gonna be playing along as well. The prizes are, essentially, it's Karl's DVD clear out, right? It's DVDs that you've watched or you're bored of.
Yeah.
Right, one DVD is The Day After Tomorrow. What have you got against that?
It's just, I mean, I like sort of weird things that happen on the planet, anything with a tornado in it, or, bad weather, and all that. I love all that, but I've seen it, don't want to watch it again.
Right, so that's one prize you could be winning. Phone Booth, Colin Farrell film. What?
Enjoyed that, but, I watched it once, loved it.
Yeah.
Watched it again just to see if there was any flaws in it, any little holes and that I could say, oh, the aired there.
Troubleshooting.
Couldn't find any.
Yeah.
The only bad thing with that is, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's basically, the message is, you know, don't pick up the phone or don't
help others.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Don't pick up the phone, that's the central message. I wouldn't mind that, I'll be in the running for that, because I've not seen either of those. But Nighty Night by Julia Davis, that DVD, that's still in its cellophane wrapping, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought I'd left it too late, it's sort of been and gone.
Right, the bus has gone, it's right. And then you've got Marion and Jeff and The Life Aquatic. I've seen The Life Aquatic, that's a really good film, why are you giving that away?
Didn't like it, it was all
It's beautiful, I've really enjoyed it, it's visually stunning.
Yeah, I know, but that isn't enough in a film, is it?
What's it, this is visually stunning?
Well, it's not about that. If that's the case, I wouldn't like The Elephant Man. Right. It's not visually, you know, a good-looking fella, but it's a brilliant film.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, brilliant film, isn't it? Very moving, touching, noble, wonderful man. Alright, but we'll talk about The Elephant Man later, definitely. Oh, and also another prize, Steph, our producer's got these Pink Floyd books. Oh, she's holding them now. It's nice to have her here. She'll probably clear off to a party, I would have thought, within half hour. She'll be sick and tired of us, leaving us like orphans. Thank you very much, Steph. Right, these Pink Floyd books, Dark Side of the Moon, The Making of Pink Floyd's masterpiece. Oh, that'd be alright. So yeah, it's like 3 copies of that, so if you can answer Karl's, cryptic rockbuster, also I'm going to be in the running, so, but if I get one right, I'll take it, but I won't take all the prizes, and also I might not get any right, so go on, what's the clue?
Do you know what I think we should do, right? Because people will be loving this.
Yeah.
Let them get some pen and paper on that, right?
Right, and then we'll do it after.
And we'll do it after the
Sunny Road from Emiliana Torini. This is Six Music, Russell Brand, standing in for the moment with Karl Pilkington, who just said that he reckons that he could have Emiliana Torini's voice playing in his head at all times. Don't you think it would eventually, though, it would start to annoy you, wouldn't it?
No, it's just soothing, isn't it?
Alright, but say you don't want to be soothed, perhaps you're entering into a bout of aggressive lovemaking with your partner, and you've got Emiliana Torini's sunny-year-old, all gentle, and that might be
what I didn't tell you is I've got a little volume knob on the side of my head.
You turn it down.
A bit, yeah.
Well, no, but that's, you've undermined the premise. You said you wanted it all times. Who wouldn't you like to have in your mind at all times?
Musically.
Ice Cube.
Something like that.
Ice Cube, make you insecure.
I don't like any song when you can't hear what they're telling you.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
You like it to be clear. You like there to be clear narratives, which is why about every 10 minutes you bring up your love of In the Ghetto.
In the Ghetto, Elvis, brilliant. You can hear it, there's a story, it's got a start, a middle and end. But all this rap, I can't hear what they're saying.
Right.
Opera. It's nothing to do with, you know, rap and stuff. It's opera, the same problem, isn't it?
Right, yeah. Don't like operas, but that's in Italian or German or something, just like very clearly to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Alright, and yet you see fit yourself to pose riddles for others, like your patented Rockbusters. Come on, what's the first Rockbuster? You can win like a variety of DVDs and books and that. Also, what I'd like you to do, right, if you're having a little bit of a listen, you can text in with whose voice would you most like to have going on in your mind all the time, and whose would you least like to have going on all the time inside your mind, and also which DVD you might like to win. And of course, you've got to answer the Rockbuster inquiry. What is it then?
Right then, so there's 3 little clues. Will we do...
So to get one? I think we should just do one at a time, don't you?
Well, we should have thought this through, shouldn't we?
Do all 3. Do what you're happy with. Go with your instincts. You're the creator of the Rockbuster. I don't want it ever to be said that I've impeded you.
We'll do all 3, right? But we won't say who the winner is until after midnight. Is that fair enough?
Alright, fair enough. Oh, you keep people hanging on.
Well, that's what you do, innit, on the radio and that.
Yeah. You're a cruel, cold man. Right, let's hear these clues then.
Listen then. So the first clue, right? The Scottish fella can't get into his emails.
Scottish fella can't get into his... What's the initials?
KL.
KL. Scottish fella can't get into his emails.
Now, the Scottish fella, forget, he's not an artist who's Scottish and that. You've just got to look at that clue and think about, right...
Scottish fella, you think Jock, Hamish, something like that.
You could, think about the way they speak or something. It could be, do you know what I mean? They're really cryptic, right?
Really cryptic.
I mean, sometimes it's easier just to look at the initials and go, who could that be, and then think about the clue
afterwards. Think about the initials first. Are they so cryptic, Carl, that sometimes you just think, well, you've wasted an hour of my life?
Well, we'll see. I'll let you decide that when I give you the answers and that. You might, go mental.
Brilliant.
So, alright, so that's the first one. Right?
Okay, what else?
Second one.
Yeah.
If you get, like, a light bulb, right?
Yeah.
And you look after that light bulb when it's young.
Yeah.
Right? And, you look after it, you teach it stuff.
Yeah.
What's going on there? Right, what are you doing?
And the initials are?
R.
Just R?
Just R, yeah.
Looking after a light bulb, nurture it, treasure it when it's young, the initial is just R. If you can answer, if you know the answer, these are baffling to me, but if you know the answer, you could be winning Life Aquatic, Nighty Night, or the, making of Dark Side of the Moon. I've just had a look at that, it's really interesting. Yeah. And what's the third?
The last one is, the Australian fella picks 2 men.
The Australian fella picks 2 men.
Yeah.
Initials are?
E.
Okay, so, let's go quickly summarise it for us.
So the first one, the Scottish fella can't get into his emails. What's going on there?
And the initials are KL. Right, okay.
Second one, you get a bulb.
Yeah.
Right? You look after it.
Yeah.
Right?
While it's young, you nurture it.
And that, you nurture it, and that, you're teaching it stuff.
What's going on there?
Yeah.
Initial R.
Right, R.
And the third and final one?
The Australian fella picks 2 men.
Right, Australian fella picks 2 men. Okay, so those are the 3 clues.
E is the letter for that one.
Right. You can text us on 64046, or you can give us a call if you like on 08700 100 600. We'll get you right on the air. Or you can email us at russell.6music.co.uk. russell.6music@bbc.co.uk. There you are, it couldn't be less confusing.
And we'll just let them get on with that whilst we're chatting and playing songs and that.
We've got plenty of songs to be getting on with.
Midnight, we can just, pick out a winner and...
We'll reveal the answers and, let out the booty. Also, sort of perhaps, text us, what artists would you most like to have inside of your mind at all times? And what would be the drawbacks of that? Surely there would be some problems. Let's get on the music, shall we? It's Going Nowhere by Cut Copy. Before that we had Statue of Liberty, XTC. This is Russell Brand standing in for Namone on your BBC Six Music. I'm here with Karl Pilkington with his Rockbusters quizzes and queries, right? I was about to say, you wasted everyone's time because I think they're impossible, that no one will ever, if we could sit here till the end of time and no one will get those, cryptic clues. We've had, already, 4 people that have got them completely right. Brian from Manchester, you're right. Who else is right? Ian in Southend, you're right. Then there's someone from Scotland, TC in Glasgow, he goes, you can keep them DVDs, lads. He ain't interested. He's not getting seduced by your contests. And then Paula from the bank says, I don't have a Scooby on those Rockbusters, but I'd like a Pink Floyd book. Well, Paula, working in a bank, you may have a good, strong foothold in the world of capitalism, but you can't start throwing your weight round here. You'll have to enter the competition like a normal person. Carl, I reckon that you should think of some new ones and we should give these people the prizes because they've come up with it so quickly.
I know, but we've only got what do you want me to do? Go home and see what the DVDs are?
Go and get some more DVDs. Perhaps, perhaps you could give up some of your shoes or something.
Oh, just leave it.
Listen, if you were getting into Buddhism, you'd have to renounce some of your material possessions. I don't think you'd stand a chance.
What's it? Whoa.
That person offered you a plum, you turned your nose up at it because you thought he was a bit grubby, then you're clinging on these DVDs already looking away. I reckon we should reveal the answers and you should think of some more. You've got more of these things in your mind, haven't you?
Yeah, but we haven't got many DVDs.
Of course we have, we'll get more. I'll tell you what we'll do, we'll go over around Jupiter's desk. He's got all sorts of DVDs lying around there. We'll go and load ourselves up with Phil Jupiter's booty. Come on. Right. Brian from Manchester, you were right. So go and say the clues, the first clue again.
And you give the answer.
Yeah, and I'll give the answer.
Right, the clue was a Scottish fella. Right. He can't get into his emails. Why is
the answer is Kenny Loggins. Kenny Loggins. Kenny Loggins. Correct answer, Brian from Manchester. I would never have got that.
Alright. The second one, right, you get a little bulb and that, right? You sort of look after it, right?
Yeah,
when it's young and stuff, and you teach it stuff.
Yeah.
Right? The initial was R.
Yeah. Razor light. You raise a light. You literally raise a light. And what was the third and final one?
The Australian fella picks 2 men.
Picks 2 men? Him and him. I'll have that one or that one. Him and him. Perfect. Well, Brian from Manchester, you were right. Ian in Scotland, you were right. Right, so send in, text us or call us now, tell us what, you can both have a copy of the Pink Floyd book, but then we've got to divide up phone booth, nighty night, day after tomorrow, and Marion Jeff between you.
Do you know what, right? How about this?
Yeah,
right.
well, they do a playoff.
No, what I'm thinking is, why don't people make their own?
Yeah.
Send them in to us.
And we'll do them. Alright, we'll challenge it. Oh, well, like it's a two-way street, Carl. Right, you send your ones in to us, but we want prizes off of you. And the only currency I understand is kissing from good-looking women. That was Caught by the River by Doves. Before that, we had 5 Man Army by Massive Attack. This is 6 Music with Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington. Thanks very much for your text messages. Right, Mark Smith, you were just a bit too late. You did have the right answer with, for Carl's cryptic Rockbusters quiz. Right, it was Kenny Loggins, Razor Light, Eminem. Yes, that's true. And, alright, and, here, this is, actually Steve from Cardiff says that he would like to have Joe Strummer in his head. He'd like to have Joe Strummer in his head.
What, if one song was sort of going over and over in your head?
Not necessarily one song, one artist. If he had to have it permanently in his mind, constantly, he'd go for Joe Strummer. He wouldn't like to have Ozzy Osbourne in his head at all times. Particularly because Ozzy would occasionally get bored of performing and just start making emotional demands, wouldn't he? Oh, I can't work the remote control, Sharon, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, probably like an instrumental's best as well, isn't it, thinking about it?
Get an instrumental because then you can, if you need
words.
to... Yeah. What if you need to focus on a task, on some administrative thing? Callum reckons that he sent a text saying he would hate to have Sean Paul constantly in his mind. Can anyone understand what he says? No, I don't know if anyone can.
So that's what's bad, isn't it? Because it's like, he could have something really important to say.
Yeah.
And we're all going, what's he saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, what about
like we were talking about Jesus earlier, if Jesus had murmured, yeah, or, you know, just been inarticulate or used opera, then Christianity would not have taken the world by storm in the fashion that it has.
And we wouldn't have tables and chairs.
We'd have no table, we'd all be sat on the floor, eating our food off of tiles with bleeding gums. Can you imagine what kind of world that would be, Carl? Got another text here, this is from Catherine and Peter in Bath. They're enjoying our show, and they said, can you explain the meaning of apocryphal rhubarb as mentioned in last night's show? Could it be a new religion or a new religious concept? Well, apocryphal means, like, I think it means at least a story that's reported to be true, reputedly true, but ain't necessarily so. We gave the example of George Washington chopped down that tree. Carl still doesn't understand this.
I don't know how you get all these... where's the room in your head, right? Where you're keeping all these words.
I cleared it out of a big blaze of heroin throughout my teens and 20s.
I'll tell you right, I got a new phone the other day for Christmas, you know, I sort of treat myself.
Well, you bought it for yourself?
Yeah, just a new little mobile.
Mobile, right? Yeah, okay.
And it's got that predictive text on it.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm sure that my new phone is brainier than me, right?
I would not dispute that. I reckon we should let it co-host the rest of the show.
No, I was probably sending a text to you, and I was putting in ain't.
Yeah.
Right? As in, like, I ain't got a clue.
He's not, yeah.
Ain't. And I put in ain't, looked at the screen.
Yeah.
And it had brought up biotechnology.
It brought up biotechnology?
Who's sending that on a text?
Well, possibly terrorists. I mean, so like, I think it's good that it's anticipated that. You were trying to say ain't.
Ain't. I mean, I don't know if it works on everyone's phone. It'd be interesting to see if different phones are brainier than others, really.
Because, you know, there's a machine somewhere in the world, some computer machine. My phone's a daft, it is. It interferes with my life.
What do you say if you put in ain't? Just try and...
oh, I can't be bothered, Russell. Alright, well, let's try. We'll do it now. Let's just put in ain't now. A-I-N-T. Ain't.
You see, what's probably happened is it's got used to you.
It's got used to me doing it. So hold on, now it's time for this. Core blimey, I'm ever so lonely, so I am. What wouldn't I give for the company of a lady or sank? That's what it's gone on. It's just predicted my whole mood there, just from that little bit of information that it got then. Hey, what was I going to say about phones and technology and stuff like that? Oh yeah, right, there's a machine, do you know that there's like a computer that listens to all our phone calls and all of our texts to make sure that, you know, because it's sensitive to, like, crime and terrorism. So if you send a text message that says in it something like, if you send a text message, right, try it with your friends. If it said, like, cocaine, bomb, communism, those are all buzzwords that mean it would alert this computer thing, and I'd say, hello, someone's sending text messages here that are of a dubious nature, so be very careful if you send text messages that contain that kind of information.
I don't think I need to worry.
Why, because you don't send that?
No.
I suppose if you're sending a text message that says, get me some cocaine, I need it to get the confidence up, I've planted a bomb, also we ought to consider the Communist Manifesto, then perhaps the CIA should keep their eyes peeled.
Mine probably won't say it, say something else, like biological something or other. It's just
recalcitrant, uppity fool, you, Carl. I'm glad it stepped in. Setting Sun there by Chemical Brothers. Brilliant to listen to it for 5 minutes, 27 seconds, but would you like it in your head for all eternity, Karl Pilkington?
No. I mean, it's good and everything, like you say, but
after a while, it would send you over the edge. But for 5 minutes, that was 5 minutes of bliss, wasn't it?
It was
just to have that.
Yeah.
Listen to Six Music, I'm Russell Brand here with Karl Pilkington. Yeah, so here's some things to text us about and email us about and phone us. The phone numbers 08. What is the phone number, Carl? 0800. I know that's the start of it.
08700.
08700. Oh Christ! What a way to begin.
100 600.
08700 100 600.
Yeah.
You can give us a little bell and tell us what artist or group would you like to have in your mind at all times, and which one would you least like to have? Or you can text us on 640406, same information, or you can, I think, just use those mediums. You can email us if you want, but if you want to do that, you've got to investigate it for yourself.
Well, I might as well say it in the time you said that. I might as well just say it. It's russell.6music@bbc.co.uk.
It just confuses me saying things with a lot of dots in it, 'cause I feel like I'm using Morse code, punctuation. It's a baffling way to communicate. I'm scared of the internet anyway, as you know. I just find it a very
it's weird,
difficult way to communicate with people. But, you know, hey, let's get with it. Grow up, stop being such a square. Now, what I wanted to talk about is this competition, right? So we did Carl's Rockbusters. It was a roaring success, but Brian from Manchester and Ian quickly got the answers, right? So we've had to give away the prizes. We've got one Pink Floyd book left. Oh, and Life Aquatic's still in here. Someone can have that as well. So, like, we've got another prize here. But I like doing Rockbusters, right? And I want people to do more of them. We've had some brilliant suggestions.
No, but we haven't got any prizes.
Right, we've not got any prizes, but we have got options, Carl, right? We've got a couple of options, right? Your friends and colleagues with Ricky Gervais and Steve Merchant, you could plunder them for merchandise. I'm friends with David Walliams.
No, but this is asking favours. If I had a mate of who was a doctor, and he was saying, oh, my leg needs to come off, do you know anyone? I wouldn't sort of start dragging my mates in to say,
alright, let's get him, I'll tell you what.
Got a bad leg.
Let's get alright, if someone, alright, so then let's not just think, oh, let's have celebrity people, right, like, you know, alright, I know, Lee Francis, creator of Bo Selector, we could get him to give some DVDs, signed DVDs as prizes, or I also know a bloke who's a plumber, like he'll come round to your house and mend your pipes. But I'll tell you this, that bloke who's a plumber, he also dresses up in women's underwear, so if you want him rifling through your drawers, fair enough. Now we've got another, like, so look, there's some of the I think we could go and raid Phil Jupitus' desk. He's got a bounty in there. He's got all sorts of stuff. What's your and anyway, people understand, if people want to do Rockbusters, right, they could do it for the love of doing the Rockbusters, and, you know, hopefully they'll get a prize. But
that's asking a lot, though, isn't it? No
guarantee. What's it got? No, because there's some good suggestions. What was this suggestion here? Oh yeah, look, this is from Tommy in Fife. His suggestion is Scottish garage assistant fella describes Diesel. Scottish garage assistant fella describes Diesel. So it's going to be like an accent describing Diesel or another kind of fuel. That's Tommy from Fife's one.
Is he saying that they've run out of fuel?
No, he's just describing it. It just says he describes it. He's not saying, Scottish, yeah, I think that'd be a better clue, yeah. He's saying that they've run out of fuel. Scottish Garage Assistant fella says that there's no fuel here. That's Tommy from Five's suggestion with a little bit of Karl Pilkington magic just sprinkled over the top. Then, there's another one, that painting smell nice, what's going on there? We don't know, that's just sent by an anonymous person, just for the love of Rockbusters. You see, you're creating a phenomenon here, Karl.
So what's the initials on that one?
The initials are, on the first one, the diesel describing fuel one, Scottish fella describing fuel, that's SP, and the painting smelling nice, what's going on there, the initials are AB. Okay, so send us your answers to those, and we might get a prize. We could either go and raid Phil Jupiter's desk. I see you've got some Jack D DVDs there, we could go rifle through there.
I'll tell you what would be really easy to sort out. Maybe like if you've got a favourite song or something.
Favourite song?
And
we could play... Oh yeah, we could play... Alright, could do a request, but also I'm up for nicking some stuff now, I don't know, my blood's up, Karl. But like, you said, like, we've got a commitment, once we've, like, given out a prize, we've got to give it.
All I'm thinking is, right, if we say, oh, we'll get some signed DVDs, right, it's not gonna happen for the next week, because it's New Year and stuff, we're not gonna... Right? And then, it's just that long wait, and I remember when I was a kid, right, and, like, I joined the Dennis the Menace fan club,
with the Beano.
Filled it out and that. And every day...
Oh, there's an interminable wait, wasn't it? It just went on and on. Within 28 days, I was driven mad. I want me Nasher badge.
And that's what I'm thinking, you know. Rory, who's sending a lot of texts.
Good old Rory, God bless him.
He's good, he's been there every night for us, supporting us, right?
He's been a rock for us,
but
Rory,
say if he took part, and his days are going by, and he's getting up every morning, looking out at the postman, going, where's me post, sir? there's nothing.
Like he goes all Dickensian, excuse me, has there been any letters in the mail for me today? That was, Coral in the Morning, and before that we had Richard Ashcroft, Break the Night with Colour. This show's been musically very good, hasn't it? Have you enjoyed it so far?
I'm loving it, yeah.
I'd like to have most of these tracks in my head, but not, as we said before, not Chemical Brothers all the time. 5 minutes, that's more than enough. Well, it's not more than enough, it's exactly right, they pitched it perfectly. Got email, or we got, you know, like how we're doing our, Rockbusters quiz. Well, we've got some more suggestions from people. This one is from Mellow Simon in Surbiton, right? His clue is, used to be Mr. Winston's muscles, initials X and S, win a Doors DVD. He's gonna provide a prize, right? And, he'd like to have Bobby Hutcherson's, in his head the whole time. Fair enough, but...
Just give us that clue again a second.
Right. Used to be Mr. Winston's muscles, initials X and S. He's providing his own prize. If you can get that right, win a Doors DVD. Now, we're not culpable for that. If Mellow Simon in Surbiton reneges on that deal and you never see that Doors DVD, we ain't responsible. Do you see what it means? We can do this quiz, we don't have to go and raid Phil Jupiter's desk. We can keep our fingers clean, we don't have to have our dabs all over...
What, so we're just leaving it to them? It's like some sort of Noel Edmonds swap shop thing.
It's like swap shop. We're doing on-air swap shop now, although I still think that, you know, if people get the ones that we've already put out, like that one, from Tommy from Fife, Scottish Garage Assistant, describes diesel, says there's no fuel there, right, initials SP, we'll have to provide the prize. If, anyone gets that painting smell nice, what's going on there, initials AB, we've got to go on a little Phil Jupiter's desk raid. I feel nervous about having to do that. Or, you know, I could ask, Williams and Lucas if they'll find something, but you may have to have a big long Beano 28-day wait. Now, there's another, text message. We've got one from Rory, of course, dear old Rory. He's sat safely at home. I'd like to think of him there. Bless him, lovely Dickensian lad. Right. We've got another text message here. Sitting where I do with my team leader, it's actually like having the chicken song in your head all day. That's Russ in Chester. Oh, I wouldn't like to even hear that once, so it would be disconcerting. Oh, and someone wanted to know what, apocryphal rhubarb means. Apocryphal means something that's reputedly true, but is, unsubstantiated, and necessarily true. Like one of them things, not like an urban myth, like you're always on about, like that woman having spiders laying eggs in her eyes, or something like that. But
see,
like...
why can I remember stuff like that, right? And yet you can just reel these words off. Right, without even do you think about it when you're using these big words?
No, they're just ingrained in my mind, but like, you know, I'm an only child, did a lot of reading as a boy, because I was all sort of, all lonely, weren't I? So I was like that, you know, Beano comics was my only friends.
But what about, like, when I've spoke to you sometimes, you start doing Latin and stuff,
Don't stop being Latin.
You did. There was one time when you said something.
Carpe diem. Seize the day. Everyone knows that. I know that from the film Dead Poets Society. What it is, I'm good at collating bits of information that sound impressive. I'm good at doing that. A lot of, like, you know, information, right, like, you know, a lot of information I've got about, like, Wilfred Owen, Siegfried Sassoon, World War I poets, that comes from Blackadder. Do you know what I mean? Sort of, I get little pop cultural tidbits, collate them together in my mind, and then I'm able to send them back out to the world. Carpe diem means seize the day, live the moment.
But why didn't they just say that?
Because that was their language, so then that was saying it.
Yeah, but it was kind of like...
condensed.
Were they always in a rush, them people?
They had a lot going on, they were very busy people, the Latins, Carl.
Sort of crammed in, innit?
They've got to get a lot of information conveyed in a very quick way. As quick a way as possible. In many ways, they're a lot like us. That was The Cure, The Walk. This is BBC Six Music. I'm Russell Brand. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. We're standing in for Nimone while she... I imagine her lavering herself up, not even in a bath, sat on a carpet, just lavering herself up with all manner of vim, probably, soaping herself down with vim while we're in here toiling.
Why are you thinking that? You mean like some sort of Christmas present?
She's luxuriating, is what I'm suggesting.
There's a lot of soap about, isn't there?
Well, so she wouldn't need to use Vim, particularly not at Christmas.
No, I just was thinking, like, suddenly at Christmas, soap comes in all shapes and sizes, doesn't it?
Why is that?
I don't know, because it all does the same thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, did you... You got some from that facial, didn't you?
I got a bit of that, yeah, I went in there, she said, well, it's... The problem with all that stuff they give you in that facial place, right, it's all very well, right, if you got nothing else to do with your day.
Yeah.
But for me, I want to get up and out and have a wash in about 3 minutes.
Right.
All that stuff they do takes about half an hour.
Half hour washing yourself, putting different pastes and gums and powders.
It's not just washing yourself once. It was like you wash yourself and then you wash again. It's like, do you know what I mean? If I worked down the mines, I'd say maybe there's some, you know, muck under there.
Yeah.
But I'm only sat in here.
Sat in here, how dirty is your face gonna get?
Not that dirty.
It's not, is it? Particularly as I've curbed most of my habits. Now, what we've got here is a lovely... You know, we're doing these, Rockbusters quizzes, right? Tommy from Fife sent in, like, his clue. Scottish garage assistant fella describes diesel or lack of fuel. We amended it a bit. The initials are SP, right? That is contingent upon doing the answer in a certain accent. A Scottish accent, as he specifies, right? Your one was an accent about, Kenny Loggins, wasn't it?
Scottish.
Kenny Loggins. Right, that was like another accent-dependent one. I've got this thing out of the paper today. It's actually the Sun paper, as will become apparent when I tell you that the headline was Accents Job Blow. Right? If you think about it, there's a joke in there. We won't elaborate because we're on the BBC and we've got too good a manners. Accents Job Blow. Job Blow.
That's like a Rockbuster.
Job Blow. Right? Yeah, it is, but here, you know, this isn't a clue. I'm gonna give you the information now. Businessmen and women are prejudiced against regional accents, a survey reveals today. Nearly 80% of those quizzed, they always use things like that in the Sun, don't they? Those quizzed, reckoned people with a home counties accent were generally successful, but 64% regarded those with a Liverpool accent as being generally unsuccessful, followed by those with a Birmingham accent or a West Midlands twang. Now, do you find accents inhibit success? I've got a little bit of an accent, right? I'm from Essex. You've got you've got your Manchester accent there, haven't you?
But it's a bit softer now, because I've been in London for a bit.
Was your parents, when you go back home, do your parents say, oh, oh, bloody hell, you sound like a right tough son, do they?
They do a little bit, yeah. But then after spending, like, a day with them, you know, it comes back a bit and what have you.
Yeah, they take.
But what are they saying about? Do they say anything about Manchester voices?
They don't. Manchester is not. I mean, I think if we got the survey in full, you'd find that all northern accents were probably prejudiced against. Hopefully, it's not as bad as it used to be. But there are certain situations where an accent will be disconcerting, right? Sort of. Do you think? I mean, I
know what you mean. Like, probably. If you're on a plane. Right,
you're on an airplane and the captain...
the pilot comes on and he's like, right, sit down, will you? I'm going to take off in a minute.
Alright, take off, sit down, behave yourself.
Yeah, you'd worry. Because, I mean, it's a bit wrong, right, but I got on a little flight and she had a nice voice, but a woman's voice.
And that made you worried?
I don't know why. Because she's probably really good.
She's got to be qualified as a pilot. They can't just go, hello, she's a cracking-looking woman. Sit her in the cockpit.
But really strange how suddenly I was like, oh put your seatbelt on, keep it on.
Because you're a bit sexist.
It's not that, though.
How'd you have responded if ooh, chucks away, we're going to take to the scars now, gentlemen. That was the Strokes there. Right, now, on this accent thing, like, Carl, you wouldn't like to have, an overly effeminate or camp man, nothing to do with sexuality, because I'm quite camp and I'm heterosexual. You wouldn't like an overly camp man in a cockpit. Oh, don't mind if I do. Or a woman pilot. What other accents wouldn't you like to hear in certain jobs?
What about, doctors?
Doctors?
Yeah.
Well, like, if you went to see a doctor, you went, oh, crikey, you got terrible gallstones, I must say.
But here's another one with that, though, right? Forget voices and that, right?
Yeah.
Say if you haven't had to have a proper operation, have you?
No, I've not. I'm fit as a fiddle, have you?
No, I wouldn't do it.
Well, you wouldn't have an operation.
What
if you had
freaks me out a bit.
What if you had a dicky pancreas?
I thought I had one of them yesterday, but it was just too many tangerines.
That's all it was. Thank heavens for that. Dodgy pancreas. Oh no, I've just eaten 6 tangerines.
But
what's that thing that you reckon 6 bananas will kill you? Isn't that stupid?
It's 6 or 7.
There's no, I don't think there's any number of bananas that can kill you.
No, you can't. It's like loads of, like, if you have
potassium.
It's got to be in a row, not just like, oh, I'll have one later, and you've got to...
straight off, you unwrap all 7 bananas, unpeel them, neck the lot, you'll die.
It can kill you.
I don't believe that for a second. That's one of those things that Carl's just heard and believed, send a text message if to either validate that or to disprove it. Like he was saying, people that have fits can get living dog hat helmets to wrap around their skulls to protect them. He was claiming just yesterday on this very radio station.
Well, listen, here's another little point, right? We've said about, like, a doctor having, like, you know, a Scouse, you know, accent or a ranking, sort of, you know, Manchester or whatever. What about, right, you go in hospital.
Yeah.
It's something pretty serious. You got to have a new kidney.
Right, new kidney.
Yeah, they're pretty vital, aren't they?
They're vital.
The nurse is there, she's going, right, Mr. Brand, everything's gonna be alright, I'll just stroke your brow, don't worry, don't sweat and that, the doctor will be in a minute.
Yeah,
right? You're lying there on your bed, doctor comes in.
Yeah.
Right? He's about 12 years old.
12.
He can talk the talk.
Right, he's got all the lyrics.
He's doing all that, and he's going, yes, oh, I liked you on, you know, Big Brother's Big Mouth and that's one of my favourite programmes.
I'd worry if he brought that up.
He's really posh and everything, and he sounds really, would you make a point of it? Would you go, aren't you a bit young?
I would. I very much would. I'd say, look, I don't think you've had the experience of life. You seem very, very young to me to be tampering with my inside, and I don't know if I want you to see me in my pants.
And he says, look, either you let me do it, or you don't have it done, and you're gonna get ill.
I go booper. I go private rather than... And also, if he's a doctor, they have to take an oath, Carl, not to unsettle you. If he starts saying things like that to me... Alright, what if you're having an operation done, probably it's brain surgery, people have finally grown sick and tired of your behaviour, the physician comes in, right? He's got one robot arm, and one eye a bit like the Terminator, and he talks in a... Well, Mr. Pilkington, I will be able to conduct this operation, but you must behave with absolute candour. Oh, that means
I wouldn't put myself in that situation. Because I don't like going to the doctors and that.
Yeah, but you've got this brain disease.
You say about this oath, right? When I was
oath.
When I was a kid, right, maybe this is what put me off doctors.
Go
on. I used to not nick, because we were thrown out, but take a lot of cakes from round the back of this, cake shop.
Yeah.
They used to chuck them out at night. Right. And they weren't off, it's just that they've got to be extra cautious, haven't they, these days?
They can't take risks with cakes, Carl.
Right.
You know, that's what did for Janis Joplin. Destroyed her.
So I used to go jump over the wall, get, like, cream donuts.
Yeah.
They were all there, Congress tarts, all the stuff, you know, brilliant, top quality stuff.
Yeah.
But I think I ate about 4 of these cream donuts.
Yeah.
I think the cream was off. Doctor came round, right, I'm there in bed, absolute agony, right? And he says to me, Mum, can't do anything, it's too late, he's gonna die.
Really?
Right, my mum's panicking.
Naturally.
My dad comes in and my mum's like...
We can't do anything, he's gonna die.
Yeah, that's what he said. But apparently, like, my dad said, what are you on about? What do you mean he's gonna die? He pops up and sees me, he's like, oh, calls the doctor up and says, what's all this? Like, Carl's gonna die. And,
what's all this?
And like, he said, no, I was only joking, he's just got, you know, stomach cramps from the bad cream. But that's what I'm saying, what are these oaths that doctors have when you've got people cracking jokes like that?
They shouldn't be, that's against the oaths.
What, just saying stuff
He
like...
shouldn't be able to make a joke like, oh, Carl's gonna die in an offhanded way. Lord knows it would have saved us all a lot of trouble.
I want all you skinheads to get up.
That was Alive by Pearl Jam. Before that we had Arctic Monkeys. Before that we had Skinhead Moonstomp. Crikey, what an evening we're all having. Are you enjoying yourself, Carl?
It's alright, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? We're having a lovely time. This is we've only got one more hour, then we don't do this radio show anymore. It goes back to the moan. But we've looked after it, innit? It's not like I once had to look after the school rabbit when I was a kid. It got out, it scratched it. Horrible, evil little rabbit it was. Thumper it was called, just I suppose because of Bambi. It got out, it was horrible little thing. I think I might have psychologically scarred it, you know, while I used to just stare at it through the you know, through the railings, not railings, sort of like mesh. Stared at it through the mesh. Anyway, we've got some text messages we've got to clear up. Someone asking, can you have an apocryphal hash brown if you can have apocryphal rhubarb? Yeah, because it's an untrue story from the past, or, you know, or untrue things, so you can have an apocryphal, whatever you like, but, you know, we're really toying with language here. We've got, look, we've got an answer for, you know, for the question set by, the fella in Fife, because I've not got the guy's name who says it in front of me anymore, but it's Donna. She says, hello, Russell and Carl, are the answers to, well, let's have a look at the question. It was, oh yeah, it's Tommy from Fife. Scottish garage assistant fella describes diesel and lack of fuel. That's set by Tommy in Fife. The answer, correctly guessed by Donna, is snow patrol. Snow petrol. Snow patrol. Snow petrol, right?
That
So
works.
that's right. It's a good one, isn't it? And also it's quite like the ones that you set. And, the other one is art brute. That is correct. The clue then was, of course, that painting smells nice. What's going on there? Art brute. They've used your language. So that's really good. We've got this one here from Callum, who's texted us before. He says, that Scottish man describing diesel is hard, and I'm a Scottish man that works in a petrol station. He's capitalised that, so I believe him. You'll have to tell me. Well, we've told you now, that was the correct answer. Steve in Brighton would like to hear Joe Strummer singing White Man in Hammersmith Palais forever. That's what he would like to have that in. But forever?
I know. It's a long time, isn't it?
Forever is a long time, Carl. We may not even live that long. That's what I'm beginning to think. We've got some more, some people have set us some, right, this person here, who is it? That's Nigel Webb from Kendal, Cumbria, who sent an email. Here are my rockbuster clues, written in the Karl Pilkington vernacular. Right, you've got your own...
all these big words that are just being thrown about willy-nilly.
Vernacular means manner of speaking, right? So, listen, this one. Clue number 1. Well, he's sent in 6, so I'll just do 2 of them, right?
Go on.
And it's in the Karl Pilkington vernacular. Some fellas are buying drugs, right? And, they choose ecstasy, right? And that. What's going on there? What's that all about? And the initials are TP. Some fellas are buying drugs, they choose ecstasy and that. What's going on there? What's that all about? That? The initials are TP, right? And,
got it.
Yeah, have you got that one?
Yeah, got it.
Have you?
Yeah.
Right, but like, don't...
we're leaving it
Don't
for
say
them.
it, we'll leave it for them.
Yeah.
Right, and also, if you send it in your text whether or not you really want us to nick something off Phil Jupiter's desk, or try and get something off the Little Britain Boys, or Carl to get something off Ricky Gervais, it's gonna be a lot of pressure on us, but if you really want a present, we will do it. It gives us, it's good for us to have responsibilities, I think, Carl. Another one, this is an easy one, I would actually get this one. This is set by, Nigel Webb, Kendal, Cumbria. A book in the toilet. A book in the toilet, the initials are LR, you should be able to get that. And, another one from him, 'cause this is quite a good one. Trevor from Going Lives, mate, right, okay, right. And Wayne's from Wayne's World Mate's father's brother, right? So that's it. That's it in Carl's voice. In my voice, it would simply be Trevor from Going Lives, mate, and Wayne from Wayne's World's Mate's father, brother, and the initials are SAG. Send us your answers. Also including your answers, do you want us to nick a prize off Phil Jupiter's desk, or like try and get one of Carl's showbiz associates or one of my show business associates to give us a prize? Or, you know what I mean, I know a woman that's a vet and she could perhaps get you some of those, some ketamine or something. I don't recommend that, it's terrible. I took it once in my dark, bleak past. Terrible. I think everyone should just drink green tea like I'm doing now. Now, what are you saying, Carl?
I was just gonna say, we've got a caller on.
We've got a caller on.
Do you reckon it's alright if we just pop a little song on?
Let's play a track and then we'll talk to our caller who wants to talk to us about accents. What track are we gonna play, Carl?
Bit of Van Morrison.
Bit of Van Morrison. Let's listen to that. Okay, or it could be, Supermarket delivery chain's mode of transport. Van Morrison with Stone Me. I could have that, in my mind perpetually, I think. I mean, like, you've got to really like something to have it constantly playing in your mind. We've been playing Rockbusters, that's Carl's quiz show, we've been playing that all night. That, you know, who knows, there might be someone joining in late, they might not have heard earlier Melee, Carl, so they might not know.
There's a chance of that, yeah.
There's a chance that not everyone has gone, oh hello, 10 o'clock, Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington looking after the Moan Show. Stop the world! No, for heaven's sake, careful! You're gonna bump into your dialysis machine. I don't care about that. I can get another kidney. I just must hear Russell and Karl on BBC Six Music. So the Rockbusters is, Karl gives out a cryptic clue, then and you can work out. And I'll give you an example of one, right? A book in the toilet, the initials are L.R. Well, Karl, can you work out what that would be? You're the inventor of this.
That's easy, that's Lou Reed, isn't it?
Lou Reed, okay, so that's, we've given out a few others, like, for example, Trevor from Going Live's mate, and Wayne from Wayne's World mate's father's brother, right, and the initials are S.A.G. What could that be? What could that be? Give us send us in a, text or an email. It's text message 640406. Remember though, do specify if you want a prize, because if you really want a prize, it means we've got to go and nick stuff off Phil Dupertis's desk, or sort of bother our associates for prizes. We've got a caller on the line now. We've been talking about accents a lot, and problems in the accents can give you, like Karl said, he wouldn't want a doctor with a Manchester accent, which he's allowed to say because he himself is from Manchester. I wouldn't like to have, I don't know, a gynaecologist with any accent really, because I just don't have the right...
Chat. You shouldn't be chatting to them anyway, should you? Just let them get on with it and go home.
You just do your job, mush, and then clear off, be about your business. Yeah. We've got, Gareth Cutts on the line who wants to make a point regarding this matter. Hello, Gareth, are you there?
Right, mate, yeah.
What do you want to, I can hear it straight away, you've got an accent, have you?
Well, I don't think I have, right, because, my wife, Dawn, she reckon I sound like, Roger Moore.
Right.
But, that's difficult, isn't it? Because when you speak in your, actually, can I just ask, because can I listen to this while I'm speaking? Can you sort of listen to it while I'm speaking?
What, listen to your own accent while you're speaking?
Exactly, like, so as I'm speaking, I'm listening to the radio, to the digital radio.
You can't do that, Gareth. No, you're gonna have to just listen to your voice inside your own mind, because the radio is being broadcast simultaneously to you speaking. We've not got the technology to do that, I'm afraid, Gareth. No. What you could do is just, remember what you said a bit later on, and just play it through your mind, and then see what it sounds like.
Alright then, what did I say?
You just said, my wife thinks I sound like Roger Moore, which to me seems, I mean, your wife Dawn thinks you sound like Bond hero Roger Moore, but Roger Moore's got a very standardised accent, Gareth.
That's what I reckon I've got.
Yeah, no.
Just a standardised accent here.
No, I don't.
You know what I mean? To me that just sounds like standardised.
Oh, no, it's not. So I'm guessing that you're probably from Norfolk, are you?
I'm from Suffolk, actually.
Suffolk, what shows?
But you've probably got an ear for it.
Right, yeah.
I remember sometimes in the radio show, you go in and out with accents and that, don't you?
Right, yeah, I do occasionally use.
You've got, like, a background in acting and that.
Right, I have, yeah.
You probably can pick up on it. You know, you can go, ooh, he's from there and she's from there.
Right, although
some people think that I'm from, some people say, oh, he's from Bristol, he's from Newcastle.
Right.
You know what I mean? But that, you have to have a bit of an ear for it to go, yeah, he's from Suffolk.
But you're actually from Suffolk. Has it caused you any difficulties, this accent that your wife Dawn would claim that you do not have?
Not really, no, because, I actually hadn't tried to, go for a Bond film.
Right. Right, yeah. I don't think,
yeah. Anyway, I might try my luck.
No, yeah, I mean, I don't see you ever playing that Ian Fleming hero.
James Bond.
Go on, say again?
My name's Bond, James Bond.
Right, no, well, Karl, what did you think of it?
I'd sort of trust him a bit more than the real one.
Yeah.
I'd sort of go...
My name's Bond, James Bond, do you want your gardening done?
Right, yeah.
Something like that, do you know what I mean? I'm probably not going to be more fanciful than that.
Right, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say the word from Russians, but I can help you geraniums.
There's less espionage, a bit more horticulture and gardening.
Yeah, a bit more botany.
Bit more botany.
I'm James Botany.
I've got it, alright, and you could do Doctor Ho.
Doctor Ho.
That's...
Instead of Doctor No.
That's riffing, innit? We're riffing now.
But I think that's beautiful, the way everything comes together. Have you been listening to our Karl's Rockbusters quiz?
Yeah, I don't really get it, to be honest with you, because that Lou Reed one...
Yeah.
What do Lou Reed... Is he famous for going to the toilet? I mean, I didn't quite get it.
It's just simply that Lou Reed, right, the clue was a book in the toilet, right? And then the answer is...
What, he read books in the toilets?
No, right, he doesn't leave books in the toilet, Gareth. What it is the clue is a book in the toilet, Lou Reed. No, the book's not by Lou Reed.
Do you know what? I don't think he'd be a good James Bond, you know.
No, I don't think so. Because I think, like, you know, once, you know, like, Goldfinger, I think, would say that this, I'm gonna just gun you down. I think it was, Gareth, thank you very much for your call and for your contribution, and, I think one day, perhaps, you know, you will be on Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Where's that?
That was Dandy Warhols. Every day should be a holiday. You're listening to Six Music with Karl Pilkington and Russell Brand. Oh, I just accidentally put your name first, just because I was looking over at your face, Karl. I hope you're not going to get all egotistical about that, are you?
I'm not, but I just was thinking then, like, every day should be a holiday, right?
Yeah.
That would do your head in, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would, because you wouldn't appreciate the holiday, would you? It'd all just be a holiday. You know, it's like, New York Dolls 7-day weekend. Well, how do you distinguish it? It's just a big blur. I mean, maybe if you're in the New York Dolls, you can live like that. But a 7-day weekend, every day should be a holiday from the dandies.
But does that mean that you'd be on a plane a lot of that time?
At least, I suppose, 10% of it you're travelling there or travelling back to the holiday.
Too much hassle.
Then a lot of time booking up the hotel, administrating it. No, well, I guess what they're saying is that the whole thing is the holiday. You're cutting out the journey time, you're cutting out all the rhubarb. That's what they're suggesting. Anyway, we've got some, text messages here. The first one is from Smithy, right? The hardest working postie in the country. I used to be a postman, and I would query that, because well, actually, I was a rubbish postman. I was doing it as scab labour over Christmas, right? I, did it for, like, sort of 4 weeks. I didn't know about, like, union politics and solidarity. I was just young. I was just 16. As a job came up, be a postie for 4 weeks. I stole CDs, I'm ashamed to admit, right? And, like, I admitted to it in an article that I wrote. And, I got a letter from, like, the police, got the TV channel that I was working at, got a letter from the police saying he's made this admission, these stolen letters while a postman. We've had a letter from someone who lived in that area, and they would like to follow it up. Very lucky that that letter didn't get stolen. Thankfully, the normal posties were back by then.
What CD was it that he didn't?
I nicked Frank Sinatra. It wasn't the same person, it wasn't his CD. I nicked, this Frank Sinatra CD, that's the one I remember nicking. But the person that's, like, was aggrieved that, you know, that's not like I nicked their CD. It was just a coincidence. He just said I had letters nicked, and so therefore this person saying they used to be a postie. Also, when I was delivering, like, delivering the letters, I was delivering a letter down the street, and there was a park there, there was, like, some people playing football, so I stopped to watch it. Yeah. It turned out it was the striking posties playing football, and they went, "Oi, scab! Get back and deliver your letters, you scab!" Well, I thought, oh no, this is a harsh introduction into the world of unionisation.
You see, it's not that bad. It was only a Frank Sinatra CD. It's like, calm down, we'll get you another one.
Yeah.
Let's say if you moved on from postman to one of those couriers who deliver lungs and that.
Yeah.
That's where it would be a problem if you're going, oh, I think I'll have that.
That's a nice looking spleen. I don't mind if I do. I'll pop that in my waistcoat. Right, so anyway, Smithy, the hardest working postman who would never nick a spleen or, you know, anything, he says, right now, the clue was, like, you know, it was a cryptic clue sent in by Nigel Webb from Kendal from Cumbria. Alright, it's, Trevor from Going Live's mate, and Wayne from Wayne's World's mate's father's brother. Right, the initials SAG. He says, is that Simon and Garfunkel? Smithy, you are right, it is Simon and Garfunkel. Trevor from Going Live's mate and Wayne from Wayne's World's mate's father's brother. That is, of course, Simon and Garf Uncle. Simon and Garf Uncle. Well, that's a good clue, good answer. Now, are we going to make Nigel Webb Kendal Cumbria responsible for giving a prize to Smithy the postie? No, actually we don't have to, because he says he would like some live Gary Newman. We ain't got any live Gary Newman, but we have got this for you.
Well, we're just playing Kaiser Chiefs first.
Oh, we're playing Kaiser Chiefs first, we're gonna play
we'll give him Gary Newman.
Alright, you can have that. With Satiate, Smithy, you know, if you're working hard as a postie, you know, he's obviously a patient and decent man. Also, though, look, there's another text message here, also getting it right. It's from our mate Callum in Scotland. Simon and Garfunkel to that Rockbuster question. You can send me something if you want, I'm willing to wait. Now, he does want a prize, but he's willing to wait. So we'll have to ask Steph, our producer, do we go and we've got this Pink Floyd book, actually, right? We can still knock that out. Or we could go and raid Phil Jupitus's desk, and I'm not doing this on my own. You're not, mate. You robbed them cakes when you were a nipper, stuffing yourself with cream cakes. You deserved that seizure. That was Gary Newman. Card before that we had Kaiser Chiefs. Yeah, here we are. 6 Music. Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington coming to the end of looking after the chaos that Namone has left in this studio. I'll miss this job. Will you, Karl?
Yeah, I miss our little chats and that, yeah.
You hesitated there, like as if you won't miss it.
Well, it's just, like I say, it's like having too many holidays, isn't it? If you do something a lot.
Right, then you don't appreciate it.
I was reading, about this fella in the paper, right? He was going on with it coming up to a new year and that.
Yeah.
It's one of those motivational type blokes.
He's trying to motivate people, is he?
He's saying it's a new year, right? Do stuff you like doing. And you'll be happy in that.
Yeah.
But he was saying make sure you do more of what you like.
Make sure you
do more of what you like.
In your case, what would that be?
Dunno really, I haven't got anything that
you don't have nothing. I don't know how you keep yourself alive. I don't know how you motivate yourself to get out of bed in the morning.
Stuff, don't I? I like it when you tell me stuff that I go, oh, that's amazing, that, and then I'll go off and think about it.
Alright, well, let's clear up. We'll have some vital information before the end of this very link. But let's clear up some of these, rock busters. Right, so, there's still, there's some out there that have not been answered yet. Some fellas are buying, remember, we give a cryptic clue and the initials of a band or artist, and you have to guess. Some fellas are buying drugs. They choose ecstasy and that, because this is in your accent, this has been written. What's going on there? What's that all about? Some fellas are buying drugs. They choose ecstasy and that. What's going on there? Right, we need to, if no one guesses before the next link, you think you know it, don't you, Karl?
Yeah, I've got that one, yeah.
Right, you know that one, definitely. We'll have that, and that means that Nigel Webb from Kendal, Cumbria will owe us a prize. Then there's this one, I don't know neither of us know the answer to this. Right, this is from Mellow Simon in Surbiton. Used to be Mr. Winston's muscles, initials X and S. Win a Doors DVD. So Mellow Simon in Surbiton is going to give a prize, but I reckon he might be toying with us. Simon, would you please send us that answer so that we know it, because the curiosity is destroying my relationship with Karl. Also, there's another clue here. This is from Ali in Glasgow. If your sister asked where your league team was playing that week, you would say this half the time. Unless it was a neutral ground, begins with O. So let me read that again, that's mind-bending. If your sister asked where your league team was playing that week, you would say this half the time, unless it was a neutral ground, begins with O. That's from Ali in Glasgow. Alright, so mull them over. We'll either nick some prizes off Phil Jupitus's desk, and we'd leave a note. I mean, I'm not gonna just steal it out, right? We'd say, Phil, do apologise, how's the show going? Say something nice, you know, it's like if you send a text message and you want something, always at the beginning, hope you're well, can you please lend me £100, or will you please, for heaven's sake, come round my house now, I'm so lonely, so very, very lonely.
Just finish it off with Namone as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice, yeah, and Namone. Essentially, we are Namone's, we're looking after Namone's rhubarb and her mess. She should take the flak, shouldn't she? We've got, an email from Chris Creswell. He says he's really enjoyed our shows. That's really very nice of you. Thank you. He'd like to listen to our mumbo-jumbo ramblings. I can only assume that your part of the conversation was the mumbo-jumbo bit, whereas mine was well-articulated, thoroughly thought-through information. He's got a question for us, though. What do you think of David Icke? Well, right, I quite like David Icke, you know, because I think he's been a brave man. Firstly, he was like a Coventry goalkeeper, wasn't he? Then he became a pundit. Then he quite casually announced he was the son of God out of nowhere, and went on to Wogan. I remember him saying, yeah, I'm the son of God, wear lilac, it brings about good energy. And he says a lot of things, Karl, because I know you're a cynical man in many respects. He says a lot of things that make a lot of sense, right? He's always saying, right, be careful, because there's a great big global conspiracy by consumer conglomerates, be very careful of that. They are broadcasting things on the airwaves that poison your mind. Not this show, it's very positive, but you know, like... Huh?
Rockbusters.
Rockbusters, that could be that very thing. Well, and it's all come to fruition. No, he's saying that there's signals being put out in the air that pollute our thinking. They're putting things in the water, you've got to be careful. The Freemasons, there's all these Illuminati and conspiratorial elite groups that are controlling society. And I think, yeah, that's probably true. Oh, putting things in the water. Well, that's probably true. That's probably true. Then he goes, The Queen's a lizard, royal family's lizards, Chris Christopherson's a lizard. He keeps announcing that people are lizards that change form. It really undermines all these other theories that are quite good. Like, I'm up for conspiracies and stuff like that, but I don't think that all them people are lizards. And it's the same as there's, Rail, right? The Raelian movement. The Raelian movement believe that all, religious scriptures, like, you know, the Talmud, the Bible, whatever, are just ancient cultures describing an advanced technology. For example, Rael said that the Nativity, the story of the three wise men who were, after all, astronomers discovering the birthplace of Christ by following a star, he says that's a UFO that they were following, and the Immaculate Conception, that is just artificial insemination. It's just people that didn't have technology trying to describe it, and it all sounds miraculous, right? So I'm up for that. These things are okay, alright, we've got to be open-minded about that. What do you think, Carl, so far?
I'm liking it, right? Let me just bung the song on, bit of Mull Historical Society. Right?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what I think.
Then we're gonna have some announcements, right? We've set that up, we're gonna talk about extraterrestrials and gods, but first a bit of music.
It's alright, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I enjoyed the Mull Historical Society.
Now, listen then, right?
Yeah.
You were talking about, aliens and that.
Yeah, because it was prompted by a question from Krez, who wanted to know about David Icke, and I've started talking about Rail and the Raelians. What do you need to know, Carl?
Who's this Rail again?
Rail is a French man. He used to be a motor racing driver. He's still alive now. He said that aliens came down, met him, and they said to him, look, Bible, the Quran, all those books, what they're actually describing, when they talk about angels and heavenly bodies, they're actually talking about flying saucers and aliens. Now, we are those aliens. Hello, we're here. What we want you to do is carry on the good work of Buddha, Muhammad, Christ, all of those fellas, Ike, and get out there and spread the word.
Would it be a bad thing though, if it was true? Right?
I think it'd be great.
Well, why? Because they're always saying, aren't they, in the news and that, you know, they've got this big warehouse in America.
Yeah, for a Hangar 51 or 54 or whatever it is.
They've got loads of hangars. I think there's like 51 to 55, just full of weird stuff.
Yeah.
Aliens and that. They've got that Boswell thing sat on the desk.
Boswell, not Boswell. That's Carla Lane's bread family. Oh, Joey Boswell. There's no mystery there in the Boswell family. They've just got to get up and got to get out, grab the world by the throat and shout.
Well, they've got the little bald-headed alien.
Yeah.
Right? And stuff.
Glass houses.
Why is that a problem?
Well, because, I'll tell you why it's a problem, because if there were extraterrestrials, and extraterrestrials were in contact with us, and if indeed, as Rael and other writers like Eric von Däniken have suggested, extraterrestrials have somehow been involved with the creation and evolution of mankind, it completely undermines the hierarchy and religious structure and civilization of this planet.
Why?
Because you wouldn't, like, if you're sort of thinking, like, you know, oh, I better go to work today 'cause the government says so, if you suddenly knew, hold on a minute, life on this planet was not created by an ethereal god, an intangible god, but by extraterrestrial life forms, and, like, you know, but nonetheless they still preach spirituality, non-materialism, abolition of capitalism and consumerism. It's something, yeah, 'cause, like, you know, all religions, you know, like, I mean, I'm no religious scholar, but they all are saying, just be nice to each other, be a bit more spiritual, don't get all bogged down.
Nobody listens to all that, though, do they?
Well, yes, they do, Carl. There are wars all over the world because people vying over the details.
But what I mean is, right, religion and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get into it.
Yeah, I know, but you wouldn't even, just 'cause some Buddhist give you a dodgy plum, you've denounced an entire theology.
Yeah, but I haven't found one yet that's any good. I've been offered a plum, and in that science one, they've offered me a neck rub.
Well, from the Scientologist?
Yeah, he said, pop in, you look a bit stressed, have a neck rub. It doesn't get me in. It's not it's not the best free gift, is what I'm saying.
Right. What do you want, a carriage clock or something?
Well, just,
from the Catholics?
But what I'm saying is, right, there's a lot of problems in the world.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
There's loads of it, isn't there?
Oh, I've just had a problem on the way in.
But say, like, if an alien was in charge.
Yeah.
They've got, like, loads of special powers and stuff.
Special powers,
laser guns,
they can bend time, ray guns, yeah, they've got it all.
People aren't scared of the police anymore.
Oh, well, I am.
Are you?
Well, yeah. They've got some authority.
Leave it then.
No, listen, no, go on. Listen, I think it would be good if extraterrestrials came down, Carl. I think it would be great. My point is this. That it would undermine the entire hierarchical structure of the planet, because you think, alright, these civilized ideologies that we've been pursuing, you know, sort of, capitalism, communism, anything, right, is not as powerful as, like, well, you know, we all live in an infinite universe and we can achieve spiritual unity through our minds. You'd think, oh, blimey hell, that's an interesting thing to have access to. That's why they're all locked up in some hangar, because it undermines, like, the sort of primitive ideologies that we live our lives by.
So do you think that little bald-headed one in that hangar, he's gonna be in there forever and we're never gonna find out?
They're not letting him out. He's too much of a troublemaker.
Really?
Yeah, but fortunately, I know a fella with a nice little bald head who could pose as him. All you need is a few spiritual secrets. A song for Europe, Roxy Music. You're listening to Six Music with Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington. We've been doing Rockbusters most of the night, cryptic clues and initials of an artist or group. Then you get the answer, you know, if you can. Now, this was one clue from earlier. Where's the clue? Because someone's got the... Oh, yeah. If your sister asked you where your league team was playing that week, you would say this half the time. That was posed by Ali from Glasgow. We've got the answer. It's from Russ in Chester. He says that football rockbuster is Oasis. Oasis. Give up something in it. So he wants a prize. Russ is very clearly wants a prize. You didn't get that one, did you? The Oasis one?
Didn't get it.
You have set up this quiz, right? You are like the master. You are like Mr. Miyagi. Mr. Miyagi, the master of it. And now the pupils, the listeners, have turned on you.
Yeah.
They've got better than you. And it's good that, because Mr. Miyagi did die this year. He was overshadowed by George Best's death. So let's dedicate the whole rest of the show to Mr. Miyagi.
But that is what happens, isn't it, with stuff. It grows, doesn't it, and gets out of your hand.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of like, oh, I've created a monster. With Einstein did the same, didn't he? That's how I treat Rockbusters. That is my E equals MC squared.
Right.
I've passed it on.
Yeah.
Do what you will with it.
I just hope people don't use your Rockbusters for evil, Karl.
Yeah, well,
they don't use it to dominate the planet the way that Einstein's brilliant inventions were turned into nuclear bombs. Right, so, okay, so, Russ, Russ from Chester, we've got to send him a prize. Right, you'll get something, we'll nick something off Jupiter's desk, God bless him. And Callum from, Scotland, he wants something. He got something right, didn't he? I can't remember which one he got, but you're definitely getting a prize as well, Callum. We've got your address, so you're doing... Why are you shaking your head, Karl?
It's just all about stuff these days, isn't it? That's all they want, isn't it?
They don't. People have been joining in and contributing. I think you're just bitter because your Rockbuster
No, but I don't want to go letting them down. I'm just worrying about people sat waiting for the postman, you know.
Karl, we're not going to let him down. Even, like, you know, the minute this show ends, in, like, 5 minutes' time, we'll march in with our trousers and pants down over Phil Jupiter's desks, dragging our bums along the carpet like our dogs do when they've got an itch on their bottoms, and then we're going to get some DVDs and that's prizes. It's not a problem, is it? It's for the good of Six Music. It's for the good of music in general. It's for the love of humanity. Now, that's that all cleared up. Now, look at this one. Simon from Surbiton sent the answer to his earlier clue, which was brilliant and baffling. Used to be Mr. Winston's muscles, right? That's X-ray specs. That's profound, isn't it?
Brilliant. Again.
You could never have thought of anything like that. So anyway, so this is it. This is the end of the show for us. So all that remains is to thank Roy from Liverpool. Sorry we never got round to playing Frosty the Snowman. It just isn't on our computer. There's nothing we could do about it. Rory has been an absolute stalwart, and he's always been there for us throughout all this. I don't know what we'd have done. Rory, I've got your phone number now.
Give me a call tomorrow night between 10 and 1.
I'll just tell him my thoughts. Will you be available to do it?
I'll be around if you want, just to sort of dial him up, because that's what my job is, just pressing the buttons and that. So.
I think you've done a lot more than press people's buttons, Karl Pilkington. Your nimble fingers have been caressing and moving the body's in erogenous zones, albeit the ones that are inside ear holes of listeners, up and down the length and breadth of this great nation of ours. So, okay, so, you know, it's been lovely filling in from the moan. I've really enjoyed it. If there are extraterrestrial gods and they're listening to this show, you know, we were early supporters and, expounded your ideas. So perhaps if there is an extraterrestrial revolution, Karl and I should be made emperors of Europe, perhaps. That might be a nice idea. We can leave you with that thought. Have you enjoyed it, Karl?
Yeah, it's been alright, yeah.
Well, you know, thank you for listening. If you were listening, if you weren't listening, you won't hear us say how wicked we thought we've been throughout all of it. And, Yeah, well, ta-da for now. What are we going to play out on, Carl?
It's a bit of small faces.
We're going to play out the faces?
Yeah, stay with me. It's alright, isn't it?
What a beautiful journey it's been. Goodbye, everyone. Good night. Ta-ta.
See you later.
See you. Bye now. Hey, that was Talking Heads. You're listening to Six Music. I'm Russell Brand. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. You alright, Carl?
Alright, yeah.
This radio show will be a right laugh. We've taken over from Liz Kershaw. If you're a big fan of Liz, I don't think any bitterness you feel that she ain't here should be directed at me and Carl, because it was her decision, and she's still on Saturdays at 10, isn't she, Carl?
Yeah, 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. So, what you want to look at it as is like, if Liz Kershaw were a head of hair, there's been Liz Kershaw alopecia, a little bit of Liz Kershaw's gone, but the main bit of her is still there, Saturday at 10.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
It's a good way of looking at it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whereas you were a fully bald man.
Well, don't say it as if it's a problem.
It's not a problem. As you've said many times, you look nicer like that. What day do you think's more important, Carl? Saturday or Sunday? If it was a day's face-off, like, you know, Saturday v Sunday.
But they're all man-made anyway, aren't they?
Right, yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
I wonder if certain days have got essential feelings. I think there's a certain feeling to a Sunday, and I'd say that Sunday is the best day, and if Sunday didn't used to be regarded as the best day, it will be regarded as it now, if only for the next 3 hours, because we've got, like, some fantastic music, what wonderful competitions. We're going to be talking about religions, sports, old clock parts. We're going to examine at great length the underneath of a stoat and find out just exactly what makes stoats tick. You're going to enjoy that, aren't you, Carl?
It'll be alright, that.
Yeah, let's just listen to Flaming Lips, just get on with some music as well. The Flaming Lips, the Yeah 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 song, that's uplifting, ain't it, on Six Music on a Sunday morning with me, Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington. What was that line you wanted to examine from that track, mate?
It was just like one of the opening lines in it. It was something about, what would you rather have? Right, which is always good, isn't it?
Yeah, right, it's setting you some options straight away.
Would you rather have, like, all the money in the world to yourself, and everyone else is poor?
Yeah. Or
I don't know what the other
alternative is.
It doesn't say what the other option is.
That sounds like a good one. I don't know what the other one's going to be, but I reckon I'm going for that one, unless the other one is everyone else is made out of jelly tots, so you can just gnaw at people. You won't even ever have to go and buy a confectionery. Other human beings will be made out of edible substances. Would you have a moral problem with being rich if everyone else was poor?
Is that what it is then? I'm loaded, everyone else is really...
Everyone else, I think that what the Flaming Lips are offering us is a world in which you are rich, but everyone else is poor, so could you really enjoy your wealth knowing that there's all that poverty everywhere?
But do they know, do them poor people know that I'm loaded?
Well, yeah, because you'd probably be making ostentatious displays of wealth. You would, Carl. You'd be going away wearing rubies and great bejewelled capes.
I'd be happier if, like, I'm just going about and I'm sort of going, oh, it's bad, isn't it?
People, what, you acting like you're poor as well?
Yeah, just, what's the point in rubbing it in?
Because you've got to at least be honest with them. How are you going to even enjoy this money? What are you going to do with it in your ivory tower?
I've, like, somewhere to go at the weekend.
Yeah.
Nicer.
Amongst other all poor people.
No.
They're all poor. Everyone in the whole world is poor, Carl. It's an absolute context. Everyone within the world's going to be poor if you accept this deal.
Yeah, but if I don't take it, someone else is going to enjoy it.
One of them other mugs, and they're sure they'll rub your face right in it like a dog that's got to learn about weeing in an area. So I think you might as well take the money and run, Carl.
That's what I'll do then.
Rightio.
BBC Six Music.
More live music.
That was Khalees, Young, Fresh and New. And what could be more appropriate on Six Music on a day that we're beginning our new show, Carl, than a song called Young, Fresh and New? Because I feel pretty young, fresh and new right now, do you?
Not really.
No, of course you don't. Look at you, poor sausage. Right, I sort of thought that it was Khalees, but you think it's definitely pronounced Khalees.
It's Khalees.
Like police, isn't it? Yeah, Khalees, police. So that's a handy tip to remember Khalees. It rhymes with police.
Yeah, that's the best way of doing it.
But could Khalees perform any of the functions of the Metropolitan Police, for example?
I've never called the police, so I don't know what I'd sort of expect from
you've never found it necessary to call the police in your life?
Once.
What happened?
It was a pain. I won't do it again.
Why? What happened? What's the result of you calling the police?
It was someone was nicking a car. And I lived in a block of flats in Salford. Right?
That's a drain on government resources straight away, because you're a single man. I can't imagine you're in a relationship. Who's going to get bogged down with you? And then the council are paying for your accommodation.
No, this was like, you know, proper pay. I was paying for the flat.
All right, fair enough.
So I thought I'd do me bit, because the area is pretty rough. I thought, you know, you've got to look out for your neighbours and everything.
Of course you have.
Saw this car getting nicked. I thought, oh, not again, because it's always happening around there. Right. So called the police up, and I was working nights at the time, right? So it was in the evening. I just thought I'd do me a bit of good. Right?
It's good that you got a social conscience, Carl. Well, acts like that whole society together.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. It's gone now. I wouldn't do it again.
Why? What?
Even if it was your car. Right. So anyway, so
I can't drive, so it'd be senseless me having one. But I'd like to hear the outcome.
Am I up? Right.
Yeah.
10th floor in this block of flats.
I'm envisage you as being sort of like a vigilante Batman figure, looking down over Salford, so if there's any crimes.
This car's getting nicked. I'm sort of in my underpants because I'm working nights.
Like Batman, vigilante figure. Were they over your trousers? That's what I'm wondering.
So I call the police, right, and I go, there's a car getting nicked, and I said, but I'm going to bed. Don't be hassling me, right?
Yeah.
So he goes, whereabouts? I give him the street name.
I don't like the way you're dictating terms to the police for kick-off. You ring up the police, I'm going to bed, don't be hassling me. That's not community minded.
No, but I said, look, I'm working nights. There's this car getting nicked. Will you just come and sort it out? See you later. Anyway, I go to bed.
Yeah.
Phone goes again, because they get your number when you call them.
Yeah.
And they're going, can you go out onto your balcony?
Yeah.
So I'm like, but I'm in my underpants.
Yeah.
So
they want to involve you in it.
It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Anyway, helicopter comes out as well. I'm on the balcony. Helicopter's there with like a flashlight on me. Right?
Really? And you're there exposed in your pants, all the little bristles in your head being blown.
They're shouting down on the floor, sort of saying, point to us where these people are. I can see these kids sort of running with the car.
No, it's a point.
I'm at a point with a flashlight on me, in the underpants.
That's ridiculous.
Now ask me again, you know, you're saying, why wouldn't you call the police again?
I'll tell you what, I reckon if you'd phoned police, there should have been a lot more help to you.
Well, it's one of them songs that fade in.
There's a fade-in song?
Yeah, Stone Roses.
Brilliant. Ah, it's a 10-story love song.
Don't talk over it.
I'm gonna. Dirty Pretty Things, Bang Bang, You're Dead. That's out in, about a week, isn't it? 24th of April, week or so, that's going to be out. Be nice to have that, wouldn't it? And they're going to be on tour soon. You're listening to Six Music, I'm Russell Brand, I'm here with Karl Pilkington. Before Bang Bang, You're Dead, we had 10-story love song from Stone Roses, and just before that we were talking about Karl being a vigilante and helping the police with some inquiries capturing car crooks. And what floor were you on in that building while you were being a vigilante in your underpanties?
10th floor.
10th floor, 10-story love song. It's almost as if the universe is bonding this show together into, it's sort of, there's a beautiful synergy about it.
I don't like thinking about universe.
Why, what's wrong with that, Karl? You're part of the universe, you are part of nature, you're the same as the rivers that flow, the same as the wind that's in the trees, the same as, whoopsie.
Yeah, but you're never gonna get there, are you?
What do you mean?
Know. Well, you're not going to go anywhere else. This is where you are now. Stop worrying about everywhere else.
I'm not worried about everywhere else, Karl. I'm just saying that we are part of a greater whole. There is a unity to all things. That's sort of the seed of consciousness that separates us from dead people, or that, you know...
I know, but I'm just saying don't be worrying about... I'm not worrying about Newcastle yet. Do you know what I mean? And yet people are always...
I don't think you belong there. I don't think you'd be able to settle in. I don't think the people of Newcastle would welcome a visit from you, Karl. I think it's the last thing that great city needs, you swanning around a big market causing aggravation. If you are in Newcastle and you've got a view on Karl Pilkington, whether you want him to come as a sort of ambassador, then you can text me at russell.6music@bbc.co.uk, or you can text us 640046. We've got a lot of interesting items coming up, haven't we? The Sunday school item, but first, should we listen to... Oh, let's listen to Subterranean Home Sick Blues, shall we, Karl? I'm eating a delicious pear. It's Sunday morning. We're listening to Bob Dylan on the pavement, thinking about the government. I hope he's thinking that the government are doing a jolly good job, because them pavements are there because of the government. You're listening to Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington on Six Music. We've got the Cardigans on after the news, but now let's all just sit together and listen to things that have happened recently on a little show I like to call The News.
Digital radio.
Digital. Snow Patrol, you're all I have. You're listening to Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington on Six Music. It's Sunday, isn't it? So we're going to do this thing called Sunday School, where we try and learn something over the course of the next few hours, you know, from our own experiences. You can call us or text us with experiences you've had that you think will fit into this Sunday School idea. I never went to Sunday school. It weren't really part of my life. Karl, what's your Sunday school story?
Well, I didn't really go either, but thinking about it now...
Yeah.
I think I'd be sort of up for it, because sort of learn stuff, don't you? I like learning stuff, that's what we're asking people to do, sort of.
Right, to learn stuff, to enjoy a bit of knowledge.
Yeah, I just think if every day you can try and pick something up.
Yeah.
Because I've
sort of... virus, or whoopsie in the street.
But I've caught on to, like, some of the sort of Sunday school stuff quite late on, like that one with the fellow with the long hair and that. who got weak when he had a haircut.
Yeah, that's Samson, isn't it?
That's like an interesting story, but picked up on it late, so if we can sort of pass on a bit of knowledge.
It's an interesting story, the story of Samson, isn't it? He had that superhuman strength. It's an odd gift for God to give to someone, superhuman strength, like, to spread the word of God. And then what happened was, I think, that Delilah chopped his hair. A woman called Delilah seduced him. His hair was apparently all cut. His powers were all caught up in his hair. So once his hair was cut, that was it.
But he was
ruined.
He would have looked harder.
It's true. He would have been more menacing, so perhaps he would have avoided fights with a kind of a deterrent policy by having this new skinhead that Delilah give him. But I think, do you know what I think the subtext of that biblical story was, Carl, was one of misogyny, that don't trust women. So essentially it was a bit out of order. I mean, I'm not attacking the Bible in any way. It's a jolly good book. It's the good book, let's be honest. You know,
like I need to pick it up again. And
who's responsible for your haircut?
Well, it's not really a haircut, is it? It's not a style. I didn't ask for this. This is just how it is now, and it's stress.
Oh yeah, that's what's I've got some more here. I'm more the Samson end of the market, although I don't think it gives me superhuman strength. In a minute, right, the educational thing that I want to impart is that I met this cult leader who reckons that all biblical stories are in fact talking about extraterrestrials. Like when they talk about angels, they're talking about extraterrestrials. When they're talking about the wise men following a star, that was the UFO. When they talk about Mary's Immaculate Conception, they're talking about artificial insemination. I'm going to talk about them stories and tell you, Carl, and you, everyone else who's listening, about them things. And if you've got any stories about the Bible or just about your own legs, give us a ring or text us on 64046. I did too many O's earlier, didn't I, Carl? I sometimes, I just get visions. This is Six Music. That was the Zootons. Why Won't You Give Me Your Love? If you hear what they were on Gideon's show on Wednesday, if you want to, you can go to the website. You can listen to the session they'd done with him again at your leisure. You could do it while doing something else.
Yeah.
It's alright, isn't it?
That's how life is now, isn't it? It's all on demand.
Everything is on demand, Carl. It's it's a society of convenience. And here you and I are living like animals on fruits. Right, I noticed the way that you ate that banana. Carl and I are eating some fruit. It was I eat a banana, I open it at the same end as a monkey would do.
I don't think they have a system like that.
I think that, well, how come all monkeys do it the same then?
But how many have you watched?
11.
I don't. It doesn't matter, does it? It's just it's a wrapper. It doesn't matter what end you open it. The same thing's inside, isn't it?
Well, ultimately, I suppose so. But you could say that about anything in life. What was that? Didn't you just come up with some mumbo jumbo that bananas are being issued with instructions, or was that just to
No, that was in the news last week saying that some supermarket or something, people are going, "What are you doing? Why are you treating us like idiots?" And that.
Well, they said the banana said open here.
He said open it up like here or whatever. Yeah, like a.
And which end of it did it say?
I think it was the end I said.
Well, so why don't more people go for the monkey method? I mean, if we're going to, like, learn anything from the monkey kingdom, it ought to be that.
But have you heard, I spoke to my mum the other day, right?
Yeah, and that makes a change, because I normally struggle to contact her, don't you? I thought you'd been disowned.
My dad was a bit annoyed with her, because she'd been out and bought something they sell now, banana holders.
To hold a banana?
Well, you take it out of
I just thought that was the human hand.
No, you take it out of its wrapper.
Yeah, the skin, that's
got
cool.
like...
the skin, the banana skin.
You've got, like, this plastic thing, and you put it in that. Take it with you.
Why can't you just leave it in the skin?
$4.99.
$4.99 to give it a...
Mad, isn't it?
Well, what I don't understand what the advantage is.
Well, there isn't one.
Unless you want to eroticise the banana, unless it was like giving it a little PVC jacket, or a little gingham frock, or a little denim miniskirt. What's the point in giving the banana?
We're running out of ideas, aren't we?
I think, yeah, that's insane. But I'll tell you one thing, right? We're talking about banana peel. Well, we're going to have, this is, right, a John Peel session track we're going to here. This was recorded in 1978, right? It's a magazine with a track, Real Life. This is coming from the past. This would be nice. Let's enjoy it.
The Peel Sessions.
You're listening to Six Music. That was Madness with Our House. It's uplifting to listen to Madness, isn't it, Carl?
Well happy, isn't he?
He's very, very upbeat about something. We've got an email regarding our Sunday school situation, because we want to learn things today, don't we, essentially, Carl? Already, I've learned that Sunday's probably my favourite day of the week already. Tuesday's got no real feeling. Every day of the week has got a sort of a bit of a feeling. Saturday, that's got a feeling. Sunday's got a feeling, a definite, defined feeling. Tuesday, It's got no feeling, but that is what defines it, oddly. Now, I've got a text message here, right, you know we were talking about extraterrestrials, now there is extraterrestrial life, and perhaps indeed all life on Earth was seeded by extraterrestrials. It's something we've got to consider. I've got this email from someone called Derek. He goes, I believe there are extraterrestrials. I woke last night and felt a force leaning on me. I couldn't move. This, to me, is proof of alien life. So, you know, I'd like to investigate that further. His phone number's on there, so perhaps we can contact Derek later. You know, if he can be contacted by extraterrestrials, we should be able to contact him, shouldn't we?
Well, I heard that they're coming here. We shouldn't be contacting them. Apparently they're coming here in 2025 or something.
That's no way to conduct a relationship, Carl. It has to be 50-50. You can't wait for the extraterrestrials to contact us. A relationship is a two-way thing. We contact them, they contact us. No wonder your relationship's in trouble.
No, but just let them come in, you know.
I like the idea of them coming 2025. This Raelian cult leader, Rael, he believes the extraterrestrials are coming in either 2025 or 2035. But either way, when they come, he says they're going to be really nice to us. They're going to give us all their technology. And, also, we won't have to worry about getting boyfriends or girlfriends or anything, because they will bring biological sex robots to be girlfriends and boyfriends with us. So that'd be nice, won't it?
They're a bit odd looking, aren't they?
No, they're going to be really nice. You can have any type you want. You can have, like, black ones, Chinese, ginger, white, or any colour that you go for, you can have them. I think a biological sex robot, though, Carl, may refuse.
So which are the most popular one there? I mean, the ginger one, does that go down well?
I think it probably does. I think that in space, Carl, these people are evolved, so they probably love everyone, in which case it makes you wonder why they need so much variety.
But ginger people are normally sad, aren't they?
No, they're not.
They are, even like cats. You see little fat ginger cats.
They're not sad. They're not
depressed.
I think that you're projecting that onto them out of some kind of prejudice, and I don't know why you are. You're listening to Six Music. That was Bell and Sebastian. The Blues Are Still Blue. Before that, it was Jam All Around the World. I'm Russell Brand. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. It's our Sunday morning, Sunday school type show. Sunday school, because we just want to learn all sorts of different stuff. I've got an email here, right, from this bloke called Dave Richards. It's a really long email, but the gist of it is this. He goes, he was walking along and he saw a matchbox. Normally I would have just ignored it, but for some reason I picked it up. Right, this is Dave Richards in Farnham, Surrey. That, for a start, is an unusual act. I was walking along on Tuesday, I saw a matchbox. Normally I would have ignored it, but for some reason I picked it up. Immediately now, I'm curious about this Dave Richards. He's seen a matchbox and he's decided to pick it up. Then he goes, anyway, I opened it and there was a giant bee in there. How big could it have been? It was in a matchbox. With a whole cashew nut on top of it. It was still alive. There was a faint buzz. I tried to set it free, but it would not leave. How did it get there? Why was there a cashew on top of it? Why wouldn't he fly away? Maybe you can help. There's quite a lot of questions there from Dave Richards in Farnham, Surrey, but I've got one question to fire right back at him. Why did he pick up that matchbox in the first place? Like, if I see a matchbox on the floor, that's not even something that would register.
Yeah, just kick it.
I would just kick it. If even that, I would have no regard for that matchbox. So, I mean, but as for the bee being in there, I suppose it could have happened in a factory. Bees shouldn't even be alive yet, should they, at this time of year?
It's changing, isn't it? They're getting used to the climate.
Oh, they're adjusting.
Yeah, they're messing about now.
Yeah. They'll continue to evolve, probably to the point where they start wearing trousers and demanding our jobs.
Well, I told you now about how I saw one eating chicken.
You saw a bee eating chicken?
I was eating some food outside, right? And, it might have been a wasp, but they're all the sort of same family, aren't they?
I don't know if I like your attitude much. There's a clear distinction between bees and wasps. Wasps are regarded as evil. Bees are good. They're all fluffy.
Yeah, but if bees are only classed as friendly, because if they sting you, they die.
Yeah,
so
I know, there's
just
that dilemma.
It's snidey still, it's just that they haven't got the ability to be going about going, oh...
It's not snidey. That bee is only ever going to sting you if it's really up against it, isn't it? It knows that it's laying down its life. That's noble. That's like an Oscar Wilde fairy story. It knows once it's stung you, it's going to die, so it's only doing it probably for the good of the hive. A sort of a sensibility that you can begin to understand, Carl, caring about other bees.
But anyway, so this wasp bee, whatever, came down, I was having some chicken, and I'd sort of had enough. I was watching it. It's crawling about on the plate. Started tugging away at a bit of a, like, chicken leg.
It was trying to pull it away from you.
It pulled a bit away with its sort of teeth type things.
Right, it doesn't have teeth.
It flew off, and it could hardly handle it. Do you know, like they say, bees shouldn't fly anyway? There's that thing that if they knew
That well, aerodynamically it's impossible somehow for bees to fly.
If they were told somehow, they'd sort of go, oh, I won't do it again then.
They're defying physics.
It was all over the shop with this bit of chicken in the air.
This sounds an extraordinary tale, but it also like makes me question what kind of life you're living, where you're outwitted by bees. You're sat there. It sounds like so where you're sat in your own filth with bees nicking your dinner.
No, but it's good to keep an eye on it, innit? Because no one else has mentioned that about bees being sort of meat eaters.
Well, Dave from Farnham reckons they're
that's eating nut. That's a vegetarian one.
That one, yeah, that one at least has got some kind of moral centre, some sort of moral grounding. So anyway, like if you want to send us text 64046, or you can email me russell.6music@bbc.co.uk. What we're going to have a listen to, Carl?
Ordinary Boys.
These boys are literally quite ordinary. Ordinary boys will be boys. I like them ordinary boys will be boys. You've got to say the word boys a lot, haven't you, to make that information come across. This is Russell Brand on 6 Music. This is our Sunday school. We're working in perfect harmony. Though you've upset me, mate, because, like, I just hung up Carl's jacket 'cause he's clattering the place up, right? And on the inside lapel, he's got a sticker that is given to you by charity. You know, if you give, like, money to charity out of the goodness of your heart, they give you a sticker so that the person later on down the street don't hassle you. He's kept one on his inside lapel. For what reason, Carl?
Just so I don't keep getting hassled.
Yeah, but say, right, you've just given some money and it's for children that are a bit ill, and then, like, 2 days later, you're asked to help pandas or something, you just go, oh, I've already given, mate, I've already given.
How many people am I... Why do they get this treatment?
Pandas are lovely and rare. Nice little fellas they are.
Yeah, but it's all about survival of the fittest, isn't it? And if they can't do it...
I'll tell you what, Carl, you wouldn't have survived in the wild. If it was truly survival of the fittest, without your banks and all your things, your support systems, you should know, listeners, that Karl Pilkington's attached to a drip with glucose in it even now, just to get through this broadcast. So if it truly was survival of the fittest, I don't reckon you'd have made it out of infancy. I really don't.
Fair enough, though. So I'm not asking for people's money and that, and handing out badges. I paid for that badge.
How much?
Nick it. I think I gave about 75p.
75p? And that's for the Bluebell Fund, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I think you should be a bit more charitable, because you get something back in the end. Anyway, like you were saying about survival of the fittest, that all nature is a competition, but we're gonna do a kind of competition now. Do you see I've connected those ideas, Carl? Yeah. That's how this show works. So, go on, what is the competition we're doing, mate?
So, yeah, we play some sort of sound effects. And those sound effects sort of make up a song title.
Okay, we play some sound effects, then you have to guess what the song is from those sound effects. Do we have an example?
Do you want one?
Yeah, I'd love an example, because I'm confused.
Alright then, here's one. Right,
well, that's disconcerting, but what, like, I mean, 'cause that could be, like, the images that's conjured up in my mind, let me tell you, are quite unpleasant, but, like,
what are you hearing there?
Right, well, I heard the cries of a baby, Carl. It was the cries of a baby, perhaps at the dawning of its life. Then I heard the sounds of a liquid-covered young child, and then I heard sort of, something dropping on the floor. It could have been a melon, it could have been a shoebox. So,
right. So what, but that's not a song. So think about what you're hearing. It's a
baby, and then it's a baby that's just been born. Obviously, this born, and it's a slippery baby. It's born slippy, Carl. So that was, I see. So that was born slippy. That example. So okay, so that's the example. We've got that out of the way. I understand the concept. I'm sure everyone listening understands the concept. Let's do the one that's going to be the competition then.
All right.
Right, so you've got to guess the song title from that clue, have you? From, well, like the right, so that, I mean, that's some extraordinary acting. Was that you doing that?
No, I didn't do it. That was already made for us.
You've not been trained, have you? You wouldn't be able to manage that level of authenticity.
So what are we asking then? People just email in, text?
Email in, text in. If you know what the title of that track is, you can text, you can email me, russell.6music@bbc.co.uk, or you can text 64046. So yeah, let's all get involved. Remember, it's Sunday school as well, but let's have some more music. This is 6 Music, I'm Russell Brand, that was Richard Ashcroft, Music is Power, before that The Beloved with Hello. Carl was suggesting that song hello, be updated with more contemporary people, weren't you, mate?
Yeah, there's just loads of sort of 80s people being mentioned in there.
You'd like more contemporary people to be mentioned?
Yeah, Graham Norton.
Mention Graham Norton up.
Mandela.
Mention Mandela. Mind you, he was, you know, in the 80s, he was probably, if anything, more significant.
No, he's more known now.
More known now. Things have gone well for Mandela since the old release from Devil's Island thing. It's really picked up since then. Okay, so Sunday school, we want to learn stuff, don't we, today? We've learned, so far we've learned a bit about extraterrestrials. We got that, we learned about bees as well. We learned about that, you said that thing about bees and
like
chicken.
Yeah.
And, which I think, well, listen to this email.
I saw it.
Listen to this. This is from Debbie, it's an email. Bees are evil. As a child, a gang of them, I don't think they're called gangs, a gang of them ruined my birthday, but Carl claiming they eat chicken is a lie. As simple as that. That's from Debbie.
But why would I make that up? That's like the one with
I think you do it for attention, Carl. I think you do it for attention. I think it's to do with your childhood. I honestly think it's to do with your childhood.
Forget it then.
No, I won't forget it. It's something we're going to be discussing at great length. But also, we were talking about extraterrestrials and whether or not extraterrestrials created all life on Earth. And we've got a text message from Derek saying that he felt a force leaning on him last night. Derek, we've managed to track him down. He's on the line now. Derek, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right now, yes.
You feel better now, do you?
It's usually gone by about midday.
Okay, so could you tell us a little bit more about what happened to you last night?
Well, I wake up.
Yeah.
And I'm aware that I'm awake, but I cannot move.
You can't move?
Nothing I can do, and there's a pressure like a vacuum.
A vacuum pressure?
Like a pushing down on me. I can't see anything. There doesn't seem to be anything there. But
perhaps it's just because it's dark and you're asleep and stuff, Derek. That's what worries me.
I'm paralysed, and there's a weight on me. It's like a pressure.
Are you in that bed on your own?
I'm on my own in my bed.
I'm not surprised, Derek, the way you live your life, the way you carry on. Now, why is it you've associated these feelings with extraterrestrials?
Well, when eventually when I wake up, I find my pyjamas have been put in different parts of the room.
Different. How many artifacts are there? What are your pyjamas? You've got three-piece pyjamas.
I've got pyjama bottoms. I've got a pyjama top.
Right.
And
one's in one part of the room. One's in another part of the room.
Sometimes it takes me a while to find them actually to relocate them. And it's very disconcerting if you've gone to bed wearing pyjamas to wake up naked.
Yeah, or vice versa, really. If you went to bed naked and woke up wearing pyjamas, that'd be equally disconcerting. But I tell you what, it's not, Derek. It's not, Eric. It's not evidence of extraterrestrials, is it?
It's not the only thing that's happened to me.
All right, because like now, if these extraterrestrials do return in 2035, I hope that they're going to reprioritise and start thinking about world peace, solving hunger and tsunamis, and not interfering with your Jim Jams, Derek.
I think it's not as simple as that. I think you're oversimplifying it.
I think, okay, but Derek, I thank you very much for your time. We're going to have a bit of a listen to, what are we going to listen to? Oh, hello, Waiting for the Man, or in your case, Waiting for the...
No, I'll play that in a bit, play a bit of U2 now.
You're going to play U2?
Yeah.
Just like that?
Yeah.
Who's making these decisions, Karl Pilkington? You're out of your mind. Derek, it's been lovely talking to you. Let's listen to U2.
The heart is a blue.
That was U2, beautiful day, listen to Six Music with me, Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington. I wonder what on earth's happening in the world. Well, in a minute we're going to find out. It's good old news.
Digital radio.
Digital TV.
BBC.
That's Niles Barkley, Crazy. You listen to Six Music, me, Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington. Niles Barkley, that's good, that track, isn't it? Do you like it, Karl?
Oh, why'd you play? Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
It's excellent. But, do you think that's his real name, Niles Barkley? Niles.
Niles.
The continuous form of the verb to gnarl, like an oak tree root. Like, oh, this oak tree root is all looks pristine, nothing wrong with it. Now it's become gnarled.
I don't understand it if it is made up.
Well, why you'd make yourself why you'd give yourself that name if it wasn't real?
Gnarly, yeah.
Gnarly. Yeah, well, let's investigate that, because for one, like, the idea of nicknames, I don't know, I'm not comfortable when someone's got a nickname. I always feel like, you know, it's like when you go to a restaurant and they go, oh, can I have the Marilyn Monroe burger, because it's a 50s themed thing, or can I have the Cracker Jack Attack or instant whip? I don't like asking for it. I feel like it's signing up to a bit of a club.
It's a bit different when it's food, though, isn't it? Because they're just trying to make it sound nicer. I'm talking more about, you know, if someone was called Marilyn Monroe Dave, I'd go, what's going on?
Why would he be called Marilyn Monroe
No, but
Dave?
that's when
that's elongating the name. It's not making it catchy or anything.
Well, sometimes nicknames are no short.
I bet you can't think of a single real example that's anything like Marilyn Monroe Dave. right? I know sort of some people, like, you know, it's normally an abbreviation of some kind, or, you know...
Well, it's normally something about them, isn't it? Like, you know, I had an uncle, Tattoo Stan. Now,
Tattoo Stan.
Have you got a picture in your head of Tattoo Stan?
I reckon, well, he's a member of your family, so he's probably a huge pervert, and I imagine he was deranged, and I'm guessing from his name that he had tattoos on him, and if he was an honest man, those tattoos would say, "Please never trust my nephew, he's a liar." He should have that tattooed across his forehead.
That's what it was like, yeah.
That's the Stones, Monkey Man. Before that, we had Nada Surf, Inside of Love. That was a session track recorded for Six Music in May 2003. I'm Russell Brand, I'm here with Karl Pilkington. In Monkey Man, in that track just then, there was one bit where he mentioned a monkey woman. I don't think about monkey women much. Like, if I think about a monkey, I just think about it being a male monkey, really, because except in cartoons, like when Bugs Bunny gets a girlfriend and it's like the same as him, really, except he's pink wearing lipstick. I think of animals as being essentially masculine. What about you, Karl?
Not with animals, but with insects. I sort of see an ant and think, is that a man or a woman?
Well, because I want to go out with it on a date or something to love it. Which
no,
like
they just look more manly, don't they, ants?
Ants are very butch, aren't they? Little fellas. So, anyway, let's have a listen. We're doing that competition, aren't we, where you have to guess what... Have we given a name to this competition? 'Cause I think
just like...
it's the sound effects competition.
That song sounds good.
That song sounds good. That's time for the That Song Sounds Good competition, which we'll name that before next week. Have a listen to it now, because, like, we've got someone on the line that's gonna have a guess, but let's have one more listen. What track could that be from those sound effects? I mean, I don't know. We've had texts, emails. Now we've got Kate from London on the blower. All right, Kate.
Hello.
Are you all right, my dear?
I am. Yes, thank you.
Are you enjoying your Sunday?
No, not yet. Too hungover.
Why are you so hungover for?
Because it's the day after Saturday night.
Now also, Kate, Sundays are really not that distinct from other days. Why is that? Because you're unemployed, aren't you?
Yeah, thanks for that.
Oh, I'm not having a go at you. I signed on for years and years. I did. Finsbury Park Job Centre, Elephant and Castle Job Centre. Sometimes there's a bit of drag signing on, isn't it?
It really is, yeah.
What?
But like, sending you CVs worse.
Yeah, I suppose so. Now, if you could have a job, what type of a job do you want?
I quite like your job, actually.
Well, you know, it may seem glamorous, Kate, but you have to sit there staring at Karl Pilkington hour after hour. In the end, it makes you think, what is the point?
All right, Kate.
There is Karl Pilkington. Yeah, it's difficult. Now, did you want to have a go at this competition?
I'd like to, yeah.
Right, so you've heard it. Do you need to hear it again? Yeah. We're going to listen to it again?
Yeah, go on.
All right, let's listen to it once more. You've got to guess the track. It is mind-bendingly complex. What do you reckon that it is, Kate?
I hope. It's Pixies, Monkey Gone to Heaven.
I think that is the correct answer.
Hey.
Well, congratulations, Kate. I hope that this inspires you on to, like, you know, to get out there, get on your bike, as Norman Tebbit suggested, and get yourself a job. Here are your prizes. You've got, classic Hacienda CDs, new Placebo album, Meds, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang DVD. That's nice to have that. New Streets album, Massive Attack collected CD, and, as promised, a picture of a man's back with a certificate of authentication. Rick, who, works here at Six Music, just said that, men sometimes get a knot of hair at the base of their spine called jockey's knot. What do you think about that, Kate? All the hair combines and congeals at the base of the spine.
That's just not a nice thought.
It's not, but we're going to make sure that your photograph of a man's back has got a little jockey's knot just there at the nape of the spine there. Well done with that competition, Kate. Lovely talking to you.
Thanks.
There was a guy.
Pixies, Monkeys Gone to Heaven. That was, of course, the track that our competition was referring to, our sound effect competition, which we'll be naming. Perhaps send us a suggestion for what we should call that, because I can't just keep calling it the sound effect competition.
No, but that song sounds good.
What do you mean?
Well,
oh, that song sounds good. Oh, well, that's what we're calling it. You're listening to Six Music with Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington. In the next half hour, right, we've got Zoe Lucker of Footballers' Wives. She's going to be on the phone chatting to us about our Sunday school topics, which appear to be extraterrestrial life form and theology and bees. So we're going to be having a bit of a chat about that. Oh, Kate, the competition winner. I said that thing about her being unemployed and that because I was unemployed. I think I was maybe a bit over-familiar with her about unemployment, so I'd just like to say I'm ever so sorry about that. Should we listen to Fratellis?
All
right. That was Alabama Free, woke up this morning. Before that was Morrissey, I Just Want to See the Boy Happy. You're listening to Russell Brand on Six Music. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. Before them two tracks, it was Fratellis, Creeping Up the Backstairs. It was a while ago now, but I really liked that. Did you like it, Karl?
Yeah, I love it, it's brilliant.
Creeping Up the Backstairs. I think that's probably how you describe your entire love life. Later on Six Music, there's some excellent things, including between 1 and 2, the Music Week with Mark Sutherland and Julie Cullen. Between 2 and 5, Andrew Collins. He's going to have Richard Herring on the show. Richard Herring's excellent. They're looking at the Sunday papers. But, you know, we can all look at the Sunday papers. We've not looked at the papers today, have we, Karl? Shall we, in future, perhaps we'll have a glance at papers?
Only gets you down, though, doesn't it?
Sometimes it does get you down. Between 5 and 8, it's the Freak Zone with Stuart McConey. Between 8 and 10, it's Six Mix. Oh, I like that rhymes. And 10 till midnight, it's The Mint with Mark Riley. Oh, when's Bruce Dickinson on? I'd like to listen to that. He's such an accomplished man. He's a pilot, he's a fencer, does all sorts of things. I'll be listening to him a bit more often. You're listening to Russell Brand on Six Music with Karl Pilkington. A bit later, we're going to be talking to Zoe Lucker out of Footballers' Wives, a genuine footballer's wife. But what shall we listen to now, Karl?
Eels.
Let's listen to Eels. That's the Eels, Susan's House. You're listening to Russell Brand on Six Music. It's Sunday, it's just afternoon. Do you know what we're going to talk to, you know her out of Footballers' Wives, Zoe Lucker? We've got her on the phone, talk to her about our Sunday school items, which seem to be bees and extraterrestrials. Are you alright there, Zoe?
Hello, darling. Yeah, I'm fine.
Why are you already in the pub if you're so fine and happy about life?
Well, because I've just had to come out of the pub, haven't I?
Well, I'm glad, because I think, if nothing else, this phone call with you might save you from a premature death from alcoholism.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm concerned about you. So, you know, like me and Karl, what we do in this bit of the show, we're trying to learn stuff ourselves and teach other people things. So we've been talking about bees a little bit. Karl reckons that a bee once took some chicken off his plate. He's got no evidence of this. Have you ever been stung by a bee or been involved with a bee, Zoe?
Yeah, I actually sat on a bee once on my 12th birthday.
Was that part of the celebration, or was it an accident?
That was just, yeah, it just arrived at the party, wasn't invited, and then I just sat on it and it stung me.
You were stung on your bottom by a bee on your 12th birthday?
Yeah.
So that means it would have died?
Yeah.
Because once they sting you, they sort of die, don't they?
Yeah, well, I think I squashed it anyway, so...
Oh, right.
So it would have died, even if it weren't a one sting and you're out policy, that bee would have died just from your giant footballer's wife bottom. Poor little thing. Wow. So, I mean, I remember birthdays for me, it was much more about sort of cake and then a bit of an emotional breakdown because of all the attention. One year my birthday cake caught fire. That's a birthday disaster though, being stung by a bee on the precipice of womanhood.
That's right, and I've literally just got back from Richard Dunn Sports Centre. I'd had a swimming party.
Oh dear, swimming party, and then to end that on a bee stinging. Okay, so that's your contribution on the concept of bees, Zoe.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think about extraterrestrial life, the possibility of extraterrestrials coming to Earth, and the possibility that extraterrestrials seeded all life on planet Earth? What do you think of those ideas?
I think that they do exist.
Yeah.
But I haven't actually had seen one.
No. You didn't meet one on your 12th birthday, you didn't sit on one, did you? You didn't sit on Alf, did you, after your swimming party?
Well, no. But yeah, I reckon they must exist. There's got to be something other than just us, I reckon.
Well, I sincerely hope there's something other than just you, Zoe, because you, spending Sunday, boozing yourself daft, killing bees willy-nilly as part of a birthday celebration that would disgrace a yobbo. It's a worrying thought.
Yes.
So, if once this phone call ends, are you going to go ambling back into that pub like a sort of female Andy Capp?
Yeah, I'm going to go and have some Sunday lunch, and I'm going to maybe have a couple of wines.
Okay, well...
Nothing too much, though, because I've got to work tomorrow.
Oh, that's good, yeah. I'm glad you're taking it seriously, because a lot of people enjoy Footballers' Wives, and the thought of you just staggering around half-cut sickens me to my stomach, to tell you the truth, eh? Hey, thanks very much for your time. We're going to listen to Bob Marley now. That's good, isn't it?
Marvellous, yeah. Lovely.
Be a right laugh. Zoe, thanks a lot. Look after yourself, dear.
And you, Russ.
Check seats before you sit down.
Will do. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
So now we see the light.
That was Bob Marley, Get Up, Stand Up. I'm Russell Brand. You're listening to Six Music. It's Sunday lunchtime now. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. I like that song, but that's a song that's not really got a story. Get Up, Stand Up. It's about standing up for your rights and everything, isn't it, Karl?
Is that what it is?
I think it's about standing up, you know, well, it's just about getting up and standing up, really.
Sometimes I think it's best just sort of keeping your mouth shut, just sort of walking away.
What, from a situation, don't get up, don't stand up.
Just sort of wander off.
Sit down, go to sleep, wander off. Yeah, well, thank God Bob Marley didn't have that attitude, because it would have been a far more lethargic opus that he left to mankind. So, yeah.
Just songs with stories, though.
Songs with stories. Songs with stories. We're going to talk about, like, because in the last half hour, you're going to, what is it? You're going to tell a story, and we have to guess what that song was.
It's not even that good, to be honest. It's just how I just like the idea that when people listen to music, they actually listen to what's being sung at them.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time you just sort of go hum along, don't you? And go, I don't know what they're going on about.
You don't need to know the story.
You know, Bob Marley, like, standing up. Well, why is he standing up? But you don't really listen.
I hope you're not attacking Bob Marley.
No, it's good. I'm just saying that people probably don't listen to what he's actually standing up for.
Because he stood up for a lot of good things, didn't he? He got them two people with old hands on stage that time. That was an important moment in politics, as far as I can understand.
So what I'm saying is, it'd be good if people could email in sort of songs that have stories in them.
To them. And then you're going to give an example of one.
Yeah.
We have to guess what it is.
Why do you keep saying that?
Because I just think it'd be an element of glamour. If we have to get, I'm going to try and guess what it is.
Well, we can do it that way if you want.
Let's just try it that way.
Well, let's not do it now then.
Well, we're not going to do it now, are we? Right, this song don't have a story. Hey, earlier on, I mentioned Velvet Underground, Waiting for the Man. It turned out we was waiting for the man for over 2 hours. If I had to wait for the actual man this long, I'd probably just say, oh, just get a woman or a cat or a castle or something else instead. But here they are, oh, it's Velvet Underground. It's That's Velvet Underground, Waiting for the Man. I'm Russell Brand. This is Six Music. There is a story, of course, behind Waiting for the Man, but we can't go into that story. We will be going into other stories behind songs later. It's an item that Karl is going to lead. God help us all this Sunday with that item. I don't know what's going to break loose in here, I really don't. But now, should we just listen to Secret Machines, Karl? Let's listen to Secret Machines. I'll tell you what, Karl's really helpful on radio, is you nodding and using gestures to communicate. Let's listen to Secret Machines. That was Graham Coxon, Bittersweet Bundle of Misery. And before that was Secret Machines, Lightning Blue Eyes. You listen to me, Russell Brand, on Six Music. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. This is our Sunday school show that we do on Sundays. We've learned a lot of things, haven't we, Karl? What's the most interesting thing you've learned today?
That there was a bee knocking about in a matchbox with a nut on its head.
Yeah. I enjoyed learning about that bee knocking about in a matchbox with a nut on his head. I enjoyed learning that Zoe Lucker sat on a bee and killed it. And what's your bee story? That a bee stole some chicken from you?
Bee had some chicken, yeah. I mean, you know, it's out there now. People know about it.
People are out there, that's it.
Keep your eye out.
Just keep your eye out. That's all you can do is spread the word, Karl, about these bees. But do you know what? There is news beyond this. These aren't the biggest stories this Sunday. There are some other things that have happened recently. And it's that time again. Shall we have a little bit of news?
Digital radio.
You're listening to Six Music. That was Elliott Smith, Waltz number 2. Before that, The Strokes with Heart in a Cage. You're listening to me, Russell Brand, on Six Music with Karl Pilkington. Our Sunday school today has been very, very, well, it's been informative and educational. We've been talking about bees and aliens a lot, haven't we, Karl?
That's what I want it to be, really, the Sunday school.
Educational for us.
Yeah,
and
you sort of waste the day a lot of the time, don't you? You're just sort of sitting about.
Yeah,
nothing.
Particularly Sunday. Sometimes a whole Sunday can go by without learning anything. But like, you know, on these, listen to this. Like, this unifies the twin themes of bees and aliens. It's an email from Len McGuigan. Len says, I'd like to say that it's my belief that bees are aliens and that they're already here. Well, we know bees are here already. He spelt belief as well. B-E-E-L-I-E-F, bee-leaf. It's my belief that bees are aliens and they're already here. Perhaps they did create life on Earth. After all, they created honey. That's from Len McGuigan. So perhaps, you know, Carl, the answer to whether or not there's extraterrestrial life has been quite literally under our noses, or possibly under Zoe Lucker's 12-year-old bottom when she killed one on her birthday.
So a bee's an alien?
Well, this is what Len McGuigan is. He doesn't, in all fairness, he doesn't offer any evidence, but you didn't offer any evidence that a bee stole your chicken, did you?
No, but I saw it and I wouldn't lie about it. It's a rubbish lie, is what I mean.
What do you mean? If you were going to tell a lie, you'd say one like, oh, look, you won a fight.
But I'm not just showing off, though, saying I've seen a bee have some chicken. I'm saying we should be worried.
Right, this isn't just needless attention.
It's not just something I've seen. It's not an observation. It's a... Hang on a minute.
This is a warning.
If bees are eating chicken...
Yeah.
That's meat.
Right.
Where are they going to stop?
Humans, you're saying?
That's all I'm saying.
You're a whistleblower. That's what you are. You're a whistleblower. You're drawing our attention to potential risks that bees could turn against us.
Yeah, along with every other insect. They're all at it.
Well, I don't see how these bees are going to unite themselves unless there's some Lawrence of Arabia-style bee out there that's going to unite the fractious bee and earwig tribes, because they detest each other. Everybody knows that.
No, but say like, do you know that termites? Right,
I do, actually,
Carl.
I wish I'd had one to produce this show, because quite frankly you've been very difficult to work
But there's more of them than people on this planet.
There's more termites than people, yeah.
Right, now, when did you last see one?
I've not seen one for a while. My lifestyle don't allow it.
So what are they doing?
What are they up to?
They're hiding.
Yeah.
And there's more of them than us. So all I'm saying is it's like they could be planning.
Be aware that they're plotting against us. So if we've learned one thing from Sunday school, and we haven't, that thing is be aware. Now listen to this. That was Prince, Sign of the Times. You're listening to Russell Brand on Six Music. I'm here with Karl Pilkington. We're going to be talking about songs with stories to them in this half. In fact, Carl's going to tell a story to a song, we've got to guess what that song is. Carl's reluctant to turn it into a game, but I think it'd be nice as a game. We've had some other suggestions of songs that are in fact stories. Perry Blank said Wires by Athlete. That's the story of one of the band's babies who was ill but is now much better.
So that's the Wires. It's plugged up and now it's better.
Yeah, now it's better, so that's an uplifting story. Of course, Samantha Woodward sent in Pinball Wizard by The Who. Now this is apparently about his deaf, dumb, blind kid, but in spite of these difficulties, he's still very good when it comes to the arcades. That's a nice one. And Steamy Windows by Tina Turner. That's been sent in by a young lad calling himself Alec. That's a story about getting off of each other in a car, I imagine.
Is it?
Well, yeah, I mean, you get into a car, Carl, you know, have a little bit of a snog with a man or woman of your choice. I know you have a very diverse private life. You know, the windows do steam up.
It's not worthy of a full song about it, though, is it? That's not the best thing that they could have chose to sing about.
What other examples do you...
No, I'm just saying, if that's going on in a car...
Yeah.
Pick some other stuff to sing about, not the windows steaming up.
What, just pick about, what, like, oh, and then you touched me on the leg?
Well, yeah, all that, and it builds to something.
Well, the steamy windows becomes a motif, doesn't it? The windows are all steamed up because of the eroticism, and it's the heat of their bodies, and it shows that the electricity and the chemistry between two lovers has physical manifestations, as well as the ethereal idea of love and the physical act itself.
Oh,
Steamy
no,
windows.
It's condensation. it's not that brilliant, is what I'm saying.
Rising anyway, down.
So anyway, right.
Dry rot.
If you want to, like, text, well, it's probably best on email now. Think about it over the week and sort of think, oh yeah, what songs are good with stories in.
Story.
Send them in to russell.sixmusic@bbc.co.uk.
Yeah, send in your suggestions.
Really good that. But the one I'm sort of playing today, right? We're going to play it now. So
we're going to play it, so we're not going to be able to guess it.
Well, you can as you go along.
I'll try and guess it.
Right, it's about this fella.
Yeah.
Gay lad.
He's a gay fella, is he?
His dad wasn't happy.
Why?
Just because he was kind of like...
That's a bit prejudiced, isn't it?
I know, but that sometimes happens, doesn't it? That's a difficult part of being a gay bloke and that, telling your mum and dad.
I suppose it must be, yeah. How did you cope?
No, it's not my problem, but it's not really a problem if your family's behind you.
It's just this one of them things, isn't it?
Anyway, so he's growing up and what have you. His dad finds out, he goes mental. So the kid's kind of like, oh, I'm going to move then if you're not happy.
I don't blame him, because the way his dad's treating him, it's a farce.
Well, in America, they love it out there, because there's loads to do and stuff, and it's sort of more gay lifestyle than a straight lifestyle,
So this fella, he goes to America, does he?
He goes to America. Might not have been New York, but somewhere like
Probably
that.
San Francisco.
Yeah. He goes out there, he's loving it.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad he deserves a break after the way his dad's treating him.
He he has a night out. He likes staying out late. He wanders back.
People in San Francisco of all sorts of sexual denomination, interests, persuasion.
Do you know what song this is yet, by the way?
No, Carl. What it's starting to sound like is it you slowly coming out to me.
Well, I don't want to ruin the end, so why don't we play the song? People can listen to it. And go, oh, yeah,
brilliant. Let's listen to it now. It'd be brilliant. Oh, that's The Killing of Georgie by Rod Stewart. We were talking about that story before here on Six Music, me, Russell Brand and Karl Pilkington.
In a way, the title gives it away that it's not a happy ending.
No, I suppose The Killing of Georgie, unless Georgie was doing the killing, he was on a safari holiday or something. But that's
a good story, though, isn't it?
Lovely, it's a brilliant story. Just, I hope that Rod Stewart, before he himself dies, pens a sequel, and like, you know, maybe Georgie in the afterlife, living it up, wearing, I don't know, maybe wearing some sequins, or perhaps he dresses down, I don't know, but I'd like to think that there's more of an happy ending to that story, but life's not always like that, is it?
I like a miserable ending.
Do you?
It cheers you up, doesn't it? If everyone's happy.
Well, I suppose if everyone were happy, then there would be nothing to contextualise the idea of happiness with.
Yeah.
That's quite a powerful idea.
So if you've got any, send them in. russell.sixmusic@bbc.co.uk. Loads of songs with stories.
Songs with stories.
Play another one next week.
It's a brilliant item. Also, next week on the show, we're going to be doing more of those. That sounds good. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
That song sounds good. Yeah, and that's where you have to guess what the song is from the sound effects. Kate won earlier on, a picture of a man's back and some CDs. That could be you. Next week. Other items we're going to be doing is Sunday school. We'll be learning more stuff next week.
Yeah, again, if they pick anything up during the week, like this sort of thing, that's interesting, send it in on email.
Send it in, because we can learn about it together. This is how we're going to grow, isn't it? We'll think of this show as a sort of a family, shall we, Carl? Like, you know, because both of us had very awkward family lives, didn't we? Blimey. So let's have a nice surrogate family now, emanating from our show on Six Music. It'd be a right laugh. Okay, shall we listen to David Bowie, Ashes to Ashes?